I want to take a moment because it's very, very important. If you have a smartphone, that's right, if you have a smartphone, it doesn't matter what kind, Apple, Android. I'm not so sure about BlackBerry, but I think they probably work. Somebody should call with the BlackBerry so I'd find out. It's so easy to call us and sound like $1 million. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, if you use Skype on a smartphone, oh my goodness, you really, really, really sound good. You sound like you're right here in the studio. And so what you say carries more authority, when you say it. So, here's how you do it. You put Skype in your smartphone. You just go to the store and get Skype. And then once you get it, it is this simple. You go to add contact, not to where you dial a number, but to add a contact. There's a little plus sign in Skype. And you add me. And how do you do that? You, if you're in North America, or Canada, you add me by putting in MITD 51. That's Midnight in the Desert, MITD. It's not case sensitive, 51. And then I'll be in your contact list, and you can press that and dial me. Free. Now, worldwide, it works the same way. The difference is, if you're outside of North America, you put in MITD 55. Again, you go to add a contact, that's a little plus sign in Skype, and put in MITD 55. Then I'll be in your contact list. You can press it, and away we go. All right, before we get started, this is going to be a crazy, crazy show tonight. This is very serious news, I think. North Korea says it is all set for an all-out war against South Korea beginning at 5:30 p.m. That'd be 2:30 here in the morning on the West Coast. This is a deadline that this idiot in North Korea has set for the South Koreans to stop broadcasting propaganda. They've got all these speakers set up, broadcasting all the propaganda into North Korea. North Korea is saying if they don't stop, if they don't dismantle the speakers by that time, it is war. I mean, war. There's already been artillery exchange, that kind of thing. I think the North Koreans aimed at the speakers and missed. Doesn't say much for their smart weapons, huh? Anyway, they missed, and then South Korea fired a whole artillery barrage back at them. And now there is this deadline. And, this maniac in North Korea, you cannot tell if he's serious, but giving a time deadline sounds serious. The U.S. actually suspended the exercises it was doing for a period of time with South Korea because they consider it that serious. So, it could be the same old baloney from North Korea, or it could be a war just after I get off the air. Hard to say. The U.S. stock market took a really, really big hit. I think it went about 530 some odd points down. It's bad. Everybody is worried about China. China is driving all of this. Now, oil prices, on the other hand, are going down to about $40 a barrel. So that's the good news. They expect the at-the-pump prices to roughly become $2. That sounds good, right? I don't know about the rest of it, though. The Vatican's chief astronomer says he does not believe that we will encounter any intelligent forms of life from outside our own galaxy anytime soon, especially, said he, when it's so difficult to encounter intelligent life here on our planet. Sense of humor in the Vatican. The father said that, or made an admission, actually, that the Bible is not a scientific book. This is Father Funes, or Funes, F-U-N-E-S. Funes, I guess. Funes, I don't know. Anyway, he says, if we look for scientific responses to our questions in the Bible, we are making a mistake. Now, when do you hear that from the Vatican? My goodness. All right, and here's the big one. This is going to drive a special line tonight. Now, we do have open lines. That means Yeah, call about anything. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Anything that you want to talk about is fair game. But the Vatican now says that demon possession is at, quoting here, emergency levels. A top Vatican meeting, demon busters and psychiatrists group warned that more and more people were dabbling in black magic, becoming possessed as a result. Walter Cascali, the spokesman for the International Association of Exorcists, which is now holding its first meeting ever at the Holy See, said last night, the practice of the occult, Satanism, and abnormal things is opening the gateway to an extraordinary amount of demonic activity. They have never, ever seen anything like it. They are saying it is at emergency levels. And this will drive my special line tonight. Other than open lines and anything you want to talk about, what I want to know is the following. Have you made a deal with the devil? I really mean that. Have you made a deal with the devil? And I know a lot of you have. Now, I know it's going to be hard to pick up the phone and admit it, but I think many of you will. And if you have made a deal with the devil, how's it going? Now, listen to me. Contrary to what you may see in the movies, there is not going to be some guy with horns, glowing red eyes, coming to see you, with a piece of paper to sign. Doesn't work that way. You can make a deal with the devil by doing it in your head. You can say, I want $1 million, and I am willing to, this is just rehearsing, so if you're out there, devil, don't take this seriously. I've got my $1 million. I'm willing to sacrifice everything, anything, whatever, to get there. And once you have done that mentally, you have made a deal with the devil. You have. Believe it. Doesn't have to be a signed document. This is something you do in your own mind and your own soul. And I think that it is irrevocable. I think you cannot, once you've made this deal, revoke the deal. It's interesting. I had this topic up on Facebook, and I got a response before I even went on the air from Gary, who is writing from the Czech Republic. And he said, yes, I made a deal with the devil and every spirit of earth and sky for the woman of my dreams. That was 5 years ago, Gary says, and we are more in love than ever. But it has cost me everything. Tough one. He may call in tonight. I hope he does, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. This is a pact you make in your own mind. And again, I don't know this for sure, but I'm pretty sure it's irrevocable. Once you've made it, you may get what you wanted, but I don't think you can take the deal back. All right, so here's a quick rendition of the numbers, and then away we go. Are you ready? My public number, the one all of you can use, is area code 952-225-5278. Again, area code 952-225-5278. Put a 1 in front of that, of course. Now, if you have made a deal with the devil, I'm going to give out a number right now, and that is area code 575-208-7787. Got that? Devil doers, have you got that? Area code 575-208-7787. With all that said, I know it's hard. It's really hard. Well, there it's ringing again. So let's give it a try. Let's see what we get. You are on the air. Hello.
Hello. I was actually just wanting to make a comment about something that you had said.
Wait a minute. You're calling the I made a deal with the devil line.
Oh, okay. I can't say it here then.
No, you can't. Not unless you made it. Did you sound like you might have made a deal? Did you?
No. I
Oh,
just
come on
wanted to
now.
say that.
Come on, you dialed the number. You must have made a deal. Think back. Back in your life now. There was never a time when you said, "Oh, God, no matter who it is, I don't care. I'll make a deal if I get so and so."
No.
All right, then I have to ban you from this line.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was a pleasure. Let's go to Shane on Skype. Hello, Shane.
Hey, Art, thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I'm amazed, first of all, how clear it sounds when I'm on hold, even on the Skype thing.
Well, yeah, I know. It's astounding, actually, audio. Where are you?
I am in Colby, Kansas.
And what are you talking to me on?
I'm talking to you on an iPhone.
Now, see, case in point, folks.
And I don't even have the iPhone 6 like you've got. I got the iPhone 5S.
Well, they make good products, sir.
Yes, they do.
Even if their stock took a giant hit today, by the way. So did everybody
yeah, I
else.
saw that, but They still make good stuff. I wanted to talk to you briefly. One of the most fascinating subjects I've come across in my life is Area 51. I can't read enough about it, and I heard you talking a couple weeks ago on the show about a caller that you had years ago who flew an airplane in there, and I found it on YouTube, and I listened to that.
That's right.
I got to say, I think it's real.
Oh, me too.
I listened to that thing over and over, and I really think the guy did it. Now, my question is, did you ever hear anything about that guy?
No, and I don't like losing listeners that way either. I really don't. No. I mean, I think he probably went down in flames, more or less.
Well, yeah, because the government wouldn't say that somebody flew a plane into Area 51.
Look here, I live right next to Area 51. I can tell you the signs are very clear. Deadly force is authorized, and they're not kidding. They will use it.
Mm-hmm. One more quick thing. Well, actually, two quick things. One, are you ever going to do a show on Area 51?
I'm sure there's no question about it. I will. Yes, of course.
And then my final question, and then I'll let you go, is how close have you actually gotten to Area 51? Like, have you gotten to the mailbox that you see on TV where you can go?
Yes, I have been
And what
there.
did you see when you went there?
The mailbox.
But what did you see when you looked out past that?
Well, when you're in Nevada, you see a lot. I mean, your line of sight is probably 40 miles to 50 miles to the mountains, So no saucers, nothing like that. Saw the mailbox. Thought about going further and didn't. That sign is really effective. When it says they will use deadly force, they will. And so, you do it and let me know how it goes.
I'm not going to do that.
Have a good night, sir.
Yeah, you too.
See you later. All right. This is my I made a deal with the devil line. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. So, do I have the real thing here? Have you actually at some point made a deal with the devil?
Well, I went through a process that I thought was going to do that. I can't tell you with any certainty what degree of success came around from that, but I certainly went through a process, and some very scary things happened as a result of that. So,
well, okay. Why did you? Most importantly, why did you decide to make the deal?
I don't know. I guess I was very young at the time, and I felt powerless. Mm-hmm. And I felt like maybe this would be an opportunity for me to get out of economic oppression and several other things that I saw as my future at that time. I had medical conditions and poverty and things I wanted to escape.
I get it. So, what was your wish at the time? You wanted economic prosperity. You wanted money.
Well, in actuality, I had already done a couple of candle magic things that I had learned by purchasing books at a New Age bookstore for money, and that had kind of worked, and a girl, and that had kind of worked. I'd seen some results from doing those repetitive meditative things around that. Right. So the actual request that I had at that time was, I know this is silly, but the ability to levitate another human.
To levitate, not yourself, but another.
Correct. If someone were attacking me, or if I wanted to, coerce someone into doing something, that if I could just levitate them off of the ground a little bit or something of that nature to scare them, that would be sufficient to,
make the
reach
deal.
other goals in life.
All right. So, are you able to levitate anybody?
No, not in any real way. I was a professional magician for a while, so I don't know to what degree that trickery works.
It sounds to me like you. Yeah, it sounds to me like you kind of signed the deal when you did the candle stuff and the rituals and the money and the girl. That probably sealed the deal anyway.
Well, what was very strange for me was I had purchased a prop skull made of plastic from a Halloween store or whatever,
yes.
And I had a large black candle that I placed in the top of it, and I went through this process. I used a communion wafer, but it wasn't a communion wafer that had been blessed or anything. It was just something I purchased at a Christian bookstore, and I had prepared that and written a request on a piece of paper and burned it over that candle, whatever.
We're talking serious ritual here.
Yeah, I just made it up. I didn't have a book that told me to do that. I just did it.
You got the money. You got the girl.
And but during that particular ritual, the candle melted very quickly, went down into the skull, which was made of plastic, and that melted very quickly.
Further evidence, sure, the deal was consummated.
Yeah, and I was awakened by my parents. The room was filled with black smoke from the melting plastic.
There you have it, boy.
At some point, I passed out.
I understand. So, sounds serious.
Yeah, that was my experience.
So when you get down to the big fire, how old are you now?
I'm 41 now. I was 41. Probably around 17 at that time.
I see. So let's see, another 30 or 40 years easily is yours, maybe even 50. And then,
no, actually I have kidney disease now. I'm about 19% kidney function, so
okay.
I'm approaching end of life.
Another 10, maybe 20 years, and then, okay. Listen, I wish there was a way you could, when you meet your, what would be the right word? Normally you would say maker, but I guess your business partner. That'd be more like it. All right. Well, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Very honest and very straightforward. There you have it. He cut his deal. I told you there'd be people. I told you. So the deal line, if you made a deal with the devil, it's area code 575-208-7787. Let's go here on the phone and say hello there. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Yes,
Michael
hey.
From Lake Charles.
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm just fine.
I've been on hold, so I haven't been able to be hearing the show. I've had my radio off, but
well, you should be able to hear it on hold.
No, there was nothing on hold.
Really?
Yeah, nothing.
No, wait a minute. I'm going to put you on hold, and I'm going to count to 4, and you tell me if you hear me, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you hear that?
Nothing.
I beg pardon?
Nothing.
You did or didn't?
I did not hear anything. It's just silence.
Oh, man, that's not cool. That's not cool. You're supposed to be getting program audio when you're on hold.
Sure was. There's none at all.
Okay. That's thank you for informing me.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll ask the next caller as well. What can I do for you?
Hey, I just wanted to first of all welcome back, and I wanted to thank your family for allowing you to come back, because I'm sure that's a sacrifice on all your parts.
Well, you're right. It is, and I want to thank my family for it too. They miss me, and doing a radio program takes more than you think it does. People think, 3 hours. Come on, anybody can do that. No, it takes preparation. It takes a lot.
Well, we thank them because we get to reap the benefits of having you.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir. I wanted to tell you about an experience that happened years ago. We saw a craft, per se, in my parents' backyard. This was probably 20 years ago. In the middle of the night, my sister had gotten up from her room and went through their living room, going to the kitchen, and they had a huge plate glass window, and she sees this disc shape seemingly about 2 foot in diameter, circular, that seems to be floating. I don't know how much time you have.
Well, not a lot. I mean, you've got to get to it. So, okay, a disc, as in flying saucer.
Seemingly.
Yes,
and
okay.
It's seeming to be floating and hovering, going up and down a little bit. It's got a green light, and it's foggy. It's a foggy night, and the green is just illuminating the ground. And occasionally it has a red flash of light on it. So we watched it for quite some time. My parents got up. They watched. Tried to take pictures. We looked at it. My grandfather, who lived about 15 minutes away, my dad called and said, "You've got to come see this." We drove over, and then it turned into, "What do you do? Now we're seeing this. What do we do with this?" My grandfather had some friends that worked at the sheriff's department, and he decided that we needed to call the law. So they came out and got out there with the bullhorn and talked to it.
So they're yelling up at a flying saucer with a bullhorn?
Please state your business.
Wait a minute. Okay, stop. You're telling me the cops came out with a bullhorn. They're yelling at the saucer to please state your business, or what?
They just wanted to know what's going on. Shine a light on it. And let me fast forward, because I know you're short on time, all the way to the end.
Did they draw their guns?
No guns were drawn, but by the end, Wildlife and Fisheries was dispatched to remove their mosquito trap that they had placed on my parents' property without permission.
You're telling me that's what it was?
That's what it turned out to be.
Oh, good Lord.
But everybody was up all night long, and it was a fun night.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. All right, thank you very much for the call. And the story that I thought went somewhere, and can you imagine? Come down now or we're going to shoot. On my I made a deal with the devil line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
It's Lewis from
well, you don't have to say where you're from, Lewis. You did make a deal with the devil, right?
I did make a deal with the devil when I was younger. When I was around 21, I'm kind of embarrassed, but
that's all right.
I wanted a lot of sex with women.
How's it gone?
It went very well. I had sex.
Lots and lots of it. Really?
Lots of it.
You made this deal at what age now?
I was 21 years old, Art.
21.
I'm embarrassed to say.
No, it's all right. I understand. Sex is a very strong, I guess compulsion would be the right word. And so you basically said, look, you give me all the women or whatever women I want, and I will give you my soul.
Dark Matter News. I'm Leo Ashcraft. A man hiking near a local suicide spot in rural Queensland has snapped a picture of a shadowy figure that some claim is a ghost. The image posted to Toowoomba's Ghost Chasers Facebook page appears to show a bald man with a short beard, wearing a red jumper, standing among a stack of fallen branches. The group claims that a member who goes by Brock David was hiking in a national park near Goombura in rural Queensland when he started to feel as if someone was watching him. The ghost hunting group said that while hikers frequent the area, it is a rare sight to see someone dressed in red in the middle of remote bushland. Take a look at the photos yourself and let us know what you think. Do you see a Bigfoot in red? DarkMatterNews.com. A possible drunken spirit? Well, maybe. There's a bizarre security camera footage that's floating on YouTube right now. It's of a ghost that's spotted wandering around an empty bar after closing time, apparently looking for its next drink. This eerie apparition appears to float past a table in the center of the camera's frame where it hovers for a few seconds. And then just a few moments later, the blurry object just disappears out of shot in one sudden movement. This spooky spirit was spotted at the Shaws Bay Hotel in New South Wales, Australia. And the managers of the bar decided to upload the video to their social media site to see what other viewers made of it. But while some Facebook viewers were impressed with the ghostly footage, others were not quite so convinced. So go ahead, take a look at it yourself and let us know what side of the tracks you are on at darkmatternews.com. Police are seeking clues to the whereabouts of a corpse of a 25-year-old woman stolen from a casket after her funeral at a San Antonio chapel last week. Mission Park Funeral Chapel is offering a $20,000 reward for information leading to those who took Julie Mott's body sometime between her August 15th funeral and the next day, when her corpse was discovered to be missing. Regions of the United States that experience dry winters and anticipate lower than average snowfalls have turned to a technology known as cloud seeding. This helps maximize precipitation. Nevada and Idaho are among 10 states using the 50-year-old technology in hopes of lessening future droughts. Cloud seeding works by releasing particles of silver iodide into the atmosphere either by plane or by a ground-based installation in higher altitude. The particles give water molecules more to latch onto in existing clouds and can increase precipitation by as much as 10% over the course of a season. Cloud seeding, though, cannot create clouds, and it only works at temperatures under 20 degrees Fahrenheit. The state of California had 13 cloud seeding programs during the 2002-2003 season. A 2005 report from the California Department of Water Resources estimated that the cost to fund the precipitation enhancement program would be $177 million through 2030. The high cost of cloud seeding has made it the subject of some criticism. A 2003 report from the National Academy of Sciences questioned whether cloud seeding is worth the price tag, saying more research needs to be done to prove the technology's effectiveness. Nevada's Desert Research Institute is eyeing drones as a potential way to decrease the cost of cloud seeding. DRI may soon have the ability to test this technology, as the state was selected as one of the Federal Aviation Administration's 6 test sites for commercial drones. And others have raised concerns about the potential environmental impact of introducing silver iodide into the environment, as the compound does not dissolve in water. A 2008 study by the Weather Modification Association compiled years of research on the subject and found no evidence of environmentally harmful effects. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
And here he is again. Something about girls and souls and stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir. So I was 21, and I ended up going to the seedy Gothic club out in Los Angeles, Hollywood, California. And I met this really hot chick. Mm-hmm. She claimed to be a vampire. Mm. So, I mean, who doesn't want to take a vampire home, right?
Oh, absolutely.
She sucked real well, clearly. I mean, all she did was suck, so it was just great. Uh-huh. So I ended up taking her home, and when she was at my place...
Now, remember, you got to keep your language clear here.
Yes, sir, of course. She took me. I took her home, and she pulled out a vial of blood, and she wanted me to drink some with her. So that's what I thought. And I said, I'd rather drink your blood. And she obliged, and she cut her wrist a little bit, and she let me suck from her wrist, and then she wanted to suck from mine, and I I'd never done that before. I was young and didn't really know what to do, but I ended up going through with it, and just as things kept going.
How old are you now?
I'm 38.
38.
I'm old.
38.
Yes, I'm old now.
Still getting women? Are you still getting women?
I mean, surprisingly, yes. They just keep throwing themselves at me. It never stops.
I get it.
I mean, it's
sounds good.
So I mean, for me, the pact with the devil was the best thing I ever did in my life.
I wonder how many women. I mean, I'm after only a ballpark figure here, but how many women since you made the pact do you think you've had? Just a guess.
Probably. I know it's been over 100.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, it's been over 100, and the only thing that ever went wrong was just a quick bout of chlamydia, but that got taken care of real quick.
Listen to me. A quick bout of chlamydia is going to be nothing compared to what you're headed for.
Oh, yeah, well.
It's not so quick, trust me. Quick chlamydia. Yeah, right. So this is going to be our night, huh? People who have made a deal with the devil. Area code 575-208-7787. Listen, let's go make that look like a walk in the park. Hello there on Skype, James, I believe it is.
I don't even know how to follow that up.
I don't know how to follow it either. Back away from your mic a little. You're too loud.
No problem.
There you go.
Well, Art, it's really good to have you back on.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
I grew up listening to you late night. At 36 now, and I've been listening to you ever since I heard you first on the radio back in my teens.
You know what's going to happen to that guy who was just on? He's going to get down there, and they're all going to be down there waiting for him, and every single one of them is going to be diseased.
It's absolutely hysterical. It's a great line for tonight, I think.
It is. And listen, my devil line is ringing off the hook. So.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
One quick question. The audio, I have to say you and Keith have done a fantastic job.
Thank you.
It's better than anybody else is doing via radio or online, and it just sounds great. So my question along those lines is, what type of headset are you using?
It is a German headset. I really shouldn't go beyond that, but I use a headset mic. That way I can move around in here, and I'm always the same distance from the mic, so it doesn't sound weird when I move around.
Well, it sounds great. Again, we're just glad to have you back on the air.
All right. Well, thank you.
I do have one quick thing, though.
Yes.
I did a little road project out there close to close to the Roswell incident.
Oh.
Roswell's closer to the incident was actually closer to a city called Corona than it is to actually Roswell.
Did you bring back any souvenirs?
I went out there, and it has got to be about the calmest place I've ever been. There's nobody for miles around. The wind blows, and that's about it. And it's a very calm, soothing, relaxing place where you can see the stars.
No, even the birds don't chirp.
No, actually, you don't hear birds. You don't hear birds.
That's because it's really completely dead, sir. It's a dead zone.
That is a little true.
They have dead zones at sea, and down there, I'm sure they've got one on land. That's
true.
All right, brother.
Appreciate your time and that you're back on radio. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And, whoever it was couldn't hold. We had yet another I made a deal with the devil caller. And these are serious, really serious. As I mentioned at the beginning of the program, it doesn't mean that you have to meet with the horned one. It doesn't mean that you have to actually sign a paper. It doesn't work that way at all. In fact, it's much more of a subtle thing, as you've been hearing from these callers. In your own mind, you can do it. You can say, look, I want this. I want all these women. I want all this money, whatever it is you're going to make the deal for, and you can seal that deal in your own mind. And trust me when I say it is irrevocable. So if you made a deal for women, you might as well, go all out, as it were. I don't know about that last caller. Too many TV shows. Hello there. You're on the air.
Hey, hi. This is Tom from Florida, and it's Manny Roswell's, and it's a great honor to speak with you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, first I wanted to state a comment and then give you an experience I had.
Okay.
The comment I have is it goes back to your question of, if there are time travelers in the future, where are the time travelers? It's a good one. Well, I've often thought, I've heard the theory about all these UFOs that have been popping up around the world. I strongly believe that it's a very good possibility that could very well be us in the future visiting the past in certain times. And even experiences people have with these gray aliens. And they also experience humanoids with the gray aliens. It's very possible that the grays could be a form of biological robots that are like the assistants.
Well, you know what I think? Here's what I think. Right now, we're going through a period of intermarriage in America, in the world. I mean, you see people married to, my wife is Filipino. You see people married to Mexicans, to people from South America, Europeans married to Asians. We're getting this great mix that's going on, and it's accelerating. It's going faster and faster and faster. And I think that eventually we'll all be grays.
Yeah, that's, and there could be, I'm just going back to the whole, like, people experiencing also humanoids.
I think we'll all be grays, sir, with somewhat Asian eyes. Think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, if we continue intermarrying the way we're doing, we will be grays with somewhat Asian eyes. And I'll leave that thought with you.
Yeah, and the atmosphere of the Earth could change by then. That I mean, that's evolution.
That's evolution, is right.
Yeah. The experience I had was in a house I lived in when I was a teenager up in New York. I believe it possibly had paranormal activity in it. The reason why I say that is I remember one morning I was sleeping in my bed, and my dad he'd be getting up to go to work and everything. Normally he would come in before he'd leave to say goodbye to me. Well, I was laying there, and I heard him going in from out of his room to the kitchen and all that.
Right.
And the door, like, I had my eyes closed, but it seemed like the door to my room opened, because you know how you can sometimes see even with your eyes closed, you can see the room brighten up a little bit.
Sure.
Well, yeah, I got that sensation, and I looked over at the door, and I saw a shadowy figure of a man who I thought was my dad. Yeah. But I didn't really see features of him. And it approached my bed, and here I was waiting for my dad to lean over and, say something to me, and it was just like it was never there to begin with.
Shadow person. Shadow person.
And what's weird about that is I remember we went away for the summer one year, and we had our neighbors watching over the house.
Did you go under the covers?
No,
What kind of kid are you? If you get a shadow person in front of you or an unknown being, you always go under the covers. Everybody knows that.
I thought it was my dad. I wasn't scared. I expected it to be my dad, but it wasn't. It was like it wasn't there to begin with.
All right.
Anyway, we went away for the summer, and when we got back, the neighbors they wanted to tell us something, and their little daughter, I remember her pointing up. Just her parents said, "Tell them what you saw," and she pointed up at my bedroom window. It happened to be my window of our house, and said, "I saw an angel looking out at me."
An angel, huh?
And and then if you think about it, how would a little kid, experience describe something like that? You know what I mean? It just gave me chills, and there were other little things that happened. It wasn't.
Well, that one's not so bad. An angel is good. Unlike when I go to this line and I meet somebody who has made a deal with the devil. Turn your device down, devil dealer. Come on, turn it down.
I'm really sorry about that, Mr. Bell. I'm in the car. I'm actually driving home from work.
You know you're not supposed to be talking and driving, right?
It's an absolute honor to talk to you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you.
And a couple of days ago, you had...
Wait a minute. Have you... Hold on. I'm not going to let you go on. You got to listen to me. Have you made a deal with the devil? No. I'm leaving the line. If they won't pause to talk. See, he was trying to get a story in, but it obviously wasn't the deal that I'm looking for. On Skype, I've got Matt. Hello, Matt.
Oh, Art Uber Roswell's from New Orleans.
Thank you. How's New Orleans, by the way?
I want to tell you about 10 years ago this week, I was listening to you as Hurricane Katrina approached. I believe you were talking to a friend of yours that worked at a Lake Charles station.
Right.
That you hunted tornadoes with.
Yeah, that would be Lynn Whitlake.
Exactly. Something I relate very much to that storm. Just hearing you, I guess, probably a few hours before the storm hit. But it's kind of funny that, Danny's kicking up out in the Atlantic right now, almost 10 years to the date when Katrina.
Currently Category 3, but nothing to be concerned about. It's going to run into a wall of dry air and dump a little bit of good rain on Puerto Rico, and that'll be about it.
Yes, well, that would be a great outcome for everybody. I had a question, Art. I wanted to know if you were going to have possibly Michio Kaku on in the future, one of my favorite guests you've ever had.
Oh, yes. Yes, we have a great lineup of guests coming, but, I really can't talk about the guests coming because of reasons that I'm sure you understand.
Sure. And I was just curious. I've always been a real big fan of Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I know he's never been on your show. And I was wondering, is there a reason for that, or do you have plans to maybe get him on in the future?
I have plans, yes. But, I can't I can't tell you when, but yes, he's coming.
Well, sure. Great to have you back on, Art, and thanks for taking my call.
Right. Thank you for making it. And again, if you have made a deal with the devil, then, and while I appreciate your well wishes and everything, this is only if you made a deal with the devil. Otherwise, do not call this number. I mean, who knows? Think of it this way. The devil might be out there right now. And if he is, and he knows you're trying to call that line, he might assume you're a candidate for a deal. Trying to put you off a little bit. So if you made a deal with the devil, it's area code 575-208-7787. Special number 575-208-7787, but only if you made a deal with the devil. That's all. All right, let's go to, I don't know, let's go up here and say, hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Art. Good to talk to you, buddy.
Hey.
So I want to confirm that while you're on hold, you're definitely not getting any audio from the show. So that's probably why you got to.
Man, I so don't get that. When I was in a break, I called one of the lines myself, and I was hearing the show. I don't get it.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. How could it be on some lines and not other lines? I don't get that.
Well, it's a bug. I'm sure you guys will figure it out sooner or later.
Oh, it really is a bug. Hold on a minute. I'm putting you on hold. I'm going to count to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you just hear me count to 4?
No, sir, I did not.
Oh, man.
So, that's why we're all toggling back and forth to make sure we don't miss any of the show while we're on hold.
Got it.
So I had a couple of comments about a show you had earlier in the week. You had Joe Rogan on, and I caught the tail end of that when he was talking about his sensory deprivation chamber or tank.
Right.
And then you had David Sarita on immediately after that. And one wonders if David has his own sensory deprivation tank, because some of that stuff he was spouting off about, I almost pulled the rest of my hair out. I can tell you are a bit frustrated too. I mean, I don't have much hair to pull out.
Yes, nor do I, sir. I followed David to a certain point, and some of it I understood, and then he went off a cliff and lost me, and I tried to get myself back, but I couldn't, and apparently you couldn't either. So yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, I mean the simplest way to see that there were some flaws in the mathematics he was using when he was discussing the standing wave frequencies around the stars.
Yes.
And he defined it as the frequency is the speed of light divided by the radius of the star, or basically the circumference of the star, but it boils down to the radius of the star.
Right.
Disregarding the factor of 2 pi. So the tones that you played for him, the one for Vega, it was a nice, beautiful tone, but it was a high-pitched tone.
Right.
It was a high-pitched tone. Now, you also played a NASA measured tone of our sun.
Yes.
And it was much, much lower, if you recall.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Now, yeah. So if my third-grade math doesn't fail me here on your radio show, wouldn't the star with the larger radius be lower?
One would think. But who am I to judge? But yes, I would think. And I thought, by the way, for what it's worth, I thought the sun was the best. I really liked it. I don't know. When I heard the sun, it sounded like something baking to me. And I mean baking. All right. Now, once again, let us pick up the I made a deal with the devil line. Hello? Hello there.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, I made a deal with the devil.
You did?
Yes.
And how long ago? You sound young. How long ago did you do this deal?
Oh, this was very recently, Art. I'm only 23 years old.
22?
Yep.
Okay, I'm impressed. I think. What was it that you wanted out of this deal for yourself?
Well, the deal was that I'd give him my soul, but in exchange, he'd have to give his soul to God.
Well, that'd be a non-starter.
Want to know what he told me?
He probably told you to go to hell?
He told me to get to heaven out of hell.
Yeah, come on now. You didn't really make a deal, did you?
No, that's all.
You're another
You're
faker.
back on the air.
I'm glad you're glad. Thank you. I do appreciate it. But, I want people that made deals. Hello there. Did you make a deal with the devil?
Hello, Art.
Hello. Yes. Yes.
Hi.
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 Do I have two people here?
No, just one.
I could have sworn I heard another voice. Okay. Anyway, proceed.
I made a deal with the devil, but it's a little different than the other stories that I'm hearing on the radio.
Well, that's quite all right. Everybody has their individual deal, right?
Right. Mine was almost to the day 18 years ago.
Can you hold on during our break? Going back now to our caller. Hello there. You were telling us you had made a deal with the devil, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, 18 years ago, actually, on September 27th, it'll be 18 years, I was in the middle of childbirth, and it looked like neither of us were going to make it, and I'm not a religious person. I just remember as they were, all the medical teams were rallying around and doing everything they could. I just said, anyone, you can have whatever you want. You can have my soul. You can have any part of me. Just save this baby. And right about then, her heartbeat started picking up, and they were able to get to her. And as soon as they were able to get to her, she started crying.
Well,
and I will tell you that there's been a lot of, I've paid for the last 18 years, believe me, but she made it. I don't particularly, I don't know, was it the devil? Was it God? Everybody can have their own opinion, but since I just said anyone. I believe it was, and I believe I have paid, and I believe I will continue to pay. But I hope that wasn't too boring of a story for you, but I think there's a lot of ways that we make
deals,
hacks
with. Yeah. Well, in that case, I mean, it really, even though you didn't specifically make the deal with God, in that situation, I'd sort of give you the benefit of the doubt. So you're probably all right, but you did specify anybody, huh?
Yeah, I didn't get. I'm sure you've not been in that situation exactly, but
no, I certainly have not.
Yeah.
Nor do I look forward to it.
Anyway,
I think you're all right.
That's
my pronouncement. I think you're probably okay.
Okay. Well, I didn't even know who you were until like a week ago. So.
Really? How did you find me?
Really, my boyfriend, I guess, has been listening to you forever.
I see.
And so now, every night, since you came back on,
you're infected.
You're played until I fall asleep.
I see. All right. Well, listen.
Anyway, I hope I didn't bore your listeners too much.
No.
Thank you.
No. This way, when you pass on, you'll be surprised.
Yeah, and not everything in life has to be about sex, just so your listeners know that.
Well, there was another caller who thought that it did.
For 18 years.
Yeah, that's right.
I guess you heard that.
I did. Thank you very much for the call. Take care. Oh, my goodness. Let's go to Tim. Hello, Tim.
Oh, right. Hey, good God. I can't believe that that girl was talking about no sex. Okay. Early 90s listener. So For the Midnight Gambler, I would like to ask you, would you take a request or would you rather hear a story?
Well, when you say request, what do you mean?
A request asking for somebody or something on your show or a story. Your choice, dealer's choice.
Whichever you feel is more important.
Oh, my gosh.
You're the caller.
You know what? I bet you get so many things anyway. Okay. Here's the story of 444. Okay. Two of my friends I live in Los Angeles.
Yes.
So two of my friends were in Los Angeles, staying in a high-rise apartment building. Mm-hmm. Stepped out to have a smoke on the balcony, right, and immediately noticed that there was a gigantic craft hovering over West Los Angeles, with the city shimmering under the reflection of the lower half of the craft. After this occurred, both of them noticed a very interesting thing, was that the number 444 always came up. And we can understand how you could make that happen in your mind, you know. But it was very interesting how this strange number 444 kept coming up with them, whether it was page numbers, things like that. And after they told me that story, now I know this one, where I think their original one's real. You know, it's a real situation. But here's the funny thing about the human mind. Yes. They told me that story, and then I think I put that into my own mind, because after that story, I started noticing 444. You know, I'm like driving by the hamburger place.
Yeah, but this is just a psychological thing.
Yes, I agree.
If I talk to you about 1111, you're going to see it everywhere, you know.
Absolutely, but I still think it's kind of a funny story. And just before I go, I'd like to say that I really appreciate the hard work that you do. Okay. I know that it's hard work.
444, thank you. Take care. Yeah, that's such a line of, that's just psychological garbage, I think. I'm sorry. I know they have people that talk on just about numbers, right? Numbers people. What absolute hogwash. Hogwash. Hello there. You are on our I Made a Deal with the Devil line.
Yes, sir. Art, how are you?
I'm very well. You really made a deal with the horned one.
Yeah, pretty much similar to the other guy you had on that about sex thing.
Yeah, I'm sure that the sex thing is very, very common. I know that, when you're in your early 20s, for example, the hormones are raging, actually, way before that. I imagine a lot of 16-year-olds made that deal.
Yeah, it's weird that you have this topic tonight, because just yesterday I have subscribed to you, like, on YouTube.
Yes.
Art Bell, and I was listening to all your conversations with Father Malachi, and it was kind of like weird. I started thinking about this. I haven't thought about it in years, and.
So how old were you when you made the deal?
About 20, 21.
Okay. How has it gone since?
Well, actually, there was a lot of, I've had my share, that's for sure. But it's kind of like with the curse, because there was all kinds of, drugs and alcohol involved.
Oh, yes.
Health issues.
Oh, yes. We got that from the other caller, too. So, do you at this point, do you regret the deal, or do you look forward to a continued life of debauchery?
Well, I'm 60 now, so hopefully I just turned 60. So
I'm 70.
Well, yeah, but I'm not.
I still look forward.
Knocking it, but yeah. So do I. But it's just that
Yes.
Well, I'm on Social Security now, so and
you're on Social Security at 60.
Yeah, I get. I was unable to work. It took years. Well, because of, like I said, the mental health issues.
Yes. Okay. Well, so you're still raging away with the women, eh?
Well, not really, but it is. Well,
in that case, then you have only to look forward to payment time.
Well, here's the thing. When I was listening to the, like I said, the thing with Father
Malachi
Martin.
Yes.
I mean, I was a Catholic. I am a.
It doesn't matter. You made a deal with the devil.
Born again Christian. Yeah, I know, but
doesn't matter what you are. No, irrevocable, sir. Irrevocable.
Right?
You hear me? Irrevocable.
I hope not.
Oh no, irrevocable. No. You can't at 60 years old go back and think about all those women you had, and I know you had many because I can hear it in your voice, and not know that you're going to have to carry through with your deal.
Well, I'm not going to do it.
Oh, you don't think so, huh? All right, fine. Well, thank you for the call, and good luck. Why would somebody call me with a name like Joe Stalin? Joe, hello. You're on the air on Skype. Is your name really Joe Stalin?
Is this me?
Are you Joe Stalin?
No.
Why does your Skype say Joe Stalin?
Well, he's got a good mustache.
Yeah.
This is such a pleasure to speak to you. It sounds like, oh my goodness. I've been listening to you.
Let me tell you how good the audio is. I can hear a dog barking way in the distance.
Yeah, and I keep telling that dog to be quiet. Mm-hmm. It keeps me up at night. No, it really doesn't.
You can make a deal.
Art.
Yes.
I did make a deal with the devil.
You did?
I absolutely did.
Oh, God.
By the way, I'm Jared from Salt Lake City.
Maybe I should say, oh, goodness. When did you make the deal, Jared?
Well, I fell in love with a girl. I was 24.
Mm-hmm.
And she was 18.
Oh, yes.
And I spent 2 years with her, and I really screwed up.
Yeah. And you lost her?
Yeah, I did. I absolutely did.
And that's when you cut your deal?
Well, not initially. I was trying to weigh my options and things like that. I was praying, and it wasn't working out.
Got it.
So I said, okay, I'll do this if I get her back.
Yeah, that's the deal. Did you get her back?
I did. I absolutely did.
And are you still with her to this very day?
No, sir. And this is where it gets technical.
Okay. Well, there's no technicality about it. You got her back. There was nothing apparently in the deal that said you would keep her forever.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but there was technicality.
Like what?
Because I got her for 2 years after that. 2 years.
Well, you didn't say forever.
I know, but let me tell you.
That's the way the devil works, see. You did get her. You got your wish.
I did.
And then you lost her 2 years later. Tough beans. You owe one soul.
But the problem is...
What?
Is that after that, I became an alcoholic.
Yeah, well, that figures.
And I have no ability to sustain a relationship anymore. You know what I mean? It's not like...
I do. I mean, look, this could be right out of the Twilight Zone. I mean, this is the way deals with that guy go down.
I know.
You said you wanted her. You got her. And, that nobody said for how long. Nobody said how your life would be afterward.
I know, and that's why I think if people are making deals with the devil, they need to make specifics.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's all about contractual law.
I don't even know what that means. You're using big words.
Yeah, I'm sorry. In other words, you need, the way you put it, you need to be specific.
Right.
All right.
And I wanted her, I think, until I...
Yeah, but you needed to say that.
I know, but that's why I'm on the air right now. I'm trying to tell everybody.
Don't do it.
No, do it. Just make specific statements.
Okay. So you're not saying don't do it. You're saying...
Art.
Yeah, I got it.
We're going on break, right, Art?
We are. Be specific.
I just want to say before we go, I love you with all my heart, and I'm glad you're on the air, and this is You're doing the best you've ever done.
Thank you, brother. So let's see what to do. Well, I just can't resist. Back to the I Made a Deal line. Hello.
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 How's it going tonight?
It's going pretty well. You would not be on this line having not made a deal, right? So you made a deal with the devil of some sort?
I guess you could say of some sort, yeah.
I am saying that. So what sort was it?
And, yeah. I mean, so, and I'm not proud of it either.
I understand. So, I mean, tell us all. I mean, you might save somebody else's soul if you tell us.
So it kind of happened a while ago.
Okay.
And I was living with my father and my stepmother.
Yes.
And I really did not like my stepmother.
Stepmoms really take a bad rap, don't they?
That's what I always hear.
Yeah. So you didn't like her?
Don't want to generalize, but
it's fine.
So I mean, I prayed and prayed even to God, that just she would go away out of our family's lives.
Yes.
That went unanswered. I kind of lost faith.
Mm-hmm.
And I started praying.
I suppose you were saying things like, "What kind of God wouldn't take her away?" Right?
And I didn't mean kill her. I just meant, let our family be at peace.
Okay. And so, dare I ask, what happened to stepmom?
She's no longer with us.
So, again, we have a case of somebody perhaps not being too specific.
Me? You.
In other words...
No, I was very specific when I prayed to the devil to take my stepmom's life.
You did pray to take her life?
Yes.
Oh, my. And how long was it after you did your prayer that she expired?
Maybe 3 or 4 months.
Pretty fast.
It was very soon after.
Wow.
And it was a car accident, and I wasn't in the accident.
And I bet when it happened, you knew right away.
I did. Yeah, I was shocked. I couldn't even. I was almost catatonic for a while.
Mm-hmm. So, this was how long ago, roughly?
This is precisely 3 years ago.
3 years ago. Okay.
Right before Christmas, actually.
So, how are you feeling about all of it now?
Guilty.
Yeah. Well,
but also at the same time, I'm relieved because.
Well, yeah, I get that.
I didn't like her.
Well, right. And, an apparent success, and I don't know, this is going to set up a model, I'm afraid, for other people.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to.
Yeah. Do you have any advice for anybody else who might be considering a deal like the one you did?
I mean, it goes back to, be careful what you wish for. Even though I got what I wanted, it kind of haunts me. And I feel like I'm...
Kind of?
Well, I mean, this is hard for me to even talk about right now.
I understand. But I said kind of. I mean, of course it haunts you. It's probably something with you every day now. Any ideas, any thoughts on what it's going to be like? I mean, for you.
Going forward?
Well, going...
Afterlife?
Going down. Yeah.
I don't even want to think about that, really.
I wouldn't want to think about it either. I did a story, it was a number of years ago. This would be such a good life lesson for you if I could possibly find it. See, I can actually stand up and walk around in the studio. You're hearing me just fine now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Oh, let me see. Do I have time to do this? Yes, I do. So the Russians, many years ago, actually dug a hole deeper than mankind has ever gone before, and they dropped a microphone in. I've got a wire story to back this up that I can't read right now. It was in Siberia, actually, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
They dug a hole, and they lowered a microphone down into the hole, and here's what they heard. Gave you a little piece of it there. Sounds crowded, huh?
Yeah.
So, and I'm not saying that that's what it's going to be like. All right, well, listen, thank you very much for the call. And, all right, let's go to Jason, I believe it is, on Skype. Hello, Jason.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, I'm a big fan.
Oh, thank you.
I just wanted to know if you'd seen a movie called, it's a time travel movie called About Time.
Oh, why doesn't that sound familiar? The premise?
Basically, a family has the ability to time travel, and I guess like when the male turns 18, his dad tells him that he can go back in time.
Huh.
It's really good. Came out like maybe 3 years ago or so.
Right. I really don't think I've seen it, and I thought I've seen every time travel movie that was ever out there. Apparently not.
It's really good. It's not, super sci-fi. It's more like it's a romantic movie, and tells a good story and everything too. So real good movie.
Right. Well, there was also another romantic one called Somewhere in Time. You know about that, right?
Yes.
Christopher Reeves, Jane Seymour. Man, what a movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in a long time.
I just, there's something so utterly, incredibly romantic about the possibility of travel in time. I love it. I absolutely love it. Anyway, appreciate the call.
Also, a guest suggestion.
Yes.
I know he has his own show, but are you ever going to have Richard Hoagland on with you?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Sure. The real problem, of course, is that I'm on for 3 hours, and then Richard follows with 2 hours after that. So if I had him on, he'd be on for a total of 5 hours.
He could probably talk about 24 hours straight. So
Richard can do that. It's true. Have you had an opportunity to sample his show yet?
Once or twice. So I'm on the East Coast, so that's like 3 a.m. I'm about done at that point. So
right. Well, that's why we have Richard has a $5 subscription, and he dispenses a very great deal of wisdom and science. It's really actually quite a good show. It's a different Richard Hoagland than you're used to. Let me put it that way.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'll check it back out.
He's, don't get me wrong, still the same Richard Hoagland, but different because he's more relaxed, and it's just really a cool show. Check it out, all right?
I will, thank you.
All right. Well, this time it is a break, so.
Dark Matter News. I'm Leo Ashcraft. A strange volcano-like building spews water instead of lava, its welcoming windows adorned with moss and vines complementing the surrounding trees. It looks like the kind of place the blue folk from Avatar might hook up with hobbits and Ewoks to go on holiday. But this is neither Pandora, Middle-earth, nor the Star Wars forest moon of Endor. Deep in southern Chile lies the Montana Magica Lodge, an extraordinary hotel hidden away in the center of a 300,000-acre private nature reserve. It might be completely artificial, but the lodge actually erupts every day, sending water running down the outside of the 13-room guest house. What makes this Magic Mountain Hotel truly magical is its location. The Magic Mountain Retreat in Los Rios is accessible only by foot, and intrepid guests must brave a swinging rope bridge to enter it. Located within the Hulo Private Natural Reserve, the hotel is nestled among the natural world. Among the things at the reserve are the Hulo Falls, Pudu, and the world's smallest deer species and the longest zip line system in South Africa. The Magic Mountain Hotel itself is built from local wood and stone, and each of the 9 rooms are equipped with modern amenities, large windows to look out at the forest, and each room is named after a different local species of bird. Originally a place for friends to stay while they enjoyed the hunting and fishing resources of the Hulo Reserve, the name is from a favorite book of the owners. The story describes a mountain that has magical powers and grants wishes. The Magic Mountain. The lodge is indeed a special place. Scammers pretending to be employees of Facebook have been contacting people in the paranormal community trying to get them to send money. The thieves tell potential victims that they've won a contest and that they have to pay a transfer fee to get their winnings. Paranormal enthusiast Chris Melancon was contacted by someone named Harris Edna of Facebook headquarters. Edna claimed to be an online promo agent that works for Facebook. The scammer is telling victims to send MoneyGrams to Geraldine Evenson in Londonderry, New Hampshire. Melancon suspected that the message was a scam and warned friends on Facebook. A list of NASA award grants that fund technologies with the intention of transforming future space exploration has been published. And there was one entry that caught the public eye, turning poop, that's right, feces, back into food. While this idea might sound like, well, total crap, it's going to be an essential obstacle to overcome if we ever want to send humans as far as Mars. There's only a limited amount of supplies that can go in a rocket to Mars, and there's already a demand for food, oxygen, and rocket fuel. It is an engineering challenge to stuff a spaceship with enough food for roughly 9 months for a one-way mission, and longer if the crew plans on coming back home. But if the crew could simply pop their poop into some sort of recycling machine and eat the synthetic food that comes out, then this would make space travel much easier. It would reduce the amount of food needed to be taken on a voyage and maybe lengthen the time astronauts could stay in space. The grant total is $200,000 a year for up to 3 years. The lucky winners that will be making use of this funding to recycle poop back into food are researchers from Clemson University in South Carolina. Space travelers might not be so delighted about the thought of consuming their own recycled feces. They say the mental repulsion shouldn't be too difficult to overcome, though, since astronauts already drink their own recycled urine. But at the moment, we have no idea what the poop food might taste like. In the meantime, astronauts have started enjoying ISS-grown lettuce. Much more palatable. I'm Leo Ashcraft, Dark Matter News.
I'm sorry about the hold, the no show on hold thing, folks. We've got so much to do. So let me go overseas and say hi to Mark.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Who's been very patiently waiting. Where are you, Mark?
Yeah, hi, Art. This is Mark in Bern. Not only did I make a deal with the devil, I made a legally binding contractual agreement with the devil.
Oh, my God. Well, that's a wrong expression, too.
I was married to her for 18 years.
You were sneaky. So it was now an ex-wife.
An ex-wife, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't wish that upon anyone.
No, and actually the suffering that will go on for possibly the rest of your life will be just as deep and as bad as you might get otherwise.
Deep pockets, actually. If you want to talk about deep pockets, yes.
Oh, my. Well, how's Switzerland this morning?
It's good. I'm actually going to do a radio show in 20 minutes on community radio here in Bern.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a radio guy.
Put a plug in for me.
Okay, I will. And it's Radio Raba, Radio Bern, the first two letters from Radio Bern, non-commercial community radio.
Bern, baby, Bern.
Exactly. Thanks, Art.
Thank you very much, and take care. Bern, Switzerland. I can't be ignoring the rest of the world, and I tend to sort of do that. Sorry about that. If you're outside North America and you want to call us, it's so easy. Just go to your smartphone, put in Skype, and then make like you're going to add, a contact, and add us, MITD55, outside the U.S. and Canada, MITD55, and then it'll be in your contact list. You can just hit it, and you can call us like Raymond has just done from somewhere or another. Hi, Raymond.
Hi there. Well, I wanted to ask, what's your favorite subject?
My favorite subject? I have so many, it's really hard to say, but this devil thing does get me going. Maybe there is something there. Where are you calling from?
I'm actually calling from Edinburgh.
Where? Edinburgh?
Scotland.
Scotland. Oh, I've always, my whole life, I've wanted to go to Scotland. I've been close by. I've never made it. Would I like Scotland?
It's a beautiful country, like.
It is.
Aye.
You haven't made a deal with the devil, have you?
No, I've not made any deals with the devil. I wouldn't do that.
I've talked to so many people today. Have you heard them? These people that made the deal?
Nah, I don't really know any people that have said to me, like, I want to make a deal with the devil, like.
Yes, well, many, many, many. I mean, this phone line hasn't stopped. I've only got one phone line for people who've made deals with the devil, and it's ringing off the hook.
Oh, it's crazy, like.
Yeah.
All these people that have made deals with the devil, again, because you didn't know. if you're going to, when you die, if you're going to lose your soul.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know. But people seem to be willing to do it for things like, women, sex, money.
Yeah.
You know, these
and women.
Yeah.
Sex, money, women, and power.
That's right. Power. I forgot power. That's a big one.
It sure is. Like,
want to be king of Scotland?
Yeah, I'm in Scotland. Yeah.
Well, you must have called for some reason that you have not yet enumerated.
I honestly don't know what I phoned for. To be honest, I was just got a phone to ask you what your favourite subject was, but I sort of noticed time travel kind of a wee bit.
Time travel would be up pretty near the high end of the list, but I don't know. I'm still exploring subjects, and I think it's going to be a long time before I get done. So I honestly can't answer that. If you forced me into an answer, I would say time travel for now. But we'll see.
No problem. It was good talking to you anyway.
Good talking to you too. Take care. That's some accent you've got there, Scotland. The cool thing is the worldwide reach that we've got here. It's just amazing. I mean, anywhere in the world can hear us. Now, in Scotland and places, Bern, Switzerland, for example, I think it's morning. So people are actually, if they sound a little groggy, it's early morning. They're sitting there with their morning coffee or tea or something. Anyway, internationally, it's MITD55 into Skype, and then it's an absolutely free call. And here I think we have somebody who has made a deal with the devil. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
First of all, welcome back, or Roswell's to you, my friend.
Well, thank you.
Yes, I made a deal with the devil, and things just did not go good.
No.
Yes, my three biggest things I wanted was money, power, fame, women, actually 4, and I got nothing. Actually, the only 2 things I got was a life supply of chaga and a Berkeley water filter.
Seriously? I mean,
I like the water filter.
Yeah, well, you're gonna need the water, buddy. If you made a deal, I'm leaving you at this point. Oh God, he's going to definitely need the water, especially for making that call and wasting my time. See, it's constant. This I made a deal with the devil line is constant. The number is area code 575-208-7787. But I've got so much to do. Agent 007, or otherwise Cameron, I think. Hi.
Oh, hi there, Art. Oh, you kind of got a little bit of feedback.
Well, that's because you're not using a headset mic. You're just yapping into your computer.
I've got a headset mic.
Well, then it's not working.
Oh, well.
Okay, now let me help you. See? I might be able to help you, and then I can help everybody. So what you do is you go up to Tools. You see Tools?
Well, I tested this when I used the...
Actually, you know what? You're sounding a little better now.
There, fix the volume. That's usually what it is with this.
Okay. All right, good. Go ahead.
First time, or long time listener, first time caller. No, just kidding. Everybody hates that. I'm up in northern Idaho, and we're surrounded by fires.
Yes, I know. Believe me, even here in the desert, by the way, our whole sky is full of smoke. I mean, it is awful. There is so much smoke from the fires here.
Well, have you ever heard of the 1910 blow-up?
No.
Yeah, about 105 years ago today. It was actually on the 20th and 21st. There's a big cold front, which it's moving in again, and all these little spot fires started up all over the place, and all of a sudden this cold front blew in, hurricane force winds kicked up, and the whole thing burned part of Montana, a lot of Idaho, Lolo Forest, Ponderay, and it just torched the whole landscape. Looked like something out of Fallout 3.
Yeah, it's bad. bad.
Yeah, a couple of things. First things, if there's any firefighters, I was thinking about writing something. If you have any creepy stories about weird things you've seen in the fires, I've kind of wondered if you have any stories. And another thing, you're enamored with time travel, aren't you, Art?
I am, yes.
Are you into animated things, so long as they're actually pretty entertaining and kind of serious. Not like Simpsons, but
Yeah, I guess so.
serious shows.
Why, you want to send me something?
Well, I was wondering if you've heard of a show called Steins Gate that kind of plays off of the John Teeter thing.
I have not.
Yeah, it's based off of a visual novel, but if you have some time, I suggest that you look up the show, and it's Steins Gate, all run together, and between the two words, there's a semicolon. It's kind of an interesting thing.
All right.
And also, one more thing before I let you go and stop wasting your time, I want to say hello from X, Paranormal World. You ought to visit sometime. I host the thread every night.
All right.
For your show.
Oh, really? During the show? Okay. Well, thank you very much, and I certainly appreciate your call. Let's go overseas. I've been ignoring them. I know. I'm sorry. Matthew, I think it is. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Matthew.
Yeah. Well, I've been trying to call your, devil line, but that seems to be completely filled up.
Well, no. Wait a minute, Matthew. Where are you?
Where am I?
Yes.
I am from a small little town, Kingsbury, California.
Oh, Matthew. You're on my international line, so I'm going to have to ask you to call. I'm sorry, Matthew. Really, I am. I have to enforce that. If I don't enforce it, everybody breaks that rule. So you're going to have to use the 51 line. 55, MITD 55 is, it's for people outside the country, right? In the rest of the world. And it's not easy for them to get through, especially through the rush of people calling from North America. So that's why we set it up. And if I don't enforce it, then they won't be able to get through. It's just that simple. But I appreciate the sentiment. I do. Mike, hello there. You're on the air.
Wait a minute, Matthew. Where?
Mike?
Yes, sir. How am I sounding?
Great, actually.
Oh, good. Okay. I've got an update on a story that I told you 2 years ago on Dark Matter about a house I was brought home to from the hospital when I was born.
Okay.
Let's see. Where should I start? Well, my parents lived in a house that was probably possessed by the devil. And there was a room upstairs that could be very hot in the winter, or in the summer, it could be very, very cold. And let's see. So they went and got some holy water from my very Catholic grandmother over in Illinois.
Right.
And my mom's mom, my maternal grandmother, went upstairs and sprinkled the holy water on the door.
And
it shook.
The door shook?
The door shook, she said.
Visibly? I mean, like...
I don't know. I was one. I don't remember a thing. This is a story I was told by my parents, and I'm pretty sure it's true because they were freaked out and moved out the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as an update to that, I'm now in a happy relationship with my girlfriend, and we have a baby, a 3-year-old.
A 3-year-old.
And she actually told me that she lived in that house.
And everything is fine.
Everything is fine now, but the weird thing is that when she lived there, because I asked her tonight, I go, when you lived in that house, did you see anything weird? She goes, yeah. She goes, we could see Jesus in the wall, in the paint. And everybody that come over could see Jesus in the paint, too.
Well, maybe somebody had a picture of Jesus up and tried to paint over it and didn't succeed.
I don't know. Maybe
either that or it really was Jesus. Who knows?
It could be. Well, hey, thanks for taking my call, and Roswell's and Braps from Belgab.
Okay. Belgab, all right. Belgab is a site that follows this program to some degree or another, full of unusual people that I have described as vaguely lovable. Sometimes they're fun, sometimes they're mean. However, the one observation I would make about Belgab is, for the most part, it has more intelligent users than you will find on most boards. That's not to say they don't break out into, like North and South Korea fights occasionally. Speaking of that, you're going to want to keep an eye on that tonight. It really looks like something is going to happen in the Koreas, or very well may happen. It'll be about 2:30 in the morning Pacific time, or just a few hours from now. So that bears watching, because the idiot in the north has laid down a deadline, and he says either the South Koreans stop with the speakers or he's going to blow them to bits. All-out war, he says. So you definitely are going to want to keep an eye on that. It's pretty scary stuff, frankly. We have, 35,000 Americans there? Serious stuff. Hello, Michael. You're on the air.
Art?
Yes. Extinguish your instrument, please. By the way, while he's doing that, if anybody thinks they're going to call up and say a bad word on the air, it doesn't work. I've got a 7-second delay, so you're wasting your time. Okay. You all set? You got to turn it off. Mike?
Art, I'm trying to call you, but I'm hearing the other broadcast.
Yes, Michael, that's because you've got to turn the other broadcast off.
Okay. One comment and a question.
Yes.
First comment, I'd like to ask everybody to become a time traveler because you've worked so hard to keep this thing going.
Thank you.
And my second question, I've always wanted to ask you this for many, many years.
Yes.
When you were in the Union Plaza,
yes,
you were broadcasting from there, and the
he's having a hard time because he's got his radio still on, right?
No, my radio is off.
I can hear it.
Anyway, now I can hear you.
The Union Plaza, yes.
At the Union Plaza.
Yes.
At that time, it was run by the mafia, right?
Wrong. Well, look, let me put it this way. It was Jackie Gong's Union Plaza. I have no idea if the mafia was involved at any point. However, let me comment a little bit on the mafia while we're on the subject. There are many native Las Vegans, including myself, who remember when a very great deal of Las Vegas was run by the mafia. And frankly, it ran a lot better than it does now. And by that I mean there was less crime. It wasn't tolerated. The price of committing a crime, many times could end up being a lump in the desert. We have a lot of lumps in the desert. As you drive along, you'll see a lump here and a lump there. Sometimes those are people who, cheated in years past. So the mafia was not in totality a bad thing in terms of Las Vegas. Now, since we have become law-like, since we have, what's the right word? Political correctness in the way the policing of Las Vegas is achieved. Well, it's not like the good old days. Or maybe I misjudged the good old days. I don't know. I made a deal with the devil line. You're on the air. Hello.
Yes, this is my first time to call you or hear you. Please tell me what's the correct number for people who did not make a deal with the devil.
Well, the very fact that you called this line is sort of an ominous thing. You know what I mean?
I've done things before that were immoral. Could I please have your regular phone number?
Yes, you may, but you're always going to have to worry about the fact that you did call this line. So subconsciously, you haven't made a deal, have you?
Well, by the time I got where there was a pen, I didn't hear the first number because the second number drowned it out. And I couldn't. I don't have a 2-track mind. I tried to get to a pen.
Okay, I'm going to give you the number. You ready?
Yes, sir, please.
It's area code 952.
Yes.
225.
225.
5278.
5278.
Yes.
Would you like to let me say something on this line?
No. I'd like to. Don't believe me, I'd like to, but this is for people who made a deal with the devil. So if you want to cop to a deal with the devil, sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'll call on the other line.
I thought perhaps so. Okay, well, all right. Now, I've done something. Maybe. I'm going to have some of you help me out. I think I may have put myself up on Periscope, so I may or may not be on Periscope. Now, here's the deal. You've got to be attached to my my Twitter account. and I am Art Bell 51. Let me repeat that on Twitter. I am Art Bell 51. And if you are attached, then when I go up on Periscope, as I might be right now, hello, 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 I didn't even have a chance during the break to get it pointed correctly, so I don't know if anybody can see me. Somebody on Periscope or on who's on Periscope right now, please go to the wormhole and let me know if I am on or not. If not, I'll try and fix it in the next break. And if I am on, then welcome to watching the back of my head. It must be absolutely fascinating. Let's go to our I Made a Deal with the Devil line. Hello. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Good, I think.
I started to make a deal with the devil, but when the great horned one and his minions appeared, as you call it, I chickened out.
Oh.
So
Listen, if you hold on a minute, if you called on the devil and the horned one actually showed up in person with his minions, it's too late. That's a deal done.
I don't know.
All right, what is it you wanted?
Well, I don't know if you want to hear what happened or the story.
I do. I mean, but when you're making a deal, usually it's because you want something, right?
Well, no, it's hard to explain. I was just out of the military. This was in the mid-'80s.
Okay.
And I worked in the semiconductors in Northern California, the Bay Area.
Okay.
And this new woman at work showed up. She was very beautiful, very exotic looking.
Oh, yes.
The boss wanted me to train her.
Train her?
She started asking, on the equipment, on the computer. We worked in the semiconductors.
I understand, yes.
And she started grilling me about religions as a whole. And then she strangely said, have you ever, she said the old, if you relinquish your soul to the devil, you'd gain fame and riches. Or she said it really strangely. And she asked me if I'd be interested, and I was very nervous. I just kind of jokingly said, oh, it's something to think about. Well, that night, all hell broke loose.
In what sense? I mean, were you with her that night?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay.
She just threw that one out there, and the shift ended.
Uh-huh.
And it was one of those nights where my parents were off on vacation. They asked me to house sit for them. So I was in my old home, in my old room, and somewhere between like 1 a.m. and 4 a.m,
yes,
I heard this laughter, just this bizarre, just the weirdest laughter you'd ever hear.
Yes.
Basically just like that.
Yes.
And so I jumped out of my bed, opened my door, and I noticed every light on in the house. And even the oven light was on.
The oven light?
And I ran down. Every light was on. I mean, you name it. If there was a light involved, it was on.
The oven light, sir, was just symbolic for you.
It could have been, exactly. And when I ran to the family room on those older TVs, when you shut them off, you know how the colors used to swirl and kind of fade out?
Oh, yeah, to a little
that's
dot.
Where the laughter. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's where the laughter was coming from. And so when I ran in the family room, the TV was just turned off, and the laughter stopped. Well, I'm a chicken by trade, and I jump at my own shadow, but I wasn't scared at all.
No?
So I'm thinking someone knew I was there. Someone's playing a prank on me. I'm checking the doors. All the doors are locked. I'm looking under beds. I'm looking in closets. I'm looking, you name it.
Yes.
My parents used to have little dowels in the windows that could only open the windows like a couple inches. I made sure all those were in place. Checked the garage. Every garage light was on.
Uh-huh.
This happened twice. The second time, even more laughter. There was like 7 people laughing.
Yes.
Just really bizarre laughter. Well, the third time it happened, my dad's office door was slamming shut, opening up, slamming shut, and I opened my bedroom door just to see it swinging open.
Yes.
Every light was on again, and that's when I realized I was being ready to make the deal.
What makes you think you didn't make the deal? I mean, you don't get that. You don't get that kind of attention. You don't get that kind of visitor without a deal having gone down. Doesn't that worry you?
Well, no, because nothing went down yet. This lady asked me, which, by the way, she never did show up at work anymore.
Yeah, but you did say you repeated what she said.
She said, "Would I?" And I said, "It's something to think about."
Well,
And I think I was being tested.
Well, you were.
But
the question is whether you passed or failed.
Well, I told them to leave, and I didn't mean any bit of it, and nothing has ever happened ever since.
All right. Well, there's still time left in your life. Let me know how it comes out.
Will do, Art. I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Let's go to, I think, Phoenix on the phone. Hi.
Hi, Art. I'm shutting off the line because of the hold. Thank you. It's Phil from Phoenix. It's great to hear you.
Thank you.
You're a visionary.
No, I'm not. I'm not a visionary. I'm not a visionary.
Yeah, you are, my friend. It's so interesting that people mention Union Plaza and also Parasite Radio, because I listened to you from the 90s, and I remember seeing you.
Wait, hold on. That's awful. It's not called Parasite Radio. It's called, and it's not radio. It's video. It's Periscope.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm nervous, Art.
I am too.
I caught by surprise because the delay on the
I know.
on the DM.
I know they could be offended by that.
Yeah, I sincerely apologize. And Art didn't make the mistake. I did. But I do like to see your first time in space on the days of 9600 baud on Videotron. Whoever knew that we would have that. But I really wanted to ask you the question. I knew before you got back on the radio that, on this show here, that you had some problems with the bumper music, how you were going to be able to
that's right.
On the right side. And what happened there?
Well, what happened there is we joined as what is called, we found something called a small webcaster model, which allows us at least, I mean, the music is very expensive, but in my case, I just wouldn't do the show without the music. I just wouldn't do it. So we found a way to do it, and it's called the small webcaster model, and there you have it.
Cool. Well, I'm a time traveler now to help you support that, because all my days between Phoenix and California, when I moved out there and also listened to you from Union Plaza AMDXing, it's been a pleasure. I'll leave with one last comment. The show that you had with Flat World John.
Oh, yes.
I'm surprised you didn't have Cracker Box Palace as a bumper song. But other than that, I'll leave the line for somebody else.
All right.
We're so glad to have you back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me tell you something about that. While everybody thought that was crazy, and it was, the Flat Earth Show has received more comment. I don't want to say than anything else we've done, but it absolutely has received just endless comment. Not all of it positive, but that's the way radio is. A lot of times, what gets people to listen? Well, it's something they either love or it's something they hate. And a lot of people hated it. But you cannot underestimate the passion that these people who believe the earth is flat have. I mean, you simply cannot underestimate that passion. And these are otherwise bright people. So I'm not sorry that I did that program. Not at all. And in fact, I might do another. You never know. I'm telling you, the passion is unreal. Anyway, let's go to my special I Made a Deal with the Devil line. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Is this Art?
It is Art, and you are on the I Made a Deal with the Devil line.
That's awesome. You know what? I've noticed that there's an absolute lack in women calling tonight. Like, we don't make deals with the devil.
Well, mostly people make deals for you, my dear.
Well, I don't think that happened in my case, but my story is a little bit different. Like, I haven't necessarily made the deal, but I've definitely had the offer more than once.
What do you mean you had the offer? You mean somebody came and said, look, I can take care of that for you. All you need to do is X, Y, Z?
Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of been it. I've had a series of dreams over the last 2 years or so.
Yes.
Where this entity has come to me in my dream and basically told me that I can have whatever I want. He'll give me whatever I want. I just have to be specific, and I just have to either give him my soul or the soul of someone I love.
Yeah, okay. Well, see, there was somebody here earlier who had made a deal with the devil, and he said one of the things you need to be sure of is that you are very specific about what you want.
Right. I heard that caller, and that's absolutely true. And it's something that I'm aware of. I've practiced witchcraft since I was 13 years old, so I'm definitely aware of the specifics.
Yes.
And I'm definitely aware that I probably opened up some energies that I shouldn't have. But, you had the priestess from the Church of Satan on earlier in the week.
Yes.
And she said something that really struck me that was kind of related, and it was that, that kind of thing will drive you to the brink of madness. And I can definitely say in the last 2 years, despite the fact that I haven't really buckled down and said, okay, you can have my soul and, we're going to do this, it's definitely changed me as a person.
Well, you're obviously teetering, right? Sounds like you're very close.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It told me that it would take the soul of somebody that I loved, but to me that's kind of like, I don't know, like a Freudian slip. Like if I loved that person, I wouldn't give their soul to the devil.
Well, at least you're not giving your own soul. I mean, I know it's selfish, but there's a lot of souls going here and there, and so, I mean, if you really want whatever this is, then as long as it's not me.
Right. I feel it. I would never do that, Art. I swear, I would never do that.
All right. Well, all right. Thank you very much for the call. But see, really, technically, I should have not let you get away with that. Yes, you were teetering on a decision, but you had not yet made one. James on Skype, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Belgab Roswell's there, Art.
Well, thank you.
Just wanted to tell you, I did cut a deal, not going into specifics.
This must be MV.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I'm from
a little inside
Darbyville, Ohio.
Okay. So you actually did cut a deal.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyways, my thing was I grew up in a trailer in the sticks. And I wanted to travel the world. I also wanted to achieve certain goals militarily and also in law enforcement. So I went into the Army at 17.
Yes.
Went into the Marine Corps at 20. Fought in the Gulf War. After the Gulf War in Okinawa, I found Jesus. Okay.
Was this before or after the deal?
After I was a young kid.
See, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way.
Well, it does, and I'll tell you why. I know it does.
It doesn't. Once you cut a deal, it's irrevocable. It's
you say that, Art, but it's not.
I do.
And I'll tell you why I know.
Well, we'll find out at the end, right?
Well, I will. But what I'm telling you is my experience.
Yes.
My experience was I still do what I do overseas. I'm still a contractor.
Yes.
And, I've seen that I'm able to actually affect people in a positive manner.
Yes.
And also, it's a total sea change from when I was 22 after the Gulf War.
Uh-huh.
And, you can tell when the worm has turned, as they say.
Yes, but you made a deal. That's the worm turning.
Yeah.
That's the worm turning.
I agree with that, but I'm saying that I did it as a minor who did not have full cognizance.
Oh, so you really think that the devil cares about how old were you at the time?
Probably around 14.
14.
Yeah.
Well,
and there is something called, even in law, somebody who's a minor and non-sentient, and trust me, I was an ignorant hillbilly.
Uh-huh.
There's a big difference. And anyways, that's my story. It's truth.
And you're sticking to it, right?
Well, I'm sticking to it, and I'm telling you, I love your show, but I just wanted to give you a big Belgab Roswell's and tell you that you're the man.
All right, buddy. You
God
take
bless,
care.
brother.
Right, later. Okay, let's let's go here. Let's go outside the country. Hello, it looks like Michelle.
Hey, Art.
Hey, Michelle.
So, okay, I'm watching you on the Periscope on my iPhone and listening to you on my iPad.
How cool
here
is
in
that?
bed.
That is awesome.
This is the coolest thing in the world. This is so cool, Art.
You're right.
begin
It is
to tell
cool.
you.
It is. It's an amazing world we live in now.
Isn't it just? And I love your studio there. I remember pictures of your old studio, and it looked so huge, and everything everywhere, and so many machines and everything. And
Yes.
this is just seems so simple and easy to use.
It is. There are like parts of it that you can't see. I would have to point the camera around, but there are racks of equipment and stuff like that. So
I wondered. I got two things for you.
Sure.
First of all, where'd you get that LED clock on the wall? That's cool.
Let me give you a good shot of that. I love that clock.
That is the coolest clock. I'm just watching the video, and I can't stop looking at the clock.
There would be coming pretty quick a good clear shot of it.
Oh yeah, I see it. Okay.
Right. I actually own 3 of those in totality. I love them so much.
That's cool. That is so cool. So I was going to say a story for you. When I was a kid,
You are in.
don't mean to make you
Michelle,
feel-
you're in where? Where are you? Japan.
Oh, Japan.
Japan. Yes.
Near Fuji.
Right.
Actually, going to go climb it next weekend.
You're going to climb Fuji.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So when I was a kid, my dad used to go and he'd have to make deliveries real late at night. He was a steel draftsman, and sometimes they'd ask for last-minute changes.
Right.
He'd have to go deliver them real late at night. So he'd put me in his truck, and off we'd go at 1, 2 in the morning, and I would sit there in the truck and wait while he was talking over the plans and everything, and he'd be listening to you. And, I mean, I'm maybe, 11, 12, that kind of range, listening to you talking about aliens, and you used to scare the crap out of me.
Mm-hmm.
But I loved it. And now, listening to you again and then going back and listening to those old shows.
Not much has changed.
No, in a lot of ways, I don't think it has, really.
No. I still do the same thing.
And so that reminded me, too, guest I wanted to ask you about.
Sure.
Do you have any plans to have or know anything about David Paulides?
Yes, he's coming.
He is coming. Okay.
I really don't. I don't want to give away about guests, but people ask me and I can't resist. So yes, he's coming.
Sure.
He's coming.
Well, he's one of the ones that, of all the things that I've heard in all the years I've been listening,
yes,
his scares the crap out of me.
Well, you know what? He may
else.
know where some of the people, who are admitting to these deals tonight are.
No, that's a thought.
It's a thought. All right,
But
Michelle.
yeah, his really, just because it's the realism, the fact that it's so verifiable, it's really happening, and
Yes.
he has no idea why it's happening is what makes it so scary.
Would you like to talk to somebody who's made a deal with the devil?
Sure.
Okay. Hello there. Have you made a deal with the devil?
I have. I was about 14 years old after my father had passed away, and I grew up in kind of a party house, and had some crazy role models and whatnot. And when I was younger, we went ahead and we started cutting ourselves, and our left wrist, and drawing the blood out onto a piece of paper.
Yes.
Now, what we had to do in order to sell our soul to the devil was to go ahead and sign our name in our blood, and signing it over to the devil, then burning it in our wood stove.
And you did that?
And of course,
where'd you hear
did.
that? Who told you that?
Yeah,
it was an old friend of ours we grew up with and partied with. And,
You're talking to Michelle. You're talking to Michelle in Japan, just so you understand.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Michelle.
So, Michelle, go ahead. Interview her. Let's find out about this.
Okay. Well, I grew up, when I was a kid, I went to a Baptist school, and I'm very far from that now. But when I was a kid, even talking about that kind of stuff was a big no-no. I mean, it was drilled into our heads that we were going to go straight to hell, that something horrible was going to happen. So what did you think? I mean, did you think anything was going to happen? Did you have that in your mind at all?
At the time, I thought it was possible. It was right after my dad passed away and my mom moved out of the house. And so it was just me and my brother raising ourselves, and we were teenagers.
Nothing
real
to live
crazy
for in a
party
way, I
house.
guess.
And basically, yeah. And actually, 2 years later, my mother ended up overdosing on medication and passing away as well.
All right. Well, you don't make a deal for nothing. So, I mean, what did you want in return for this?
Well, I wanted my dad back. Well, that didn't exactly happen.
Ooh. There's a show that's really popular in Japan about a bunch of alchemists, a couple kids that are alchemists that try to bring their mom back to life using alchemy, and which is the one thing you're absolutely prohibited from doing is trying to bring someone back to life, and it ends up ruining their life and putting them on a journey to try and fix everything. His brother gets turned into a suit of armor because his soul gets disconnected from his body, and they really messed up their lives trying to do that. And so it just kind of reminded me of that. But that's scary stuff. That's the one thing. Trying to bring someone back from the dead, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know exactly what I was doing. I just knew that I was willing to do what I could, and we also grew, like I said, party house, so drinking was involved as well, and other people were on drugs, so it was a little bit of a crazy thing. But we had some crazy circumstances arise after that. We had some Ouija boards brought into my home as well, and we moved our hands. That thing moved.
Oh my!
I don't know how.
I'm with Art on that
like
one. No Ouija boards.
It's cardboard.
Nope.
Okay, so
but it was moving fully. It was pretty insane.
All right. Well, it sounds insane. Michelle, thank you, and thanks for helping with the interview. And so my question to you is, how do you feel now about the fact that, well, your fate is sealed in blood at that?
Well, I just live life. It doesn't, I don't look at all the negative things that happen and think that that's the reason, Art. But I do, it does go through my mind here and there of, am I cursed? I ended up dating a coworker of mine, and, his son's name was Damien, and his name was Byron. And the thing about it was I didn't know that he was considered a Satanist. He told me he did not believe in Satan and all this, but I went over to his house and he had, all sorts of Satanist books and a few other weird.
All right, listen, I've got a break. I got a break here.
Okay, well,
Hold
thank
on.
you so much, Art.
You're very welcome.
Dark Matter News. I'm Leo Ashcraft. The first rainfall to wash over Tianjin since a series of blasts struck a warehouse in the Binhua district last week has sparked a new wave of concern as an unidentified white foam has appeared on the city streets. And as the South China Morning Post reports, some have claimed that the rain had burned their skin and lips, which would be consistent with the text message purported to have emanated from the American embassy, which, by the way, immediately denied its authenticity, advising workers to avoid all contact between their skin and the rain. As the rain progressed, an unusual white foam emerged on roads near the blast site. A journalist reported feeling burns on the lips and arms after being exposed to the rain. As for the official explanation for why the streets in Tianjin are now running white and what might very well be an extremely toxic cyanide-laced foam, Tianjin's Environmental Monitoring Center says it's a normal phenomenon when rain falls and similar things have occurred before. And if that explanation wasn't enough for you, consider this. There's been a massive fish die-off some 6 kilometers away from the blast site. A separate investigation is underway, but the government says no cyanide was detected in sample water. But clearly after the massive blast in Tianjin, something is causing the white foam on the streets, burning of the skin, and massive quantities of fish dying in the sea. We could use your news tips, strange stories of paranormal, or weird news. Send it to us on our tip line at darkmatternews.com. Inspired partially by science fiction, NASA scientists are seriously considering space elevators as a mass transit system for the next century. Does this sound like a sci-fi channel or a chapter out of Arthur C. Clarke's Fountains of Paradise? Well, it is a real possibility. A space elevator that researchers are considering as a far-out space transportation system for the next century. David Smitherman of NASA's Marshall's Advanced Projects Office has compiled plans for such an elevator that could turn science fiction into reality. His publication, Space Elevators and Advanced Earth-Space Infrastructure to the New Millennium, is based on findings from a space infrastructure conference held at the Marshall Space Flight Center. The workshop included scientists and engineers from government and industry representing various fields such as structures, space tethers, materials, and Earth-space environments. A space elevator is essentially a long cable extending from our planet's surface into space with its center of mass at a geostationary Earth orbit, 35,786 kilometers in altitude. Electromagnetic vehicles traveling along the cable could serve as a mass transportation system for moving people, payloads, and power between Earth and space. The current plans call for a base tower approximately 50 kilometers tall. The cable would be tethered to the top. To keep the cable structure from tumbling to Earth, it would be attached to a large counterbalance mass beyond geostationary orbit. Perhaps an asteroid moved into place for that purpose. 4 to 6 elevator tracks would extend up the sides of the tower in cable structure going to platforms at different levels. These tracks would allow electromagnetic vehicles to travel at speeds reaching thousands of kilometers per hour. During a speech he once gave, someone in the audience asked Arthur C. Clarke when the space elevator would become a reality. Clarke answered, probably about 50 years after everybody quits laughing. He's got a point. Once you stop dismissing something as unattainable, then you start working on its development. Now, considering this article on science.nasa.gov was written some 16 years ago, I guess the laughing has not stopped yet. But when it does, this is going to be an exciting development. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
Yes, if you've made, as so many have tonight, a deal with the devil, then you're going to want to call us at the following number, 575-208-7787. That's the number. You never know. Admitting what you've done, confessing as it were, might help. I doubt it, but it might. Area code 575-208-7787. And my, it's been a busy line. MJP, it's your turn. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
It's been a while since we've talked on the phone, back from the Ham Fans days and all the rest of that nutty stuff.
Yep, long time ago.
Actually, I'm wondering, for Halloween, you should do a whole week of open lines, different topics, all night.
Well, I'm thinking it over. What Halloween is going to be on the air? It's going to be something special. That's for darn sure.
Oh, yes, definitely. I don't know. I keep listening to these people saying they've made a deal with the devil, but You know what?
What?
If they've made a deal, they better get a receipt so they can get their money back when things don't work out.
Well, so far, of those that have called, not much has worked out. I mean, the people have received what they asked for, and usually then things kind of go sideways.
Well, you never get what you ask for when you're trying to sell your soul, because that's the way it works. Nothing will ever go the way you plan. The devil is in the details.
So they've said, yes. In other words, when you make your deal, at least get the details down. In other words, if you ask for a girl, you'll get her. That doesn't mean 2 years later you're still going to have her. So.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
This is the thing, is people don't really understand all this stuff, when it comes to the devil, demonics, a Ouija board, playing with that stuff by yourself. I kid you not, that's not a cool thing to do. People, really just don't understand what they're getting into, because the mind is a very powerful thing.
It is indeed. All right. Well, thank you for the call. We're short on time. On my I sold my soul to the devil line, you're on. Hello.
Oh, great.
Great.
Hi. How are you?
So many of you that have sold your soul to the devil sound so cheerful.
Well, I would be more cheerful, Art, if I actually had been able to successfully sell my soul to the devil. I have tried and tried and tried, but nothing works. And, honestly,
Oh, no, no, sir. No. If you have tried to sell your soul to the devil, you're just buying it, you're selling again and again because it gets sold first time around.
I see. I don't know if that's really how it works because I have not gained anything other than just like a bigger desire to sell more of my soul to the devil.
Well, what have you asked for? Surely you didn't dispense with your soul without, something in return.
Oh, sometimes it's a bigger thing than others. It could be like a new car or success in school or, as it so often is with a girl. Not that ever works out. But, and no matter what it is, and this is kind of because I'm an unfortunate person in general.
And I hope you went for like a nice U.S. SUV or something. You didn't do it for a small car, compact, right?
Oh, no. I'm not really a hybrid guy.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm like 6'4", so I'm too tall to fit into anything but an SUV, really.
There you go.
I believe not necessarily.
Can I ask you a question? Do you have a SUV?
Yes, I do.
There you go.
Well,
nothing more to say.
Okay, then I guess I won. Although. Thank you, Art, for pointing out how I'm now going to hell. Although
you're very welcome.
Something I really want to say is that the way that I understand Christian theology, it kind of sounds like when you go to heaven, it like kills your personality and your emotions and whatever. And so to me, it reminds me a lot of a quote from Paradise Lost, and this is a loose paraphrase. It's like, it's better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven, where you can at least still feel pain instead of just being numb to everything and being kind of like a mindless slave in heaven. I don't know. That probably sounds kind of weird, and your viewers are going to
No. I can tell you're happy with your deal, and I'm happy for you. And I hope it's a nice SUV. And I hope the passenger seat is filled up with somebody really cool. I guess it is. Hello there. Brenda, I believe it is, somewhere in the world.
Hello.
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 Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. I can't. Okay.
Where are you?
Talking from New Zealand.
New Zealand. Okay. What you want to do is get good and close to the microphone on your computer.
I've got the headset.
Oh, the headset. All right. You see, I see I see a picture of Brenda, and I think I hear Brenda in the background, right?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'm glad to have you. What's up?
This whole changing from nice to not nice. A artist called Jackie Evanko, who's 15, released a video on YouTube yesterday.
Yes.
And up until this time, she's been thought of as a angel from another planet and so on because of her beautiful singing. She was discovered on AGT in America in the 5th season. So she was 10 when she was discovered, and she's 15 now. And then her brother made the change, like Caitlyn Jenner made the change.
Oh, yes.
And the video is, the song is lovely by itself, but the video conveys her story, so to speak, of the change.
So you're kind of advertising it now.
No, I'm not advertising. What I'm trying to say is that since the video was released yesterday on YouTube, even long time fans have, because of the transgendered nature of the video, not the song, but the video.
Yes.
If you understand.
I'm with you.
Then, and so long-time fans have come out on YouTube and saying that she's the devil incarnate, that you're, and so on and so on. She's a Catholic.
Even Catholics can make bad deals.
Yeah, but she's oh, it's just a beautiful video, but at the same time, all of a sudden, fans from all over the world who thought she was a angel and so on, she's now, because of this video, she's being pariahed because of the
change,
the content of the video.
Yes, I get it. All right, thank you very much. From all the way from New Zealand. Do you know? I think, what is the furthest away that you can really go on Earth? Is it New Zealand? It's pretty close. New Zealand, or perhaps someplace in South Africa from here on the West Coast. And really, you can't, if you go any further than roughly that, I think you begin to come back. So that kind of gives you an idea of the reach of the show. Scott, hello, Scott.
Hi, Art. How's it going?
It's going.
I sent you an email a moment earlier, about an hour ago.
By the way, anybody who wants to send me an email, it's artbell@artbell.com. Easy enough.
Okay. And I wasn't sure whether to call on the I Made a Deal line, because there was a deal, but it didn't involve my soul.
Whose soul?
Well, in 2006, I had occasion to buy a chunk of Pope Benedict XVI's soul.
How do you get that opportunity?
Well, it was $15, and at the email I sent, you can see the numbered certificate. And the guy that was behind this was a Luciferian by the name of Aaron C. Donahue.
Well, how do you know you really had the goods to sell?
Well, I don't know. But it sounded like a unique item, one of 666 certificates.
Wouldn't you think? How many? 666?
Yes, you can see the picture. It's in the email.
Yeah, wouldn't you think that buying, a portion, or 666, that's hard to say, of a Pope soul would be, perhaps a scam?
Well, I guess it depends on where you're sitting. I mean, I have questions about the existence of, well, I know the Pope exists, former Pope, but I'm not so sure about the good guy up in the sky or the bad guy way down below. So it was more of a humorous thing. And like I said, how many chances do you get to buy a certificate?
Not many.
Good for one 666th.
You have to think, what if it's real? That's really horrible. Now you actually own part of a
Pope. I dug it up. I'm holding it right now in my hot little hands. I hope to get it framed.
I bet your hands are hot.
Yeah. But I wonder if someone would give me a hassle over framing it, because it is a rather contentious chunk of memorabilia.
I'm not sure what kind of frame you'd put that in.
Something with flames, maybe, or an effect of fire and brimstone. I don't know.
Even having purchased, and I presume you paid the money, right? $16?
Yeah.
Did this come from, I don't know, like Nigeria?
No, it was, I think it was in California somewhere.
Well, that figures.
Santa Clara.
Figures.
I sent a message to Aaron. I kind of fell out of touch with him a while back, letting him know of your new program.
Oh.
But I don't know if he's doing media nowadays.
I see. Well, thank you. And you know what? It would sure be fun if you could take a picture of that certificate and email it to me. Could you do that?
Yeah, I'll scan it and I'll email it at the same address. Actually, I don't really have much use for it. I'll give it to you for $5.
No. I just want to see a picture of it. That'll be fine.
Okay.
You hold on to the certificate and lots of rock.
All right.
All right. See you later. Part of a Pope's soul. Hello there.
Hello?
Yes, hello?
Hi, I'm sorry. Let me take you off speaker.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Hi. Hi.
I had a question for you. I haven't sold my soul to the devil. I was curious.
Do you want to make a deal? Do you want to make a deal now?
No, I have no interest in making a deal. I think I have had plenty of sex just being a Catholic.
A Catholic entitles you to a lot of sex?
Well, I don't know. That's from what I've heard of the other callers. selling their souls.
Actually, there are stories about Catholic girls. You know that, of course.
This is true. But the reason for my call is I wanted to know, down the street from you is the Amargosa Opera House. Have you spent any time there?
You mean as in a lot of time? No, I've been there and by it many times. And I know the story of, it was purchased for that woman. Yeah. It's an amazing romantic story.
It is, but it's really haunted, too.
I have heard that, yes.
I was just curious if you had ever been there because it's right down the street. I stayed there a couple of times.
And
I couldn't get a good night's sleep there. I won't stay there anymore because all night long I had something waking me up.
Like what?
I don't know what it was. It was patting my bed all night, and I would try to ignore it, and then it would shake the bed harder.
It was patting your bed? I mean, petting?
Like patting it. Like patting it. Like patting the bottom of my bed, like trying to wake me up.
Good heavens.
And then it was kind of like whatever it was gently pushing my face.
Oh, my God. I really have to ask, how does anybody sleep in a bed that something is patting and then their face is touched and then you're going to try to tell me you went back to sleep?
No, well, yeah, I tried. Well, I thought, it's funny. I was half asleep. My girlfriend, or a friend of mine, was in that we had 2 double beds, and she was in there, and she had some strange experiences that night as well. And I was, in being half asleep, I was just thinking, well, maybe if I ignore it, it'll go away. Mm-hmm. And it didn't. It bothered both of us all night.
Just sounds like a place I'd like to stay. Gee.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I know it's right down the street from you, and I thought you should go check that place out or at least investigate it a little more because there's all kinds of crazy stuff happening.
Yeah, well, Area 51 is just down the street, too, and the consequences are probably about the same.
No, the government won't shoot you or whatever the threats are.
Oh, yes, they will.
No, not in Amargosa, I mean.
Oh, no, not there. But Area 51, guaranteed.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. That's yes, I'm well aware of the Opera House. Hello there, wherever you are. You're on the air, I hope.
Thank you, Art.
You're very welcome.
A lot of people want to sell books, and I've heard several people on the air wanting to sell a book and telling people that if we have a massive blackout due to electromagnetic pulse, that it's physically impossible to pump gasoline with no electricity. And I've known all my life that there's such a thing as a hand pump. There's
there's not so many hand pumps left anymore. If we had a massive EMP go off.
The catalog here. I'm looking straight at a catalog with 2 pages full of them. These are sold every day and used every day. These are hand cranks. There's no excuse.
Well, if an EMP goes off, it's the end.
Not if people will do right. You need to have this. If you've got a gas station, you should have this hand pump.
Are you selling pumps?
No, sir. No? Of course not. I would have too much competition because they're sold by huge companies like the Gimpler catalog and Northern Tool. I couldn't compete with them.
Well, you could try.
These are sold every day.
You have a lot of passion going for you. You could sell hand pumps.
Anybody can Google hand pump.
Well,
how can they get away with going on coast to coast and saying that to millions of people and having people swallow it whole? And they were on Ground Zero with the same story.
Yeah.
And I went on there and I told them, I said, I've worked at a gas station. I know there's a hand pump. And they made that out to sound like I was talking about another electric pump.
I see.
For backup.
Well, I let you say it, that's for sure. But you know what?
Thank you for letting me say it.
You're very welcome.
You'd have to be an idiot not to know how to adapt one of these for pumping gasoline from a gas station.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for your call and for calling Midnight in the Desert.
Thanks.
Right? Yep, you're very welcome.
Filled with the longing, searching for the truth.
Well, that was quite a night, wasn't it? It just astounds me. The I Sold My Soul to the Devil line just rang all night long. Just all night long. It just never let up.
listening to you.
It's time for my weekend to begin. Not making any deals, but, I've been here 5 days, so now I get the weekend. In all the time zones around the world, thank you all very much, and all of you have a good weekend, and I'll see you Monday. Night-night.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be on God's green earth and all its time zones, each one covered like blankets by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I am Art Bell. Hey there. We have rules. Definitely have rules. 2 of them. No bad language, because nobody needs it, and only 1 call per show. That's it. All right, I've got a couple of items for you here at the beginning of the show. In the conservative United States, citing God, invoking God's authority, a county clerk denied marriage licenses to gay couples again on Tuesday in direct defiance of federal courts, and he vowed, I'm not going to resign. I don't care if I get a fine or go to jail. It's not a light issue for me. That's probably where he's headed. He says for him it is a, quoting here, heaven and hell decision, end quote. So that's the conservative United States. And now the liberal Vatican, not reported at all really on the cable networks. This one is a head shaker. Pope Francis is applying his vision of a merciful church to women who have had abortions, easing their path toward forgiveness, saying that he realizes that, some women had no choice or felt they had no choice and made this agonizing and painful decision. And so he published a letter Tuesday in the Holy See in which he said, the Pope said, he was allowing all rank-and-file priests to grant absolution during the holy year of mercy, he has proclaimed, and that will run from December 8th, 2015 until November 20th of 2016. So, the liberal Vatican is, on one hand, we're going one way, the Vatican is going the other, saying that during that time, only during that time, can you be absolved from having had an abortion. Things really are a-changing, huh? The market changing, too. Downside, I'm afraid. Almost 500 points down. Same fear, China. China is slowing a little faster than they thought it was, and that's going to not be good stuff for the market. Well, coming up in a moment, we are going to talk about ghosts. We are specifically going to talk to Patrick Burns, who is going to talk about ghosts. He has quite a number of EVPs for us. He is a ghost investigator. Going to be a pretty wild week, actually. Tomorrow night, Peter Davenport will be here. Then we'll have something about werewolves coming up on the following show. I don't want to give it all away, but it's going to be good. This little thing from me. Roman Senator Pliny, the younger, who died way back just 113 years after the death of Jesus, told a ghost tale so haunting that it survives today. It seems there was at Athens a large and roomy house which, had a bad name, so nobody could live there. In the dead of night, a noise resembling the clashing of iron was frequently heard. If you listened more attentively, it actually sounded like the rattling of chains. Disturbances that led to the appearance of a specter, the form of an old man, of extremely emaciated and squalid appearance, with a long beard and disheveled hair, rattling the chains on his feet and hands. Well, Needless to say, that house was abandoned quickly and had to be rented out for on the cheap. Then suddenly a philosopher named Athendorius heard the story. He reportedly rented the house, on the cheap I assume, and immediately confronted the ghost. The ghost appeared and rattled around before vanishing. Athendorius calmly marked the spot where the ghost had vanished. Smart, huh? In the morning, he ordered the spot be dug up, and as the story goes, they found the skeleton of a man in chains. It was found right there. For the body, having lain a considerable time in the ground, was putrefied and moldered away from the chains. Nevertheless, after being given a proper burial, the ghost departed, and the house was haunted no more. That's from the Harvard Classics, by the way. All right, coming up in a moment, paranormal investigator Patrick Burns is best known for his starring role on True TV's, formerly Court TV's, Haunting Evidence. He was there for 3 seasons, actually, able to apply his vast knowledge of electronics and computer systems toward the goal of documenting paranormal activity. Most recently, he has been seen as a recurring guest on Judge Zach Bagans' Paranormal Challenge on the Travel Channel. Burns is one of the most respected and in-demand paranormal researchers today, conducting investigations, lecturing on many, many topics, and headlining on college campuses literally from coast to coast. His numerous technical skills include a mastery of advanced audio filtering techniques for enhancing faint, and they are faint, EVP or electronic voice recordings, which frankly I consider to be evidence of the presence of the afterlife. And if there is a more important question in our lives, all of our lives, than whether or not there's anything that comes next, I can't imagine what it would be. Wouldn't that be the most important question you would want answered? I know it certainly is for me. Midnight in the Desert, stand by.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
I love this song. It's just the way she belts it out. Unbelievable stuff. All right, everybody. Let's do it, shall we? How's that for immediacy? Patrick, I would like to welcome you to the show. I think from, where is it? You're in Georgia, South Carolina, somewhere down there.
Savannah, Georgia.
Savannah, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
It's late in Savannah.
It is. It's a little bit after midnight here, the witching hour.
Okay. So what in the world got you into chasing ghosts?
You know, Art, that goes back almost 30 years ago to the day. August 7th, 1985, one of my brothers was killed in a tragic automobile accident in Chicago, where I grew up. And very much in the beginning, my interest in the paranormal, what pulled me into this world, was a spiritual journey. I was looking for an answer. I was looking for reassurance, the existence of a spirit world. You know, we were, of course, surrounded, my family was surrounded by friends and family that reassured us, you know, just continue to go to church and pray and know that you will be reunited with Billy someday. And that wasn't enough for me. I wanted an experience. I wanted something that would demonstrate to me the existence of a spirit world and afterlife, and would reassure me that I might be reunited not only with Billy but my other loved ones at some point. So when I got into this 30 years ago, it was very much a spiritual journey.
Okay, Patrick, I'm in it for the same exact reasons. You know, I'm 70 years old, right? Well, I guess you didn't know that. I'm 70. So, you know, I can hear the footsteps, and I want to know if there is something else, or if, you know, it's just wink out time. I can't think of any bigger question for all of mankind can you?
I can't. And it is indeed the oldest question, of mankind. What happens after we pass on? So that was my initial brush with it, was a spiritual journey. And as I tell people today, I said, my gears have shifted a little bit, and now I've demonstrated to myself, I think, the existence of a spirit world. I've convinced myself, and now I try to convince others. I try to document this activity using scientific methods, or as scientific as we can be, because as I'm sure you know, we run into a problem here based on the foundation, the cornerstone of science is the scientific method. And according to mainstream science, if you're going to present something scientifically for review, you'd better be able to repeat your results under controlled observations. And there's paranormal activity doesn't perform on command. It doesn't repeat under the stringent and strict demands and guidelines that science demands, so we're kind of left in limbo here. It's a catch-22.
It doesn't repeat on order. In other words,
correct.
For example, you cannot order EVPs to happen. However, they are a repeatable phenomena. In other words, I've had others on that do EVPs. Now I have you on. We're going to be doing EVPs tonight. And while they can't be ordered to appear, it is a repeatable phenomena. And so it is one of the things that I think comes closer to being scientifically verifiable than anything else.
I completely agree with you. And as I'm not sure if you knew this from my bio, my current position down here in Savannah is I do lead a walking tour as a tour guide here, and I take folks on a historic ghost tour throughout the historic district of Savannah, and I tell people the local lore, the ghost stories, and then I add an extra dimension, an element, a twist on my tour that most of the other tours companies aren't doing, and I pull out the recorders. We try to actually document activity, and
why is the American South, Patrick, more it's seemingly more haunted than other parts of the country? The American South, I don't know, Charleston, Savannah, you guys down there just seem to have a lot of paranormal stuff going for you.
Absolutely. Charleston, Savannah, St. Augustine, Key West, New Orleans. It's like the whole southeastern seaboard seems to be littered with these paranormal active hotspots.
Why?
I've definitely noticed that. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's because people in the South are more open-minded to this sort of thing than they are elsewhere in the United States. Ghost stories are part of Southern folklore here. They always have been. And I think Southerners maybe embrace their haunted heritage a little bit more than other places. And in Savannah, we lay claim, we call ourselves America's most haunted city. It's believed to be just the amazing things that have happened here. There's a lot of history that took place in Savannah over its almost 300 years of existence. Some good things happened here, a lot of not so good things happened. But Savannah in particular is known throughout the paranormal circles as the city built on its dead. And
the city built on its dead?
City built on its dead, and people ask me, what do you mean by that? Well, throughout the historic district, there are always
kind of like, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
It's sort of like that, I guess. Yeah, Savannah is, for all intents and purposes, one great big cemetery. When the city started out, when it was founded in 1733. They would bury their dead out in the forest beyond the boundaries of the city on its south side. They would, the first cemetery was reserved for white Protestants. So if you weren't a white Protestant, your coffin was carried out into the woods. They found a clearing in the trees. They dug a grave for you. And then eventually, of course, Savannah's population began to swell. More settlers began to arrive, and the settlers would push further and further into the forest. And when they came across these grave sites, if they couldn't find a family to claim them, they just paved over them. They built on top of these graves. So when Savannah is referred to as a city built on its dead, we mean it in the very literal sense of that word. And I think that's probably the biggest catalyst for Savannah's haunted reputation, is the fact that it is, for all intents and purposes, one great big unexhumed cemetery.
Yeah, okay. The problem that I have with this is that that would seem to imply that the spirit or whatever is left after we die, remains in or near the body. And I just don't want to even contemplate that possibility at all.
No, we want to think that when we die, we do not pass go. We go directly to heaven, right? We don't linger around.
We do.
But it's an interesting idea, Art, if you think about it, because we as people, we're materialistic, right? There is no more material possession to us than our own body. And imagine if somebody's afraid of dying, afraid of letting go. What are they going to cling on to more than anything? Maybe their earthly remains are what they really cling on to and latch onto.
Maybe their house, maybe their loved ones.
Absolutely. Sure. They're this is all conjecture. This is all speculative of as to why somebody might become a ghost versus crossing over, like we all think and hope we're supposed to do when we die. And one thing I want to clarify, Art, is I don't profess to be an expert. I believe in the
Then how come I read all that stuff about you being an expert?
I'm not an expert. I don't believe there are any experts in the paranormal art. I think we're all trying to figure out everything, and we have a lot of opinions. There's a lot of ideas, but I'm not going to sit here and say that my ideas or opinions are hold any more validity or weight than anyone else's.
All right. Let me clear something up for the audience. You do run a tour.
Yes, sir.
There, but I take it you have not written books yet. Have you?
Actually, I have. I co-authored a book with my wife, Marley Gibson. We wrote this together about 6 or 7 years ago. It's a book called The Other Side, A Teen's Guide to Ghost Hunting and the Paranormal.
A teen's guide?
A teen's guide to ghost hunting and the paranormal. My wife wrote a fictional novelization, a series called The Ghost Huntress. It's sort of a modern twist on Nancy Drew Mysteries. Nancy Drew meets ghost hunters, quite frankly. And she and her publisher came up with this idea to write a nonfiction companion to her series because of all the programs that were coming out. You have Ghost Hunters and Ghost Adventures. We wanted to make sure, or rather Marley and her agent thought it would be a good idea to get the next generation of ghost hunters started on the right foot and sort of show them some do's and don'ts that we've learned over the ways. And a lot of it is common sense in the book. Don't trespass. Don't go out on an investigation while you're intoxicated. A lot of it is common sense like that. But, a good portion of the book, probably 95% of the book is some of the techniques that we've learned over the years. How to record EVP, how to secure a location before you begin an investigation.
No, after you've had a successful investigation, then you need drinks.
Exactly. Hold off on the spirits until after the ghosts, right?
Yes. Okay. So you've been at this for a long time.
Quite a while, in different capacities. My journey, my brushing with the paranormal 30 years ago did not mean I started off investigating. I started, I started studying up on this sort of thing. I started reading about topics more and more. My first real brush with the paranormal happened about 1989. And my brothers had a tavern down in Chicago that I helped them manage and run. And it was an old building. The building dated back, I believe, to at least the 1880s. And it was one of the few buildings in that area that was not claimed by the Great Chicago Fire. And I would help them out. I wasn't old enough to tend bar at that time, but I would help them out by cleaning the bar after it closed. So I would be alone in the bar. We lived in the apartment upstairs from it. I lived downstairs, or I would be downstairs in the bar by myself for several hours cleaning up, and I always felt like somebody was watching me. I always had this weird feeling that somebody was watching me. And one night I was sitting at the bar. I was having a Coke, taking a break, and I was turned sideways, facing down the bar. And of course, we had mirrors behind the bar where the top shelf liquor was kept. And in the mirror, in my peripheral vision, I saw very clearly the apparition of a man looking back at me, a reflection. And he looked to be Latino male, long, dark, kind of greasy black hair. He had a very thin mustache and a goatee. And I saw, and of course I turned to look, and there was nothing there. And I thought, boy, I'm really losing my mind tonight, right? And so I kind of gave it no real thought. And a couple of weeks later, I had a friend of mine, Gene, was in the bar with me one evening. He was helping me clean up. I was in a band at the time, and I think we had some recording studio time, so he was helping me get done with my job early so we could get out of there. He was sitting in the exact same chair that I had been that night. Now, I haven't told anybody about this encounter. And as we're sitting there talking, all of a sudden he stops. He starts looking behind the bar, back and forth. And I said, what? And he said, I could have sworn I saw somebody in the mirror there, a reflection of somebody looking at me. And I said, describe them. He said, it looked like a Mexican male. I said, wow, thank you. Okay, I'm not losing my mind, right? Now it gets even more interesting. I dated a girl for a short period of time who claimed to be a psychic medium, and this was before I really knew anything about that. You know, I don't know if I really believed her or if I thought she was a little loopy, maybe a little bit of both. But we stepped onto the property one night. She was coming over to visit me, and we went in the back gate on the back of the property. And the second she crossed the threshold of the property, the second she stepped through the gate, she shrieked. And I said, what? She said, somebody was murdered here. I said, what? She said, I see this clear as day in my eye. I can see it. At least one person, maybe even two, at least one person. She said it was horrible. And I thought, okay, hadn't heard anything about this before, and I kind of dismissed it. And then finally, this is where all the dots connect. We lived next door, 2 doors down from a convenience store, and I was in there early in the morning one night, and the sales clerk was an older gentleman named Charles, and he and I were chatting one night. And he said, boy, you and your brothers, you know, you've really done the number with that bar. You've really turned it into something really nice and classy and special. He said, I remember this neighborhood when it was, was predominantly Latino. He said it was a rough neighborhood back in the 70s. And he said, I'll never forget the night that those two guys shot each other in the bar. Wow. I said, what? He said, oh, yeah, it was all over the news. They each pulled a gun on each other, boom, boom, shot each other dead right there in the he said there were police cars all over the place. It was all over the news. So the points connect. The circle becomes complete at that point. And I was like, wow, unbelievable. You know, all of these elements connect together, and finally you have a complete picture.
All right, Patrick, let me ask you this. Do you think that a ghost is in fact definitely something that was at one time human, or is it possible we're dealing with a combination of things that we don't know about?
I think it's absolutely possible that it's a combination of things. I know some people attribute demons, possibly. I don't know. You know, I think the whole demon element in the paranormal is really kind of overplayed. I know a lot of people go in and they assume that because something bad happens, you know, somebody gets shoved or somebody gets scratched, that they automatically attribute anything that's unpleasant to demonic activity. Who's to say? You know, I think we're putting the cart before the horse in this instance. I think we're trying to run before we can walk, and before we go assigning titles to stuff, we need to understand exactly what it is we're dealing with here. We're not even sure that ghosts exist at this point. So by categorizing it and labeling stuff as saying, well, that's demonic and that's a poltergeist, I think it's very premature. Until we have a better grasp on what it is that we're dealing with, we simply don't know.
I know I attribute my scratches mostly to demons. Some of them are just, good sex, but mostly demons. All right, so we are going to be playing EVPs tonight. These are scary. They really are scary. I mean, hearing voices from the other side is scary. Now, let's see, what can I ask you about were all of these recorded by you?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Yes, what modality do you use to record them? Tell me about it. What do you use?
I use, of all things, as you probably know, and as many of your listeners know, recording EVP, it's not the actual process of recording these making these recordings is not difficult at all. It involves pressing record on an audio recorder and asking questions.
Well, I'm asking what kind of recorder you use.
Right, exactly. That's the real catch. That's the real trick, is finding that adequate recorder. And for me, it was a search for many years to find one.
Spill the beans.
And I came across this purely by accident. I have an old, obsolete BlackBerry smartphone. BlackBerry. I don't even use it as a phone anymore. I have the radio turned off on it. It's a glorified audio recorder. Not kidding you. The voice note app that comes with this particular phone.
It's digital, right?
Yes, sir. Yes. I know.
See, I knew there'd be a use for those things before it was all over, before the world ended, and you found one. Yep. Hold on. Patrick. It just figures a BlackBerry. Where else? Midnight in the desert. EVPs tonight. Prepare yourself.
Some velvet morning when I'm straight.
In that darkest time between dusk and dawn, from the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
I realize that it is cruel and wrong of me to laugh about BlackBerry. So consider me personally chastened. Sorry about that. I don't know why. It gets me. Patrick, welcome back. Patrick Burns is my guest, and unless he got angry and left because of the BlackBerry left. So we're about to get down to it, but so that is what you use, BlackBerry, and that's fine. It's a digital recorder, which is interesting because you get, in the old days, people used reel-to-reel recorders and tape sets and all that stuff, and of course that added so damn much noise to already hard to hear things. That what you're using is, wait a minute, I'm getting something here. Patrick, I don't know anything about you, do I? Except, what was written here from my producer, right? Never known you or anything. And yet I sense you're the cat story in the news. You're a cat person, right?
Absolutely.
All right. It's like coming to me. Does the name Maddie mean anything to you?
It does indeed.
How about Boo?
Are you cold reading me, Art?
Maddie and Boo are your cats, right?
They are. Yeah. They're indeed.
Yeah. I'll just let you wonder how I know that.
Probably because there's 500 pictures of them on social media.
No, it's because of the wormhole. Somebody sent me a message.
That'll do it too.
But I wanted to sound like I was, Where did you learn the phrase cold reading?
I'm sorry, say again. I missed that.
Where did you learn the phrase cold reading?
What about the phrase cold reading?
No, where did you learn the phrase cold reading?
Well, I do consider myself to be a skeptic in the true sense of the word when it comes to the paranormal. I've certainly had my experiences.
Okay.
And that sort of thing. And I know that I believe that some people might have a touch of the sixth sense. As it were, and then I think there are a certain, without mentioning names, a certain contingency of the population in the paranormal community that not so much so, and some people that will go out there and actively try to deceive and prime themselves with information from the quote-unquote great beyond ahead of time before they go live in front of an audience.
How long do you normally, for example, take your device to a location and just let it run, or how do you do this?
I used to do that, Art. I got my first digital recorder, I guess about maybe 10 or 11 years ago. And back then, I think it had a maximum record time of something like 4 hours, which back then was unheard of. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I can go to an investigation. I can let the recorder run the whole time. And then I realized at the end of the investigation, I'm like, holy crud, I've got a 4 hour recording to listen to now. I have to set aside another 4 hours of my life to go through and listen to this. And it was impractical. And then I started cutting it down to a shorter recording session of maybe 15 minutes, and even that seemed to be a little bit too much. And then I noticed other investigators that concentrate on EVP were working in what they call burst sessions for maybe perhaps only 2 or 3 minutes. And I've actually even taken that to the extreme. I will do my typical recording session will run 60 seconds to a minute and a half. Usually no longer. Very seldom do I go longer than 2 minutes on a recording session because I've found that if I'm going to get a response, I'm going to get it within that first minute.
Wow, that's a wow. I mean, most of my other people that do this have spent hours and hours at it and listening for it. So there you go.
Yeah,
all right,
I think they're working too hard. I don't think they need to do that. I think once you get a knack for doing this, you're either going to get a response in the first minute or so, or you're not going to get it.
I think that's excellent. A lot of people in the audience can give it a try. I really, really encourage people to try this themselves. And the ones that have actually emailed me back and said, "Oh my God, it works." And so, something's going on here. There's no question about it. All right, let's rock and roll. Let's do it. Set it up for me. What are we about to hear?
What we're about to hear, this is a recording that I made. This was actually not on my tour, and that is one of the things I think I had mentioned, that on my walking tour I actually do demonstrations of EVPs for my audience on a nightly basis here in Savannah. This was an exception. I actually arrived for my tour accidentally an hour early. This was back in December, and I got there an hour early, and I had time to kill. So what I did is I took a stroll down to one of our historic squares here in Savannah called Calhoun Square. It's about a block away from where I start my tour. And Calhoun Square is historically significant in Savannah because it is the location, we actually have evidence to back this up. It is the location of the former slave cemetery back when Savannah was expanding. And back when this was a slave cemetery, it was literally a mass grave that was out in the forest. It was not marked. It was basically, as a slave would pass away, they would carry them out there. No wooden pine box or anything. They would probably wrap them up in a sheet or burlap, put them in this mass grave. And by some estimates, there are anywhere from 1,000 to as many as 6,000 African slave graves in this area, and they were never moved. The graves are still there. They were built on top of. And people ask, how is that possible? How do they not find these graves when they're breaking ground and building the foundations? And that's because here in the South, very few buildings, especially in Savannah, have subterranean foundations. Most of them are the foundation is stacked on top of the surface. They don't dig down. So you could very easily build a structure or a road or a building on top of these graves and never know what's underneath.
So that's where you got it.
I'm sorry?
That's where you got what we're about to hear.
Absolutely. This was in front of a spooky uninhabited house that sits on that square. And I was there by myself. But because it was before the tour, I had a chance to experiment a little bit. And this was actually recorded on my trusty BlackBerry as well. I remembered that the BlackBerry has I guess you could call it a video camera function on it. It doesn't record very high quality video, but I thought maybe I might use it to capture visual as well as audio evidence. So I fired up the video camera, filmed around with a little LED light in front, and on playback I realized that the recording it was essentially worthless. The range of the LED light was maybe 2 feet, and it was all pixelated. I couldn't make anything out, so I kind of dismissed it. Completely forgot about this recording, and then I stumbled across it about 2 months later when I was clearing files off of this SD card. I stumbled across this video file amongst my audio files called Test. I was like, what the heck is this? And I started playing it, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That video file I did in front of the house that night before my tour. Didn't see anything in it. So I'm about ready to hit delete. And I'm like, well, wait a second. I may have reviewed it visually. I did not review it and listen to it to find out if I couldn't hear something in it. And I'm glad I did. I call this one the EVP that nearly got away, because the night that I stood in front of this house with a video recording device trying to capture visual evidence, you will hear the sound of a voice that says, "See me."
All right. Is that all we're going to hear, or are we going to hear you? Okay. All right.
You'll hear me say I'm doing a test recording with the video, and then you'll hear the EVP. I loop it 3 times at the end.
Okay. Excellent.
So you'll hear it in succession 3 times.
Fire 1.
All right.
I don't hear much of anything yet.
You don't hear much of anything?
No.
Can we try that?
No. It's it sounds like.
Is it any better?
You're not. There's some button you're not turning on, Patrick.
Okay. Well, these are the same settings we used when we tested it out earlier today.
Right.
I am maxed out there on my audio.
Those are famous last words. It works.
Let's try this. Let's try this. This might be better. Let's see if this.
Doing a quick test recording here. The video camera.
I heard that. I sure did hear that. It did seem to say in a digital kind of weird way, "See me."
Yes.
Play it again.
Right. Doing a quick test recording here. The video camera.
That's so creepy me out. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can't do this long a setup for each one, but man, that is so creepy. Okay. It is what it is. I have so many questions when I hear these things. I mean, to think of a spirit lingering and then probably pushing really hard to be able to beg you, apparently, to see that person.
Right.
Could you tell if it was male or female or child or what?
It sounds like it might be male. Really? And this location, you're going to hear a number of EVP recordings tonight that I have made in front of this location. This is my grand finale on my tour. This is where we end the tour each night, and it is it's just off the hook. It is just unbelievable in terms of the voices that we get here. We get male voices, we get female voices, and a lot of them, they seem to be the same voices. It's not the same one that will communicate with me every night, but the female voices seem to be the same female voices coming through. The male voices seem to be have similar characteristics as well.
Do you get children?
Yes. Yeah. Do I have children? Yeah.
Yeah. That's very common with EVPs and very upsetting. And everybody wonders why there are so many children in EVPs. I mean, even statistically, you would think fewer children than adults die, right?
Right. You would think so, right? And I agree that is this very disheartening to think that a small child might be left behind, might be lingering around here. It's as a parent of 2 boys, I find that very, very, disconcerting to think that children might be left behind.
There you have it.
Very, very tragic. This one, you're asking about children. This one's the one that I end my tours with each night. This is the one that really I tell people this is the EVP that will haunt them, that they will hear echoing in their ears as they lay down to go to sleep at night. And a little bit of background about this one. I had a woman with me on my tour who had her daughter with her that night. And she was very protective of her daughter. And there are a couple of ghost stories that we tell around town about these children that died these tragic deaths, due to the negligence of adults. And this woman was very irate every time I would tell one of these stories, even though a couple of them are probably urban legend more than factual. This woman was visually shaken. Every time I would tell one of these stories, she was just very, very upset. And so she was giving off this vibe. She's like, where was her mother? Where was her mother to protect her from these people? She was giving off this very nurturing, protective, motherly vibe.
Yeah.
And on this recording that I did right after telling one of these stories, you're going to hear the voice of a little girl that approaches and says, "Mommy." Listen to how loud this is in comparison even to my own voice.
Final EVP session of the evening, starting at 10:07 p.m. on October 4th, 2014. We are standing outside 432 Abercorn on Calhoun Square.
Woo. All right, I'll sure give that one to you. All right, well, you've got to put that down real quick after we do these. My goodness gracious, what a sound. That was clearly a child, too. Even though it was in a whisper, you could tell it was in a child. How do you know that, well, how can I put this, Patrick? How do you know that these are not people on the tour that are being recorded?
Well, I do a very good job of noting other sounds. And I mean, these are with good reason, you know, people do ask me that all the time. Recording on the street on Savannah, while there's other traffic going on, there's other tours going on, it does create challenges.
I will say that it doesn't sound like a child lost on a tour looking for mommy. Not even close. Go ahead, give it to us again, if you would, please.
Absolutely. Let's hear it one more time.
Final EVP session of the evening, starting at 10:07 p.m. on October 4th, 2014. We were standing outside 432 Abercorn on Calhoun Square.
Wow. Yeah, clearly a child. Trying to reach mommy from not right next to her, and not lost. That sounds like a child from the other side, sure enough.
Latching on to that woman who was so protective of adolescent children, adolescent females. That's what I think. Because that was the night, that was the woman who was with me on the tour that night. That's the one that really gets everybody. I play that one for everyone, and
gets me.
You see eyes open like saucers.
Yeah, of course. What do you think this means? And we're going to play a whole lot more of these, but what do you think this means about the other side? Do you have any thoughts on it?
I have thoughts, Art, but, you know, as I tell everybody, I got into the paranormal to search for answers. And the irony is I have more questions today than I did when I started out. I have more, I find that I know less today than I thought I did when I got started doing paranormal research. As we go further and further in, I mean, you can speculate on these things, but, you know, so much of what we find seems to contradict the other evidence that we find that comes out, you know, and we don't want to think of children being left behind. Mm-hmm. You know, some people have said you're not talking with spirits, you're talking with demons. They're trying to deceive you. Well, again, that goes back to what I said earlier. I think we're putting the cart before the horse there. We're jumping to conclusions just because we're uncomfortable with something.
Let's do one more before the top of the hour here.
All right, let me pull up this in my list here.
Okay.
This one was recorded outside of an old antique shop here in Savannah. And this was an interesting stop on the tour. It was never really designed to be a tour stop. It happened to be along the way as we were going from one location to the other. And I had my wife Marley with me that night, and she said, hey, Patrick, let's stop in front of the old antique shop and try to do EVP. And of course, the reasoning for this, our whole construct with this was some people believe not only can a location be haunted, but maybe a relic of the past, an object, an antique might be haunted. So if spirit were to be attached to any of these antiques, our thing was, let's invite spirit that might be associated with any of these things to come out and speak with us.
Okay.
And in this recording, in the first recording I asked, I said, did any of these relics belong to you in life? And the response that I got back was no, which surprised me. So I thought, well, that's good. Let's do a follow-up recording. And this is the follow-up recording. You'll hear me ask out loud. You indicated none of these relics belonged to you in life, so why are you still here? And you will hear a voice that says, hey, you, come inside. Ha ha ha. And really? I loop it 3 times for you to hear it again. So let's give it a listen.
Okay, our next EVP session at 9:59 p.m., November 30th, 2014. Standing outside Arthur Smith Antiques. A voice came through to us just a moment ago. Thank you for communicating with us. You indicated nothing in the store belonged to you. So why are you here?
Pretty weird stuff, all right. So far, most of them sound whispered.
Yes.
Okay, what I've had others on who do EVPs, and some of them are angry EVPs. I mean,
yes.
Well, we'll pick this up after the break, so hold tight. Very angry EVPs, and the answer seems to come back, well, angry on this side, angry on that side. As you are on Earth, you are there. This is Midnight.
Don't bother asking for explanation. She'll just tell you that she can. In the year of the cat.
It's not radio, but it is what's next. Exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. My guest is Patrick Burns, and the first thing we're going to do, I think, is repeat the last one we did again. And what does it say, Patrick?
The last one that we played, that was outside Arthur Smith Antiques. That's the one that says, "Hey, come here, you."
Okay. All right. Let's do that again, please.
All right.
Okay, our next EVP session at 9:59 p.m., November 30th, 2014. Standing outside Arthur Smith Antiques. A voice came through to us just a moment ago. Thank you for communicating with us. You indicated nothing in the store belonged to you. So why are you here?
Yep. So you do a short burst of recording and you get a response like no, and then you immediately go back and ask a question, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. If you've got the attention of something on the other side, you want to keep it and see if you can get more.
Indeed.
Okay.
Indeed.
All right.
Indeed.
All right. Let's move on.
Okay.
If we can. People will have questions for you, and we've got a lot to get through here, so.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay. So you want me to move on to the next recording with that?
Sure.
Okay,
well, I mean,
one,
set it up. Give us an idea of.
Sure. Well, this one I had recorded outside of the same antique shop, actually. I was intrigued. Something wanted me to go inside. I recorded another EVP, which I don't have queued up. I don't think it's going to be good for radio, but I got a similar recording, a similar voice a couple of days after.
Oh, wait a minute.
So
when you say that, you
inside.
mean what do you mean good for radio? You mean bad language?
Not going to be loud enough for your listeners to hear.
Okay.
Even with amplification.
Okay.
But I got a follow up that said, "Come inside." After saying, "Hey, come here, you, come inside," seemingly something wants me to go inside the shop. I was going to go inside the shop, but they had been closed actually for some remodeling. They had some water damage they experienced. And when I was looking up the phone number for this place, I found the obituary for the man who had passed away, who had owned the shop, had passed away back in 2008. I went there. Actually, it turns out that the anniversary of his death was coming up in a couple of days after I found the obituary. I took my tour group there that night, and this is the recording that resulted. You will hear me say out loud, we're here on a very special night. We're here on the anniversary of the death of the man who once owned the shop. And I ask out loud, I say, "Do you have a message that you would like for me to give to your family?" And after I say message, I pause for a moment to draw breath. And in that pause, you will hear a voice that says, "I'm with God. I'm with God."
All right.
I loop it 3 times. Let's hear it.
Our next recording at 9:34 p.m. outside Arthur Smith Antiques on the 18th of April, 2015. Tonight is a very, very special night. This is the anniversary of the death of the original owner of this shop, Arthur Smith Jr., or as he was known to his friends, Artie. Do you want me to give a message to your family, the current owners of the shop?
Well, that certainly came through clearly enough.
Yeah.
How many? I have a question. When you're recording these, Patrick.
Yes.
There are generally all kinds of people around you at the time?
Absolutely. I'll have a group of people with me. There are cars going by.
Right.
There are other tours going on, and obviously it's not ideal conditions to record under. There's a lot of contamination. But what I find is I develop an ear for this. The more I do it, I've developed an ear. And I know, I can tell by listening back, I can say, okay, that's EVP, that's somebody talking off in the distance. That's somebody a half a block away, screaming at the top of their lungs. I do a good job of tagging the external sounds as well as I come across them. But you develop an ear for this after a while, after you do it as many times as I have. It starts to become basically just second nature for you. The more you do it, the better you get at it.
I guess so. I think a lot of people would hear this kind of thing, and it might startle them, or they might totally ignore it. I mean, just as noise. Unless you listen very carefully, you can't really make out, your brain wouldn't make out anything but noise.
Well, and I think also what we're suffering through here is, the connection, the audio connection, retransmitting it over. What I do is I make these recordings on the spot, and then I have a pretty high quality speaker external speaker that I plug the device into, and I play them back. And I think maybe we're getting some if it's not coming through as clearly.
Trust me, it's coming through very clearly. This is digital radio all the way to the listener's ear, so. Excellent. It's coming through very clearly. That's not the problem. I'm just saying that unless you were listening for it, if you listen back to a recording that you were, I don't know, making a recording for whatever reason, you'd hear that, your brain would hear that as noise, wouldn't necessarily register it as what it is.
Sure,
and
absolutely.
What I can clearly hear.
You have to have your ear tuned for it. You have to be listening for it. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Most people would just dismiss that as background noise.
Sure.
But we're actively listening for it. We're listening for these lower fidelity, these lower amplitude sounds to come through on us. So you definitely, this is part of the reason also that I don't do extended recording sessions anymore. If you're going more than a couple of minutes listening to one of these recordings back, with listening on your ear on edge, it becomes fatiguing after a while. To try and maintain your concentration and try to pick out, I admit it, I have a short attention span. After a couple of minutes, I'm getting bored. I'm thinking about, what am I going to have for dinner, or my mind starts to wander. So, it's for those of us who are ADD, I suppose listening to shorter samples like this is easier.
All right, fine. Let's try yet another.
All right.
Are these all at the antique store?
Yeah. Yeah, those last two were at the antique shop. This one, quite simply, is nothing more than creepy, cackling female laughter that you'll hear. And you want to talk? We were mentioning a little while ago. You had said how the EVPs come through as breathy, whispery voices.
Mm-hmm.
And people ask, do you ever get actual vocalizations of an actual voice?
Right.
We do. It's much more rare, but it does happen. This is an example of a vocalization. You're going to hear a very, very hearty female laughter coming through on this recording. So we'll go ahead and cue it up here.
18th at 11:05 p.m. Standing outside 432 Abercorn. Who wants to sleep?
That that sounded. What did that sound like? A kind of an interesting kind of laugh, actually. Go ahead, do it again, please. I'm not getting it. Hello. Not getting Patrick now either. Hello, Patrick. My goodness. There's an interesting little sign that says there's trouble with this call. Skype is. Test something very quickly. He just totally went away. And I mean totally went away. Let's see what we've got here. I think everything is okay on this end. Yes, it is. So what do we do? let's end this call and call him back. This time I'll call Patrick, and we'll see if we have any better. So that was kind of a strange laugh. I wanted to hear it again, and I'm sure I will. And it's indicating there's a problem with the internet connection between myself and Patrick. So it looks like Patrick may be offline. That's what I'm getting at the moment. He's not trying to call me back, so, well, yes, he is. Let's give it a shot. All right, Patrick, it seems you went away there.
I'm back.
All right. Welcome back. Did you hit the wrong button, or did you...
No, I think it's just a ghost in the machine.
Cheap line. All right, let's hear that laugh again. Let's try it again. Maybe the laugh did it. Oh, I know.
Okay, maybe.
Okay, it almost sounds to me like a false laugh.
False laugh?
Yeah, a false laugh. I don't know. If I heard somebody laugh like that, I'd question their sanity. It's kind of
right, indeed.
Weird.
Yeah,
it's a weird laugh.
It sounds like it's forced laughter, they're not playing with a full deck.
The first thing I'm going to note right now is that your EVPs have a distinctly different. Do you have that pot still up, Patrick?
I do not.
Because I'm getting an echo. Big echo.
Are you still getting an echo?
I am.
Uh-oh. Let's see. Is that any better?
Yes. So far, so good.
Okay.
That's better.
All right.
So I'm not sure what that was all about. I was going to note that your EVPs have a very distinctly different quality than the EVPs recorded by the other group that I have on the show. They're just different. That's all there is. Not bad, not wrong, just different. And they all have a sort of a, I can't quite put my finger on it. Somebody will as we hear them. I don't know if they're all the same or if we'll hear a different quality of stuff as we go on. But that laugh was weird. Let's move on and tell me where you got this one.
Okay. This next one that I'm going to bring up here, this one was recorded in a cemetery. It was actually recorded in a cemetery. This one dates back a few years. I'm dipping into my old catalog here, as it were, for this one. This one came back. This was probably recorded a good 10 years ago in a cemetery in Gwinnett County, Georgia. And in this, walking through the cemetery was about 11 o'clock in the morning, not at night, 11 o'clock in the morning. Mm-hmm. And in this, we were battling fire ants. There were fire ant mounds everywhere throughout the cemetery. And you hear me in this recording. I say, "Oh, look, there's more fire ant mounds." Mm-hmm. And you'll hear a female voice say, "Be nice." Okay. Be nice? All right.
A little more fire ant mounds. Cement. A little more fire ant mounds. Cement. A little more fire ant mounds. Cement.
Oh, that was very, very clear. And I'm going to have you do it one more time, and then we're going to go to break. Play that again, please.
Absolutely.
A little more fire ant mounds. Cement. A little more fire ant mounds. Cement. A little more fire ant mounds. Cement.
That's really something. All right. My guest is an amazing guy, Patrick Burns. And that came so fast. Did you notice how quickly that came? It wasn't a response. It was a catch, but not a response. Had nothing to do, in my opinion, with what he said. Boy, that came fast. Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning.
No call screening, no waiting on hold, no requirement to kiss Art's ring. Just good talk. Join Art by calling 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Well, okay, so Elizabeth says, I'm listening intently and cannot hear these EVPs. I think that Patrick needs to change his equipment. The GIS group provided very clear EVPs. These are much more difficult to hear. I disagree, Elizabeth. I hear them just fine. Now, if you're listening on a phone or an iPad or something like that, I would say get some headphones. You need headphones. But I am hearing the EVPs just fine. And I heard that "be nice" very, very clearly. So let's try another and see how we hear it. Patrick?
Yes.
Fire away.
All right. This one, we're dipping into my my old catalog here. These are some of these recordings predate my tenure on Haunting Evidence. This is another one. It was conducted at a restaurant called Anthony's Fine Dining in Atlanta, and you're going to hear a voice in this recording that says, "Oh my God."
Now, I wonder if Elizabeth could hear that. Do that one more time for me, please. And remember, turn that pot down right away when you're done.
You got it.
Okay. Okay, now I'm not getting anything. There it is.
Okay, try it again.
Yep, okay. No problem hearing that at all. I hope Elizabeth heard it. Some people are saying they're having difficulty, and I don't know why, because at my point, it's very, very clear, even though it's sort of a hushed version of "Oh my God." It nevertheless is very clear to me.
Well, I think you're also right. If people are listening on a it has to do with their playback hardware.
Yeah,
I'm
telling people constantly. We come to them in extreme fidelity in stereo. In fact, if what we're sending in stereo, they'll get it that way. It's really, really, really good fidelity. But if it's coming out of a little teeny speaker, not so good. That's why I keep urging everybody get some earbuds and plug them into your whatever, and it'll be very clear, particularly for this kind of thing. So, there is a lot in the hardware. I'm sure you know that, Patrick, having worked with it all the time.
Yes, there is.
Maybe it's just your damn BlackBerry.
Maybe so. I tell people, I say when they come on my tour, I say, if you want copies of these files, email me. I'll send them to you and listen to them with headphones on. A lot of times when you put headphones on, you'll hear other stuff in there that we couldn't make out.
I know. All right. Let's keep going, or we'll have no time for calls. And I want
All right. All right. This one was also recorded at that same restaurant in Atlanta, Anthony's Fine Dining. We caught a series of EVPs of what sounded like cats inside the restaurant. Obviously, it's a restaurant. There shouldn't be any animals running around inside the restaurant. There's no crawl space. There's no basement where cats could have slipped in underneath, and we accidentally recorded them. This one sounds like cats getting into a fight. Right, going, yeah. So go ahead and listen to this one.
Okay, so I'm not so sure I like that one at all. Was that really cats, do you think, or could that have been something more? My mind wants to believe that's cats.
Yeah, well, we had other recordings. We had other recordings where you could hear cats meowing on there. So we've also
put it another way. My brain is worried that it's not cats. Hit us with it one more time, please. One more time.
All right.
All right, that would be my most unfavorite so far, which really means my favorite. That's scary.
Yeah.
I don't know what that sound is.
Also, there's an EVP. There's an actual voice just before the cat. It says go.
I'm sorry. It says go.
It says go.
Try it again, then.
Okay.
Oh. You're right. Yeah, he's right. It says go. Oh my God. I don't like that one. That one is creepy.
One of the most active locations in Atlanta, Georgia. I've done investigations there countless times, and we've always gotten weird stuff there. Weird stuff. It's an old plantation house from Washington, Georgia, that was moved there brick by brick back in the 1960s.
that I don't know. That one did it to me. All the ones, the earlier ones were okay, but that one, I'm worried that it wasn't a cat, and clearly there was something else, another voice involved, just immediately prior to the whatever it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Another.
All right. This one's fresh off the old BlackBerry. This was recorded on the 1st of August this year on my tour, and we've got something calling me out by name. Give it a listen here.
1st of August, 2015, Calhoun Square, overlooking 432 Abercorn.
Patrick, that called out very quickly. That was very fast. Not the way a person would say the name Patrick at all. Hit us with that again, please. Listen how quick it is.
Yes. And I loop it 3 times. It didn't say my name 3 times. I looped it.
1st of August, 2015, Calhoun Square, overlooking 432 Abercorn.
Oh, that's weird. Okay. When you find something like that, which personally calls your name, how does that make you feel?
It scares the hell out of me, to be perfectly honest. And it happens pretty consistently too. I've had my name called out. I can't even begin to count the number of times. In the beginning, it was much more disturbing. It phases me less, but it doesn't surprise me any less, if that makes any sense. But people on my tour that come with, and they all of a sudden they hear something calling me out by name. That has a tendency to rattle people a little bit, rattle their chains, and they're not even the ones that are being called out by name. You can see a look of concern in their face when something like that happens.
All right. See, I'm getting a lot of bounce back now. People are saying, look, I'm on an Android phone. I hear them just great, listening loud and clear on my ancient iPad, and so forth and so on. So it's just Elizabeth that was having the problem, I guess.
Okay.
Everybody else seems to be hearing them clearly.
Ghost in the machine, right?
Ghost in the machine, yeah. Okay. We can squeeze one more in. Let's do it.
All right. This one, another name comes through. This was in Calhoun Square as well, I believe. This goes back a couple of months ago, and you'll hear the name Chuck being called out. Let me stop. Let me bring up that other. I'm sorry.
Chuck. If Amy's not here, who's here? Chuck.
Okay, I hear something. I hear something beyond Chuck, kind of almost like Chuck E or Chuck something. I'm hearing something at the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me play it again.
Chuck.
Do you hear anything on the end of that?
I'm not, but I'm not saying there's nothing in there. I'm not saying there's nothing there at the end. What do you think you're hearing?
It almost sounds like Chuck E or something like that. I can't quite put my finger on it, but more than Chuck, unless it's awfully short. There's something at the end of what sounds like the name Chuck. Now, I could be all wet. We'll see what the people have to say who are listening to this. But right now, we're going to take a break. You're listening to Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
That's a number, but don't call yet. Hold off. We've got more of these to do, and Patrick, I know you're listening. Go back and cue up the cat fight again. I got so much comment on that, and I agree with these people. Cindy says that wasn't a cat. I've heard all kinds of cat fights, and I've never heard that sound. Rick in Honolulu says cats sound a bit demonic. And I also agree with that. And many comments on the audio. Listen to me very carefully when I say you need earbuds. Trust me on this. Call Bob Crane. I don't know how much they are now, $9.95 or whatever they are. Get the earbuds and listen to it that way. Because coming out of a little, phone speaker or an iPad or something like that, it's not going to do justice to what you're trying to hear. But in actual terms of fidelity that we're sending to you, it is superb. It is above average. It's way better than you're going to hear generally on radio. So do as I ask and get earbuds. If not Bob Crane's, then somebody's, please. You'll see the gigantic difference. All right, back to Patrick. I want to hear the cat thing again.
Okay, here it comes.
Yeah, that is not good. Whatever that is, it's not good. And I like it and don't like it. I like it because it scares me and don't like it because it scares me.
It scares you, yeah. Right.
I'm sorry, either way, I guess. Okay. All right, onward we go. And listen to me, everybody. Please listen to me. This is something you can do. Don't believe it? Fine. Do it yourself. Most people now have an Android, an Apple, or God help us, same thing Patrick has.
That's not my phone, by the way. I'm not stuck on an Android. I hold on to it. It's a glorified audio recorder.
No, you said Android. You meant BlackBerry.
Yes.
So you actually have an Android as well.
I do have an Android, yes. I haven't used this phone as my phone in probably 5 or 6 years. But I hold on to it as a glorified audio recorder because of what I get on it.
Well, plus it's an antique, so it probably gets antique voices better.
Maybe.
Sorry.
Maybe so.
All right. Let's move on to the next one.
All right. Let's see. In the vein of the other recording that we had that said Chuck, this is kind of interesting. I was working with a device called the Ovilus, and the Ovilus picks up the same name, Chuck. I'd like to play this real quick.
Please make your presence known to us.
Ooh. Try it again.
Okay, that was very clear.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you could miss that. Even on a poor speaker, how could you miss that?
And that is not the Ovilus. That's not the Ovilus has a very monotone computer voice dictionary. It's very monotone, very electronic sounding. But that one's just really, really good.
Please make your presence known to us.
Oh boy, that one is really, really, really good and clear. I don't know if it means good, but clear anyway.
Right.
Do you ever get interactive comments? Have you ever? I've heard that some people can do that. They actually they say something and they get a response that is meaningful. It continues or projects the conversation or whatever. In other words, it actually is relative to what's being said.
Sure. I mean, let me look through my collection here, if I have anything. Oh, this next one coming up is a perfect, lead into that.
Okay.
And this goes into, you're talking about stuff creeping you out, about it being possibly demonic.
Yes.
This recording, might creep you out. I ask, I'm standing outside again, that house on Calhoun Square. I say, is there evil in this house? And you'll hear a response that says, every day. And then I go on, I ask later on in the recording, after that, I say, why does nobody live in this house? And the voice says, evil.
Oh boy. All right.
Let's hear it.
Is there evil in this house? Why doesn't anybody live in the house?
I had to apply some noise reduction to that because there is a lot of background noise in there.
Yeah, that was hard. The first part of that was pretty hard for me.
Yeah. Let me try it again here.
Yeah, hit it again. And tell me again what it says, please, in the beginning.
The first one, I ask out loud, I say, is there evil in this house?
Right.
And the response that seems to come through says every day.
That's what I want to listen for every day. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, let me, I'll cue that up here. In fact, I'll loop that section.
Got it.
Why doesn't anybody live in the house?
Oh, good. Yes. I got it. Evil.
So that ties into, do you ever get that call and response that ask a question, get a response. Why doesn't anybody live in the house? Evil. I just told you.
Boy, that was lucky. Whew.
Yeah.
Really lucky.
Yeah.
All right. Would you tell people they can do this? When people hear this, they think, oh, come on, made up. No, it's not.
No, it isn't. It isn't. As a true skeptic, I have no rational explanation for where these voices are coming from. I understand what pareidolia is, pattern recognition, where you'll make out, backmasking on old rock albums. You would hear what you want to hear in amongst the noise. I think some of these responses come back qualify as not pareidolia. We clearly have human voices, vocalizations that are going on in some of these recordings.
Well, to be fair, we are telling people what they're going to hear. But
Absolutely.
What we're doing is saving you a lot of time. Again, with the other EVP group, they sit around sometimes for hours arguing about what was said before they decide on what was said. So, we're doing a radio show here. We're trying to save you all a little bit of time.
Yeah, and I have said that many times in the past, Art. EVP many times is in the ear of the beholder.
Sure.
It's really funny is, one person will hear one thing and then somebody else hears something. And
That's
I was
right.
actually in a room of skeptics, on a panel, at DragonCon, convention in Atlanta several years ago, and people were going back and forth. I was full of a room of skeptics, and nobody could agree upon what my EVPs were saying. I hear this, I hear that. Okay. And I said, aha. But you all agree that it sounds like a human voice. And everybody sort of looked around the room at one another and had a nod.
That's right.
Reluctantly, they nodded.
That's
they
right.
were like, yeah.
I understand. And I understand that this is a real phenomenon. And if you want to know yourself, folks, most of you have got iPhones, Androids, even Blackberries, whatever. So go out and try it yourself. And then you'll be a believer. And until then, you'll probably sit there and scoff. Okay, let's move on.
Yeah. Well, Art, on that note, I just wanted to tell people there are, of course, there's a plethora of voice note applications for doing audio recordings on your device. I tell people you might have to experiment with several apps until you find one that works. You absolutely do not want anything that has noise reduction. A lot of these apps will zero out if there's no spoken word going on.
Okay, let me ask you for a recommendation. A lot of people want to know. Do you know of a good app?
BlackBerry Curve from 2009, actually. I haven't really worked as much on my Android or my phone, my current phone, as the BlackBerry, because the BlackBerry just works for me, man.
Okay, I hear you. I'm going to lay off the BlackBerry. All right, somebody out there, give me the name of a really good app, and what are the qualities you say?
I say you don't want anything that has noise reduction or attenuates or zeroes out when there's no spoken word going, because EVP, as we've just demonstrated, is very, very often at a lower fidelity, lower amplitude.
Right.
And if it's not loud enough to exceed that record threshold, you'll miss it. So you want something where you're always going to hear background noise. You're always going to hear, sounds in the background going on. You don't want anything that incorporates any sort of noise reduction. You can incorporate noise reduction later on in your digital audio workstation software. But you don't want anything recording with noise reduction, because a lot of times that noise reduction will filter out the EVPs coming through.
All right. Somebody out there, give me the name of a good app, please. Send it through the wormhole, whatever. Larry asks, have you ever fled a paranormal situation because you were afraid.
Yeah, actually I have. When I've been by myself, I don't, as a general rule of thumb, investigate by myself, because I'll be the first to admit it. This stuff does spook me out. It does scare me. But also, I think from an evidence gathering perspective, you've got to have at least one other person with you, because if you're by yourself and something happens, and you're already amped up expecting something to happen, that's a ripe environment for your subconscious mind to run away with itself.
I agree.
All of a sudden, everything you hear, every bump is a ghost. Every bump in the night is a ghost. So you want that reality check, if you will, there in the form of another person present to confirm or deny what's going on.
Makes sense.
So I've had some experiences where I've been by myself and I've gotten the hell out of there as fast as I could. Indeed.
For example?
Well, for example would be, when I was in the bar, the story I told you back when I was in Chicago, when I had my first real paranormal encounter, and I saw that reflection in the mirror. It wasn't just that; I always felt like I was being watched there. And when I had to turn out the lights to go back upstairs, the lights were all the way at one end of the bar, and the door leading up to our stairwell was on the other side of the bar. So I had to walk through the dark in this bar, and I would always stare straight down at the floor as I walked along, so I didn't have to look around and see anything around me. I felt like there was something there watching me constantly. And when I saw the reflection in the mirror, I got the heck out of there as quickly as I could.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next.
Yeah. All right, this one, you'll hear a voice in it that says, "You and Amy." And remember, I've said that the name Amy has come up at this location. This is, again, Calhoun Square in Savannah here. Whoops. I need to pop that other thing up. Yeah. Okay. All right. Here it goes.
You've indicated there's evil in this house. You've indicated there's evil in this house.
You and Amy. Okay, that came through quite well. You and Amy.
You and Amy.
Not as easy to hear as some of them, but nevertheless, I could make out you and Amy. Let's do that one more time for everybody.
Sure. Yeah, the first recording it plays, that's the original with no noise reduction. The second, when it loops through, I actually applied some noise reduction to help it come through a little bit better.
Okay, good.
Okay.
You've indicated there's evil in this house. You've indicated there's evil in this house.
All right, that helped a great deal, actually.
Yeah. Absolutely. And that is.
But do you realize? I mean, evil in the house. So this voice just told you the evil was you and Amy.
And yeah, right. I've never been in the house. So.
All right. Was somebody named Amy with you?
There is a voice, a name comes through constantly for me in this location, a spirit that I call Amy. I got the name, came through on my Ovilus device one night, Amy, and then I got EVP with the name Amy coming through. Sometimes it's a male voice that says it. And this is unusual, Art, because we're in a historic district. We're assuming that all the ghosts in this area are old. Amy would not have been a name that women would have gone by back in the 1800s. But, so we're assuming we're working under the construct that these must be old ghosts. But people have lived in this area since the 1730s.
Right.
And I mean, there are residential properties all over. Who knows if this is a spirit of somebody who passed away there? Who knows when this individual passed away?
That's true. Very true. Somebody was mentioning how many people have died in the modern history of the world, and it's billions and billions and billions of people. So yes. Not everybody, obviously, remains around, or all you'd get is a crowd of voices, even with EVPs. I wonder what qualifies somebody to remain. Many people believe that violent death does that. Many believe that unrequited love does that? I'm sure those are the same things you run into, right?
Absolutely. You know, and then there are also the ideas that maybe somebody sticks around. They don't even realize that they're dead. They've their death may have happened so suddenly that they just believe that they're injured. They got hit really bad, and they're kind of walking around in this ethereal daze, and they don't realize that they've passed on. There are, of course, many different ideas, different philosophies and schools of thought where that's concerned. And of course, I believe, all of them are a possibility.
Mm-hmm. All right. We have time for another. Let us do it.
All right. Let's progress on here then. That was you and Amy. This one, interesting. This one came across. This is my wife's name comes through on this recording. I don't even think she's heard this one yet. I discovered this this afternoon working with your producer when we were kind of prepping for the show here.
Oh, you mean you had not heard this earlier?
My wife has not heard this one.
Oh.
Her name comes through. She was present with me on this tour this evening, and you'll hear a male voice say Marley.
We're on the south side of 432 Evercorn.
I do hear it. I hear Marley. It's not really loud, but it is there.
Really loud.
It is there.
Yeah.
I wonder how your wife reacts to hearing her name in one.
Yeah, she's listening in on the show on the stream in the other room. I'm sure when it catches up with her and she's actually hearing that, she's probably going to be a little put off by it. I just tried to amplify it a little bit. Let's see if this helps any.
Marley, it seems pretty clear to me.
Yeah. She was with me on the tour that night. So that comes through. Not only does my name come through, hers does.
All right. Well, my goodness. Is there any advice that you hand out to people? I mean, for example, do you feel that it is beneficial to go to places like cemeteries?
I've gotten some really good responses in cemeteries. I know some people, claim that cemeteries aren't haunted. Why would a cemetery be haunted? But this dates back to what I was saying earlier. We're materialistic beings, and there is no more material possession to us in the world than our body. It's the one thing really that nobody can take away from you. You can have a, material possession such as a car or a piece of jewelry. You can be parted with that. Your body is part of you. And, say you're holding on, you're afraid to cross over. Your body might be the last, bastion of your material, connection to this planet.
That's right. All right. Hold tight. We're going to break here, and when we come back, more EVPs and your questions as well.
When you walked into the room, there was
Take a ride from the high desert and the great American Southwest. This is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Well, all right. Okay. Thank you, Wormhole. We have a response here. Anthony says an interesting app for Android is Ghost Radar Connect. Great for starting off. And guess what, Anthony? I checked, and Ghost Radar Connect is also available on, not that I'm doing ads for people's apps, because it does cost, boy, it looks interesting, though. We've got it on Apple as well. Ghost Radar Connect. I am going to buy it right there. Didn't even have to put in my, oh, yes, I do. Well, I'll buy it here in a moment. Welcome back, Patrick.
Thank you.
So there is one, by the way. It's called Ghost Radar Connect.
Yes.
Just so you know. Have you
I'm familiar with it.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. Yep. And I've got a bit of an echo going on here.
You do?
Yeah. Let's see. Does that help?
I don't know. I'm not hearing it here.
Okay, weird. Maybe it's on my end. It seems to be better now. Yeah, I've seen the ghost radar for many years, and it does have a spirit box function in it where it will randomly say words, much like an Ovilus or a PX device will. It also has a radar sweep. It looks like a traditional radar screen, and every couple of minutes a little blip will appear on the radar. And of course, I tell people, there's no radar sweep going on this device. I don't think there's any capability that it could know where any sort of magnetic disturbance or anomaly is occurring. Certainly, it wouldn't be able to range how far away that is from.
Okay, well, here on Apple, it's got 4.5 stars. It looks pretty good to me. So, Ghost Radar Connect. And I'm hearing a little bit of echo too.
Do
you still have that turned up?
Didn't change my settings here, so I don't know what's going on.
All right.
Let me try pulling this pot down a little bit.
Anyway, let us proceed with the next one.
Okay. All right. Let me see on our list here. This is a very interesting recording. This was made outside Savannah's Mercer Williams house, and the Mercer House, if any of your listeners are fans of the book and or movie Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, Mercer House is where that story was set. The house was owned by an antiques dealer and house restorationist named Jim Williams, who killed his gay lover in a quarrel back in 1981. But this house is one of these serial magnets for tragedy that I refer to. This is a location where over generations a series of tragic deaths have occurred within the house. And while the house sat abandoned for many years, some local youth broke in the late 1960s. They made their way up to the roof of the house where they were trying to allegedly capture a pigeon. Was their official cause of death, reason of being up there. One of the 3 boys who was up there fell to his death from the roof of the house. And people have suggested that he may have levitated off the roof of the house. There are all sorts of rumors here in town about what really happened to Tommy Downs that day.
Right.
But you'll hear me talk out loud, and I say I say out loud to Tommy, I say, Tommy, and you will hear the PX device playing underneath. It says hi, and then it says fall, which is interesting because Tommy fell from a height of 40 plus feet. And then I go on, Tommy, do you have a message for us? And you'll hear a very, very breathy, whispery voice at the end of the recording say, don't drink.
Okay, wait, before you do this, the PX device, remind me again, please, what is that?
It is it's a spirit box. It's a device. The inventor of it is a gentleman by the name of Bill Chappell, and it takes environmental variables such as the Earth's magnetic field, temperature fluctuations. It combines them all together and it turns it into spoken word. Basically, and the theory of operation is that spirit might somehow be able to manipulate either the environment or possibly the circuitry of the device itself to make it say certain words.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, it's an interesting device. So I'll go ahead and play this for you here.
All right, our first recording outside the Mercer House at 10:14 p.m., March 28, 2015. Tommy? Tommy, do you have a message for us?
Yeah, I hear it. It's not easy to hear. It comes at the very end of all that. When you ask about the message, whether there is a message for us, it says don't drink. It's hard. It's not easy to hear, but
it's not the best EVP I have. But it's I think it's not one of the better ones, but certainly.
Yep, got it. Don't drink. Good advice anyway.
Right? but odd, coming from an 11-year-old boy. So I've kind of speculated that there might have been something else that occurred that day. The boys who were up there, their official reasoning that they told the police that they were up there was that they were allegedly trying to capture a pigeon. And I find that odd to be there, So I've kind of speculated. I wonder if somebody swiped a bottle of booze out of Dad's liquor cabinet, rounded up a couple of his buddies, and they hightailed it up to the roof of this abandoned house where they could, tip the bottle without being under the watchfly of Mom and Dad.
Okay, again, let us move on so we have time for questions. A lot of times people want you to go back and play something again because they think they heard something else.
Sure, absolutely. So let me bring up this one. This one, it's a little faint. It might be a little harder to hear. We definitely saved the better recordings for the beginning of the program here. But I think you're going to hear this female voice in here. There's somebody else talking underneath. You will hear another tour guide talking in the background, but you'll hear a vocalization of a female voice in this. I think if you listen carefully, of a female voice saying, "I want to sleep." Let's give it a listen here.
Can you tell us your name, please?
There is a lot of contamination in there.
Maybe, but I heard it. I had no problem hearing it. Really.
Good. Yeah, so.
It's a halting voice. I want to sleep. Like that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Go ahead, try it again.
That's why I hear it as well. Okay. Bring it up here.
The one thing that you probably would think that wouldn't be needed on the other side, huh?
Right. Maybe she means she wants to, eternal sleep, eternal rest.
Oh.
She wants to be at rest.
Oh, yes, you're right. Could be that.
Yeah.
Rather not think of that, but yes, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have one more, and then we'll do a break, and we'll ask the audience what they want to ask.
Absolutely. Okay. So this one, I actually filmed with a Ukrainian film crew here in Savannah back in June. It was for a reality TV program, not a paranormal-based show, but they wanted a ghost tour. They wanted to go with a ghost hunter around Savannah, so I took them to a location called the Sorrel Weed House here in Savannah, and it is it was made famous on several of the ghost shows out there. But this was actually the first time that I had ever been inside the house. And we got when I was recording this, the camera was literally inches away from my face. They were trying to get an extreme close-up on my face. And in the recording, hopefully it'll come across clear enough for your listeners and for you here, you'll hear a voice say, "Go away, camera. Go away, camera."
Really?
Yeah, let's listen.
Well, that said, "Go away, Chuck."
You think it says "Go away, Chuck"?
Yeah.
Let's hear it. Oh, you're absolutely right. Okay.
Go away, Chuck.
Go away, Chuck. I like I said earlier, EVP is many times in the ear of the beholder. But I hear what you're saying.
That was not even a close call to me.
Yeah, I hear Chuck again.
Chuck is not real close to camera. Go.
Yeah.
How did you get camera out of that?
It's clipped off. I had to increase the volume on it a little bit, and raising the volume that also raises the noise floor.
Yeah.
So it's mixed in amongst the all the background noise. When I heard it at its original amplitude before I applied amplification to it, it sounded more like camera. Very quickly though, camera. Like that, camera. But I agree with you. I think it says "Go away, Chuck."
Yeah, I don't even think that's a close call. We'll see what the audience thinks.
Yeah, we'll see what they think. Like I said, this is the thing, about EVP is sometimes people will point out something and say, I hear this, and you go back and listen, and you totally hear something completely different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's pause here. We're going to open the phone lines. So if you have questions about any of the past ones, you want them repeated, that's fine. If you have any comments, positive, negative, that's fine. Here are the phone numbers. The public line is area code 952-225-5278. Put a 1 in front of that. So it's 1-952-225-5278. If you're calling otherwise, of course, we are available on Skype. If you're in North America, MITD 51. MITD 51. Outside, rest of the world, MITD 55. That's Midnight in the Desert, MITD 55. Just go to the little plus sign in Skype, add us as a contact, and then you will find us in your contact list, and you can call us. So, all that said, let's take a break right here, and we'll come back with Patrick Burns and your questions, your observations, whatever it is you want to say, that's what we're here for. This is Midnight in the Desert, exploring some pretty unusual areas, some of them clearly beyond.
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Well, okay, my guest is Patrick Burns. He is a ghost hunter, paranormal investigator, and I did get that app, by the way. I went and got that app, so I now have on my phone GR Connect. I presume it records audio as well as video. Is that correct, Patrick?
I have not worked with the new version of that app,
okay.
So I'm gonna plead ignorance on that.
No problem. We'll find out. In the meantime, let's rock and roll here. Let's go to Marcy on Skype first. Hi, Marcy.
Hello, Art. How are you?
Fine. Where are you, Marcy?
I'm in Colorado.
Okay, cool. I never ask people anymore where they are, and I'm always curious. Go ahead.
And I'd like to give a shout-out to Belgab. Hi, guys. I was going to tell a ghost story, but I think you would rather me do that Friday. It's pretty good.
Is it?
Yes. If you want to wait, that's fine. I'll call Friday.
Yeah, let's do that. Do you have a question for Patrick?
Well, yes. I really apologize, Patrick, but I don't know whether it's the equipment, but I'm just not feeling it. Is there anything you can say that might change my mind or convince me that what I'm hearing is really in there?
So you're not hearing any voices at all?
Oh, I'm hearing the voices. It just there's very little variance to them. It sounds very much like birds chirping, and it's someone.
I'm not hearing that. Yeah, to be fair, Marcy, I'm not hearing that. Birds chirping?
Well, earlier it sounded like it might have been the audio itself. It sounded like a lot of water in the background.
Yes.
And the voices were kind of squeaky.
Those are when you're hearing that trickling sound. Those are called artifacts. When you apply noise reduction to an audio file to clean it up, to get rid of some of that background hiss, it's not 100% effective, and you will have remnants that remain that are called artifacts. It doesn't remove all the voice, and it can very, very frequently sound like water running, or it'll sound like wind chimes, or like you said, birds chirping. So
Marcy, what are you listening on?
I'm listening on a headset.
Oh, you really should be hearing it then.
Yeah.
Because I sure did. Anyway.
No, I can hear the voices, but there's the background noise is really disruptive, and I should listen longer. I'm just not buying it. But
Well,
this is the first time I've heard you, so I'll give it a chance.
You're expecting the voices that show up on these recordings to be crystal clear fidelity, and that's not the nature of EVP. These voices are very often buried in the background noise. You've heard the term white noise. That's where these voices occur. And I'm not here to convince you one way or the other. I invite people to make their own interpretation. Whether or not they believe is entirely up to them. That if you come to Savannah, come on my tour, and I'll show you real time in the field how we collect these.
Okay.
Well, there you go. Gonna give me a ticket? Just kidding.
All right. Listen.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, and Art, you have a good evening.
Marcy, thank you. Take care.
My wife handed me this note earlier. She said, make it clear the BlackBerry isn't a working phone, only using it as a recorder. People think it's your phone. No, I want to clarify that. This used to be my phone back in 2009. I don't even have the radio turned on this thing. I couldn't even call 911 if I wanted to. It is a glorified audio recorder and nothing more.
You don't need to apologize for your BlackBerry. I was just having fun. I couldn't help myself.
I know. I'm not talking about you, Art. I guess other people online, she's reading in the comments online as if people think this is my real phone. It's not anymore.
All right. Norman, Oklahoma, maybe. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Howdy.
Oh, my gosh, something just scared me. I had this ice in this glass, and you know how ice melts and then it sounds sort of like firewood when it shifts?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Well, if you're thinking about ghosts and that happens, you jump a little.
Okay.
I had several comments. I'm going to try to do it really fast. I really am proud that you got that Chuck, that was the camera Chuck, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was real clear to me, too, and I was like, what's wrong with my ears? I hear Chuck. I don't hear any camera thing. But then when you played it again, I could hear that camera real fast, real soft. Before the Chuck, there is a camera thing.
Oh?
I heard it.
All right. Well, wait.
So, sorry.
Cue it up. I want to hear this. There's a camera before the...
Yeah, right between...
All right. Hold on. I want to hear it.
Let's listen.
I don't know that I hear it.
Now, it might be because I'm on the phone and it's louder.
Could be.
Because I was listening on Bose speakers before.
Right.
And it's different on the phone. It's louder. That could be why, but I did hear it. And I also heard when you said there was an E, like Chuck E earlier.
That I heard.
I heard Chuck hee.
Oh, hee.
Yeah, like they were laughing, like it was funny, like kids might,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And also, I can hear your stuff just fine.
Right.
And I wanted to say, some of them remind me of my parakeets when they talked. The sound of it. Their voices are kind of whispery and kind of, parakeetish, like those really reminded me of my parakeets' voices, and it was kind of cool because I miss those parakeets.
Well, it is interesting, isn't it, that some people seem to be having a hard time, but others, like you, not a hard time at all.
I wonder if the hearing range people have, the hearing frequency range
has a lot to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah. So some people are tuned into different. That's kind of high and kind of, like you say, mixed in with white noise. But I'm blind and I have to listen to everything. So, it's not like my ears are better. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I focus in on, like you would with your eye.
Yep.
More fine-tuned.
Yeah.
Sure.
I really love to do that. I love to hear. And I got one, Art. I got one in my whole life. And one of these EVPs. After I heard your show, and I was just in my room messing around, trying to get sleepy, and I was just recording nothing, and I heard, "Extinguish your device, please."
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I did, and it was so clear. So I thought, wow, they were listening to Art. They were listening, and they were listening good too, because they thought I should extinguish my device.
Yeah, well, long after I'm gone, all of you better be listening for "Extinguish Your Device."
Well, it's going to be there forever because somebody's floating around that doesn't want to go. Like it was hilarious because at first I thought I was imagining it, and then I thought I put the headphones on, and I thought, no, that can't. That's not. And you know how your phone will die, like you have to get a new one. I was going to send it to you.
Really?
But my phone died, and you know how they just die one day and you can't bring them back to life, and you have to go to the store and get a new one, and you lose all your stuff, and you didn't upload it anywhere.
Well, that's your fault. Now we have the cloud,
But it was kind of funny. The ghost was in there, and then the phone died.
Ghost in the phone. All right. Well, listen, hon. Thanks. I got to run.
Thank you, Art.
See you later.
Extinguish your device. That's newspeak for put out your e-cigarette, I guess.
Not quite. Do this phone long enough, you'll know exactly what it is. Sassy Abby somewhere on Skype. Hello.
Hi, this is Abby.
Hi, Abby.
I was listening to your show, and I just have a question.
Okay.
I don't believe in ghosts at all.
Okay.
Okay?
Sure.
But when I hear those voices...
When you what?
When I hear those voices...
Yes.
I get so scared that I almost can't breathe.
But you don't believe in ghosts, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. But I get chilled, and I shake, and I can't move, and I'm like a deer caught in headlights. And I'm not a fearful person.
My goodness.
I don't understand it.
Well, maybe you need to re-examine what you really believe, Sassy.
Yeah. But I don't believe in ghosts. I don't think it doesn't make any sense to me. Why would there be ghosts?
Why would there be ghosts? Is that what you're asking?
Why wouldn't there be?
Why? Yeah, better question. Why wouldn't there be is right.
Law of conservation states that energy is neither created nor destroyed, only converted into another form. Something must survive physical death when we die. The only question is, does it retain its intellect, its intelligence, its personality? That something has to survive physical death. That energy does not just simply cease to exist.
Yeah, but we are what our brain makes us, and the brain's dead. So what? I don't see how there would be any person left.
Abby, do you think that there is any life or any existence, let me put it that way, after death?
No.
You don't?
No, I mean...
you think it's like a light bulb just getting turned off?
Yeah. It just shuts off. I mean, we don't remember before we're born because we weren't here. And I think it's the same. You die, and it's just like before you were born. So why do these voices scare me like that?
Why do they scare you? Because you know somewhere deep down, Abby, that you could be wrong.
Yep.
But then that should be a good thing, right?
Depends on your point of view and how you've led your life.
Yep.
Where you think you're going.
Well, I mean, I don't think anybody really just wants to stop existing.
Have you been,
well, at least
Abby? Abby, have you been good?
No, I'm bad.
Well, I would like to observe that your laugh seems a mite nervous.
Because I was listening to those voices and I'm totally freaked out. I was sitting outside on my deck, and that mommy one came on. I sit outside on my deck all the time on my computer, and I'm sitting outside in the dark. I live out in the country. It's pitch black out here. And I'm sitting out there, and all of a sudden that voice comes like, goes, Mommy. And I go running inside my house.
I gotta go, Abby. I gotta go.
I was a highwayman. Get right back to where we started from. Love is good. Love will be strong. We gotta get right back to where we started from.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you. But remember, the NSA, well, you know. To call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
I really, really do like that one. Hi, everybody. My guest is a ghost hunter, Patrick Burns, and he's been playing EVPs for us, and some people love him, some people don't like him, some people believe him, some people give us nervous giggles. It just, I guess it depends on who you are. And who is this? You're on the air with Patrick. Hello. Oh, wait.
I'm from Florida.
Now you're on the air. I'm sorry.
Hey, Art, this is Tom from Florida.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, what I heard in that EVP, the last one, was actually Amy, call me Chuck. That's what I heard. Amy, call me Chuck.
Really?
Listen to it again.
Yeah, hold on, caller. It's worth hearing.
Oh, yeah. Maybe.
Again, please. Yes, again.
Yeah. Let me get that on loop here.
Caller is right.
Yeah.
Caller is absolutely right. Good catch, caller. Dead on the money.
Yeah, I heard him mention somebody named Amy earlier, and whenever I heard that, I was like, you know what? I think it's mentioning Amy.
You're right. You're right.
But the other thing I wanted to ask him, what I wanted to ask you, what do you think? What do you think about the possibility that some of the explanations for ghost appearances, not all of them, but some of them, are a form of astral projection from people that are actually somewhere else in the world, and someone is actually seeing them in an astral projection form?
Art, that will have to be, that's a topic for another show for another time. When I got into the paranormal, after the death of my brother in 1985, I had an extremely vivid out-of-body experience that occurred to me about 1988 or 1989. It would take me quite some time to tell the story, but I believe I was pulled out of my body by my brother's spirit. It was basically a gift that he gave to me to demonstrate to me the existence of the spirit world. And it's a very long story, but I have heard that as well, caller. I have heard, people have speculated that we might be actually experiencing the spirit of the living manifesting via out-of-body experience. Sure.
No question about it. Mark, you're on the air. Hi. Hello, Mark.
Skype?
Yes.
On Skype?
Yeah, hey, Mark.
Oh, hey, my first Skype call. I've never had this happen. Welcome back, Art.
And you sound fine.
You come back on, I literally had goosebumps.
Oh, Mark, I've got to tell you, Mark, first of all, thank you for calling and using Skype. I've been training the audience, and they all groan when I try and teach them how to do this. But the fact of the matter is, once they've done it, it sounds so good that thank you.
I'm trucking southbound, talking on a cell phone through Skype, so there you go.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. First point is, you thought you heard him say Chuck E. a while back, or Chuck something. I heard Sparky when you asked somebody who his name was, if anybody was there. So Sparky over and over is all I heard, like from National Lampoon's Vacation or something. But I have a question for your guest. What about using an amplified listening device and putting that in your ear and using that separately from your recording device to see if maybe you can pick something up immediately when you ask somebody a question?
It's a good question, yeah.
Yeah, that concept is what they call real-time EVP. It's not quite real time. There are recorders that have been modified, and what they do basically is they inject it's like a delay. It's like a digital delay. Mm-hmm. You'll say something and you'll hear it a few seconds later. So you're hearing the recording, the playback in near real time. The problem is I haven't had the real-time EVP recorders that I've worked with. I haven't had really good success with, and it's also very disconcerting and confusing to your brain, if that makes any sense, to listen to this constant delay in your voice as you're trying to talk. You're trying to keep up with yourself as you're talking, and it gets to be very, very confusing, and it's mentally exhausting to listen to one of these devices for any length of time.
Right.
Another approach to that is that you have one person asking questions, and then you have another person who is monitoring with headphones on. So they're not listening to both, they're not listening to the person talk outright, but they're listening to the playback in near real time, and they can say, we got a response here.
Yeah, even then you're listening to something down into the noise, and so it's going to be tough.
Yes.
By the way, hold this on Ghost Radar Connect. I bought the thing for $2 now. I might be sorry I did. It looks like it's for video, and I wanted audio, so that's the way it goes. All right. Mountain Home, Idaho, hello.
Yes, sir.
I had a comment on your show, and I have a question for the man.
Sure.
And, by the way, your sound quality is excellent.
Thank you. We think so.
I say that authoritatively. I gavel with my nicotine gum.
All right.
Oh, yeah. Do you get a lot of children on these EVPs? And isn't that kind of heartbreaking?
Yes.
Well, we got a couple. I don't know if you were listening earlier. We had that little girl voice that said "mommy." We've gotten other voices. Some of the female vocalizations, actual voices when they come through, and they're not whispery, sound like adolescent children. Yes, it is disheartening. It's being a parent of two boys. I certainly don't want to think that if a child passes on, that's tragic enough, but how much more tragic to think that their spirit could somehow be trapped here.
That's right.
My goodness. Well.
Yeah.
I'm with you, caller. Thank you very, very much for the call, and call again. But I'm totally with you. Even our other group of EVP people get child voices all the time, and it's very disturbing, and it's not easily explained when you consider, the number of people in the world that pass on, right? Shouldn't be that many children. That's all there is to it. Nick on Skype. Hi.
Hi, it's great to be on the show in Roswell's.
Okay, thank you. Move good and close to your device.
All right, I tried to configure that earlier. Am I sounding all right?
Right. If you get close to the mic, you're okay. If you tried to, configure a headset, maybe you just didn't get it quite right.
All right, so last week when you had the other EVP guys on, they said someone asked if they tried to triangulate the EVP.
That's right.
So with that Chuck recording that you had, was that like two separate occasions, or was that like a simultaneous recording from two devices?
That was two separate recordings on different occasions. I'm trying to look at the date here on it. The one was recorded on the 30th of March this past year, and the other one I don't have the date on the file because I've actually closed out the original file. But they were definitely on two different locations. So we're getting the same name is coming through on different occasions for sure.
All right, and I've got one last comment, I guess. So you kind of mentioned this before. With all the people who lived before us, it would seem that if this was like dead people, it would be just overloaded with all these just like random voices and stuff.
Yeah, I'm the one who said that. Think how many people in the world have died.
But what's so intriguing is at least with the guys last week, it seemed like a lot of what they had was with the context of what they were asking. But I guess more of what we heard this week, not necessarily was in the context, but just I don't know, just.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I appreciate your call. Thank you very much. And by the way, go into Skype and configure in Skype for your headset as opposed to what other device it had in there. But then you have to remember and go down and save it. If you don't save it, the next time you open Skype, it'll go right back to where it was. We'll have some kind of Skype training session or something some night. And it really does work. People are exasperated when I talk about it, but the fact of the matter is, we have had incredible luck with getting people to configure properly, and they're sounding better and better and better and better all the time. On the phone, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes. Hi, Art. Hi, Patrick.
Hi there.
Going back to the cat EVP.
Oh, yes.
I believe you said the house was reconstructed from Washington, Georgia. Did you say that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you know where in Washington, Georgia that came from?
I do not know. I know that it was a plantation house that was one of the few in that area that was not burned by William Tecumseh Sherman on his famed March to the Sea during the Civil War. But when it was discovered in the 1960s, the early 1960s, it was I've seen photographs of it. It was completely dilapidated, run down, and the individual who owns the restaurant or started the restaurant wanted to have an antebellum plantation house as a restaurant in Atlanta. Problem was, ensure that there were no plantation houses existing. So we found this one and moved it brick by brick meticulously from its location in Washington, Georgia. But where exactly it was in Washington, I'm not sure.
Okay, I live in Washington. That's why. That's all.
Yeah,
and,
I've seen photographs of it. It was out in a field someplace, and it, just completely run down, falling apart. And he meticulously moved it brick by brick, board by board, to Atlanta, to Buckhead.
Wow.
Yeah,
well,
it's something
my
else.
My follow-up
it's really
question is I'm moving to Savannah next month, and I was wondering if you heard of any haunted houses on West Bolton Street where I'll be moving to.
Yeah, the whole blocks
West Bolton Street, I'm not aware. I'm not familiar with that area yet. I've been coming to Savannah for years. I've only actually lived here just over a year. Tell them
the truth. The whole block has shredded human parts everywhere.
Yes, exactly. They're going to be ghost stories everywhere. You can't throw a rock in this town without it landing someplace where there's a ghost story.
Okay, great.
Have a great night, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Billy, it's your turn. Hello. Hello, Billy. Going once, going twice, and Billy? No, he's not there. He's not ready. On the phone, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Hello.
Hello.
Good. Listen, could you hear me?
I hear you.
Hello. Okay, great. I'm sorry. I was wondering if your guest ever heard of a gentleman, actually a scientist by the name of Ron Dive. I believe I'm saying that correctly. He was the person that actually developed the first EVPs.
Actually, I don't know about that.
Frederick Jurgensen is the one who is traditionally credited as being the father of EVP.
Well, Frederick Jurgensen, he was not a botanist, a person that used to record the bird songs. Is that correct?
That's Frederick Jurgensen. That's correct. He was a film director, and he picked them up by accident. He thought it was his deceased mom in his garden that he recorded.
Yeah, well, one of his better friends was an engineer by the name of Constantine Rondive, I believe his name is, and he picked up the research on this.
I heard that Alexander Graham Bell experimented with it.
Yeah, well, I've heard that rumor as well.
This is after that. This is a German fellow, and he has a book out. I read it 20 years ago. It was a reference book that you can find in just about any university library. And it's actually called Breakthrough. Did we hear of it?
I haven't heard of it, but okay. Thank you for the info, and we'll sure look into it.
If he's a lost champion of EVP or early researcher, I'll have to do some research on that and read up on him.
All right,
Thanks.
Dan on Skype. Hello. Hello, Dan. Going once, going twice. Short opportunity. John. Hello there, John. You're on the air. Extinguish your device, please. Are you there, John?
Yes, hello. I have a question for your guest. I was wondering if he has ever experimented with taking an EVP field recording and listening to it in reverse to see if there are any EVPs that can be picked up when it's being played backwards instead of forwards.
Absolutely. Yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. That's a whole nother world. I tell people, with digital audio workstations now, software, you can time stretch a file, a recording, and you can preserve its pitch. So in other words, you can slow it down without affecting the pitch, or you can speed it up. And it's really interesting. You can listen to these recordings a lot of times, and you can change the time. You can also change the pitch as well, and you can flip it around. You can play it backwards, and you will hear different voices come through. And sometimes it's incredible. You play the recording backwards, and it doesn't sound like a backwards recording. It's a perfectly clear voice coming through. That's an entirely different area of research.
And maybe a different show, too.
Yes.
The reason I asked is some of the EVPs I've heard tonight sound like what's called backwards masking, to where what I hear sounds like it was actually recorded in reverse, and then it's being played forwards.
Got it.
Right.
Right. No, you're exactly right, caller. Thank you very, very much. That is true, and that could be an entirely different program, right?
Indeed. Yeah, I have a EVP recorded in a cemetery, and we play it forward. It sounds like it's saying, shameless. And when we reversed it just on a whim, and when it was played backwards, it said, I think it says something like "save me," or I'm trying to recall exactly what it did, but it made more sense in reverse than it did forward.
By the way, you've got to have a really perverted sense of humor, which I have. But there's a TV show on, I think it's, what's it on? It's called Shameless, anyway, and it's hysterical. I mean, absolutely hysterical. It's like Married with Children times 100.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, give it
Sounds
a
right up my alley.
Showtime. That's it. All right, Livermore, California. I think you're on the air with Patrick. Hello.
Hey, Art, it's Jesse, and I just wanted to give you some tips on the Ghost Connect app.
Okay.
You seemed a little disheartened when you said that you thought it was more of a vocal thing than a video thing. And
no, I was hoping it was more audio than video.
Oh, okay. Well, it has multiple, what's the word,
capabilities?
Multiple things. Yeah. So down at the bottom, there's 3 little lights, and they'll light up, I think, yellow, orange, and red.
Hon, I'll go home and play with it. Thank you. I'm so sorry. The show is ending. I really have got to go.
I totally understand. It talks to you randomly.
Oh. It talks to me randomly?
Yeah, it'll say just randomly, you'll turn it on, and then randomly it'll say something like,
I wish I could do that. All right. I've got to go. Patrick, it has been an absolute pleasure having you on. You've been a true gentleman. Thank you so very much. We will do it again, and it sounds like there are other avenues you and I could go down.
Completely. This has been an honor, Art. Thank you so much.
Good night, Patrick. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be on the planet. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. The rules for this program are short and sweet. No bad language, no bad language, and only one call per show. That's it. Okay, a couple of items before our guest tonight, Father Jack Ashcraft. And here they are. Oh, no, wait a minute. I forgot all the thank yous, didn't I? I've got to do those. Thank you, Telos, for the great sound. Joe Talbot, of course, here in Pahrump. What are the odds of that? About 1,000,000 to 1. Keith Rowland, my webmaster. Heather Wade, producer. Stream Guys. LV.net. Sales is Pete Everhart, of course, and Tune In Radio for all that distribution. You know, it's easy. You get a telephone, an iPad, any kind of pad, just download, the app, and you're here. Search for my name, and you're here. It's that simple. Now, 2 women have apparently passed the Army's grueling Ranger test, and even tougher and more dangerous jobs may well lie ahead. The military services are poised to allow women to serve in most front-line combat jobs. I don't think this is a good idea. I just don't. I don't know why, because I'm old. Officials say the Army and Air Force likely will not seek exceptions, meaning they'll go along with it. Army, Navy, and Air Force are going to go. Not so much the Marines, though. They're going to seek an exception. I'm a little puzzled, actually, why I'm against it. I think that in a combat situation, a military man would want to save a woman probably ahead of himself. Now, maybe they've somehow bred that out of them. I don't know. All right, there's a little bit of news. Public service announcements have indicated recently that if you see a UFO in England, forget it. Well, don't forget it. Call MUFON. But the traditional people that have been investigating UFOs in Great Britain are giving it up. Actually, forget the RAAF says forget it. Don't even bother to report it to us. Mysterious Universe shares a trio of UFO sightings. This all comes from the anomalous.com. You might check them out. These defy conventional descriptions, which is impressive given the fact that UFOs are already defying conventional description in the first place, right, by what they're doing. But when's the last time you spotted a flying, glowing arrow? How about a flying, glowing arrow the size of an 18-wheeler over Long Island, New York? According to eyewitnesses, not one but many, who caught it on video, the UFO approached Long Island, MacArthur Airport, blinking lights, then stopped in midair, and then, get this, began moving backwards. Now, that is not generally something airplanes can do normally or ever. And a bit south, I guess they've discovered several sightings of UFOs near a place called Uxmal. I believe it is Uxmal, in Mexico. But you know what? There have been so many of them that, like in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, visitors are frequently seen gathering nightly and waiting for the UFOs to show up. One last housekeeping item, and then we're off and away, and that is, I have said on my Facebook page, and now I'm going to say here on the air, we have something called time travelers. Time travelers are people who join us for, at the moment, $5 a month. Time travelers are able to listen to any old show. Tomorrow morning, you could be listening to this program. Many of you, I'm sure, are. And so it gives you the ability to do that, to listen to older shows as we have created them. And now we're beginning to get a little pile of old shows, or a pretty good-sized pile, actually. So you have that privilege, and you also have the ability to go. As a matter of fact, let me bring it up right now. I got busy before the show. We have something called the Wormhole, and that gives you the ability to go to artbell.com, type in a question. That suddenly appears on my computer, and then I can pass it on to the guest, or not, depending on the quality of your question, frankly. All right, comes now Father Jack Ashcraft. He was ordained a traditional Byzantine Catholic priest in 2005, and a CDV contest. That's a CDV contest, I believe. And as such, he is a very vocal critic of the Vatican, as was Father Martin, exposing the infiltration of the Vatican by forces in contention with Christianity who support globalism. He is an independent author addressing apologetics issues like modern cultural changes, the paranormal phenomena, exorcisms, UFOs, and more. He's been called, in fact, the Malachi Martin of the 21st century. He is one of the leading authorities on cults, the occult, and exorcism. So, coming up in just a moment is going to be a very, very interesting man, Father Ashcraft. And I've got lots of places to go with this program tonight. Stay right where you are. And where you are is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Oh, the light is a world. If you like, ain't it good?
And then he sucked. Will you partake of that last offered cup, or disappear into the potter's ground?
Want to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Seemed the perfect opening bumper, wouldn't you say? All right, now, one last thing that I guess I didn't mention. we have a deadline for the time travelers I mentioned. Yes, indeed. It's $5 right now, and you'll be grandfathered in if you join between now and tomorrow night midnight. That's the deal. Between now and tomorrow night midnight. No. Let's see, what is today? Today is the 18th. Midnight on the 20th. Okay, midnight on the 19th, depending on how you want to think of it. I guess it's midnight on the 20th. Get all fouled up with midnight. All right. Anyway, here he comes. Father Jack Ashcraft, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
It's an honor and a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Where are you located, out of curiosity?
I'm actually in the greater Cincinnati, northern Kentucky area.
Okay. All right. Father, you also knew of Father Malachi Martin. Many have you apparently compared you to him. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I'm glad you asked that because I want to sort of clear something up on that.
Okay.
It is certainly not because I have the same level of education as Father Martin. As you know, he was highly educated and a brilliant man, very intelligent.
Well, you've obviously got some under your belt.
Well, yeah, but not quite to the degree he had. I think really the comparison is really because he and I approach the same topics in a very public and vocal manner that perhaps others might not.
Well, then it would be appropriate for you to pick up the mantle. You say you're a sede vacantis. What is that, please?
Well, the term sede vacantis comes from the Latin sede vacante, which means the seat is vacant. Now, whenever a pope dies, the church is in a state of sede vacante. However, the position of sede vacantis, which is the position that Father Martin came to later in his life, is that the popes from the start of the pontificate of John the 23rd on down to the current claimant to the papacy are all anti-popes. That is, they are not real popes. Wow. They are false shepherds and not to be trusted. And Father Martin came to that position himself late in life. And that is really the connection I have to in this through.
Okay, we're getting a bunch of noise in there. Maybe it's a cord on your...
I'm sorry.
That's all right. So he came to the same conclusion late in life, you say?
Yeah, and he actually participated in the ordination of at least one sede vacantis priest for the Roman Rite rather than the Byzantine, which makes sense because Father Martin was Roman Rite.
Yes, he even went further, and I'm going to come back to this, but he even went further in saying that there was evil influence in the Vatican.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, from the time, John the 23rd, there were documents that fell into the hands of some sede vacantis that proved that John the 23rd had been a Rosicrucian and possibly even a Freemason. And from there, I mean, you have a whole lot of other things that connected to that. A lot of the other prelates had connections to, at the time, Soviet Russia, were closet communists.
Wow.
And then you had others who were outright occultists and Satanists, as Father Martin made very clear.
He sure did. And so you agree with that?
Well, absolutely.
How come you don't get a letter from Rome saying you're out?
Well, Rome doesn't recognize any sede vacantists. So, but the point is that because we understand that that the current hierarchy is not valid, they don't have any authority over us anyway. So even if they did issue a letter, it would be meaningless because according to traditional canon law, we are quite valid, and in fact, at this point, are the only valid clergy that the Catholic faith will have.
So much like, civil service workers, you can't be fired.
Correct. Yeah, they can't do anything. They can complain, as they did with Archbishop Lefebvre and the Society of St. Pius X, but ultimately that's not going to do them any good. They have no authority.
Okay.
And that it's interesting that people are aware of Father Martin's writings on these issues, but they're not really that aware of how it is he knew so much. And I think that is a very interesting story. And a lot of the, I guess you could call them fans of Father Martin, take umbrage when the information is given, because it's not pretty.
He did know a great deal, and probably shared more with me than he should have. Things that I don't share on the air, and some that I do. But yes, you're right. He knew a very great deal. I guess he was close to popes, and I can only imagine in my mind what it would take for somebody like yourself or Father Martin or any other priest to get to the point where you're saying the things that you're saying. It must be really bad.
Well, yes, and it has been since the at least pretend pontificate of John the 23rd. And Father Martin, what a lot of people don't realize is that he knew, because in his very early years in the 60s and early 70s, he worked for one of the architects of the subversion. And realized at some point, obviously, that he had worked for the wrong side.
And with the wrong crowd, yeah.
That was Cardinal Bay.
Wow.
Of course, like I said, some of the fans of Father Martin get upset when you mention that fact, but it is nonetheless a fact. Father Martin wrote under various pen names, books and articles in support of the subversive element that was present at the Second Vatican Council.
Mm-hmm.
And he was on that payroll. And at some point in his life, he clearly came to the realization that, whoa, I'm on the wrong side here. And he switched sides pretty quickly. So his information wasn't just because he was a Jesuit and worked with popes. It was because he actively worked with the very subversive forces that he later in his life worked to combat, realizing what the mistake he had made, I think.
Have you heard anything about how his life ended?
Yeah, there's a lot of rumor there.
I know.
There were apparently some very shady characters around him. And I do know that from what I've heard, this is just rumor, I don't know for sure, but he was getting ready to, along with another priest, expose a particular individual who was I believe a bishop, and then he met his unfortunate and sudden demise. It was suspicious, to say the least.
Wow, you are adding to what I had heard. I heard that the fall itself down the steps was suspicious. Mm-hmm. Now, what you have added is a possible motive for it.
Yeah.
Goodness. Yeah. All right, so how's it going with you? Hopefully you don't have any steep staircases close by?
Fortunately, I live on a one level.
Good for you.
But I do have enemies, and most of them are just online people who like to attack me, claiming I'm a Jesuit plant when I've never been a Jesuit in my life.
Okay.
I had a group of occultists who attempted a smear campaign against me at one point, and the usual hyper fundamentalist crowd who attack you with whatever they can, make things up.
I assume this is mainly because of your public stance.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
When you're in the public eye, especially on the internet, it's anything goes. It's free for all.
Oh, how well I know. All right. Let me begin by asking this really important question. Is Satan real?
Absolutely. I do believe in a very real, literal Satan, just as I believe in a literal, real, historical Adam. I don't know what Father Martin's position on that was.
He was with you all the way.
Okay.
A very real Satan. In fact, he once made a comment, Father, that he would walk down the streets in New York City, and he would see people, and somehow he would know instinctively, or in a way that only he could know, that he was looking at what he called a perfectly possessed person.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You ever hear that phrase?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, anyone who's involved in exorcism ministry for any length of time, and I want to stress that is just a small aspect of an overall sacerdotal ministry. But anyone who's been involved with it for any length of time develops a discernment and is able to recognize the signs of possession. And there are some who propose a perfect possession, which means that the demonic entity is in full and complete control 24 hours, 7 days a week.
Yes.
And that the personality of the host is subdued and is no longer in control of the faculties.
He seemed to feel that it more or less meant that the individual involved had made their deal. Whether it was for, work, it was for fortune, it was for lust, or whatever the deal was. They had made their deal. They're either satisfied with it or it doesn't matter because they've been taken over at that point.
Yeah. Perfect possession is only possible when the person voluntarily gives themselves over to this, in exchange for money, fame, whatever it might be, as you said. Those cases are rare, but I think that demonic activity is becoming more
prevalent. Did we lose your audio? I'm not hearing you now. That's not good. Hello, Father. Okay, well, my guest is Father Ashcraft, and we apparently have lost connection with him. Yes, I see there's a little thing that says there is a problem with this call. Hold on until we can reestablish the call. So I'm sure that's what it's trying to do right now. We were discussing people who are perfectly possessed, and I think you're back now.
Yes.
I'm not sure
I
what
could
happened.
hear you the whole time. It just wasn't allowing me to speak.
I see.
But demonic activity is becoming more common, and I think it's because our society and our culture is moving more and more away from godly principles, away from morality, away from any sense of ethics, any objective values whatsoever, into this postmodern milieu of absolute relativism.
Right. He said that the number of people possessed or in trouble in New York City had risen by some astronomical number. Now, this is years ago, and he said it was increased by 800%, which I found incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how he gets those numbers, but
I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I just know that we see more cases now. however, I still want to say that, the number of claims compared to the number of actual cases is still, there's a wide margin there. The number of claims that I receive in a year is just astronomical, but once they're investigated, generally you find that there's something else going on here. Anything ranging from psychological issues all the way down to just absolute fakery and attention seeking.
Sure. I'm sure there's a lot of that. I mean, in all areas that we examine on this program, we get a lot of that. There's a lot of fakery. It's hard to sift through it all. However, it's very important to sift through it all. As a good friend of mine who does a show after mine called Richard C. Hoagland says, all it takes is one white crow to prove there are white crows.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if there's only one case of demonic possession in my entire lifetime, then that's one too many, in my opinion.
Are there degrees of possession?
Yes. Well, not necessarily possession, but demonic activity, influence over the individual, everything starting from diabolic temptation. In other words, a temptation to do things that goes beyond normal temptations, that becomes consuming, something you just can't avoid anymore. It's in your every thought, and
like drugs, alcohol, women.
Yes, any of those things.
All those. Yes,
those are all hooks, enticements to deeper demonic influence, and that generally leads to obsession. You're obsessed with a particular level or area of sinful activity, self-destructive activity. And the next step beyond that, would be oppression first, I would say. Oppression is first. Precedes obsession. Oppression is, the best way to think about that is you've read the story of Job and how Job was attacked in sacred scripture, and Satan took away everything from him, his children, his wife, his family, everything.
Yes.
That is a biblical example of oppression. Now, in the current world,
Father, hold your thought. We're at a break, so hold tight.
Wanna take a ride? Exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. This is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. To call Art, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Actually, please don't call yet, actually. That's two actuallys, isn't it? Just wait. We'll get deeper into the interview, and then we will indeed open the phone lines. Not to worry. Once again, Father Ashcraft, and great to have you back, and great to have you on the show. I think we had just discussed Job a little bit, and I don't think you were done, so proceed.
Yeah, we're talking about oppression, and the fact that that is one of the levels of demonic activity, and that would work out in modern life much the same way it did for Job. You might experience a loss of job, a loss of livelihood. You lose your wife, she leaves you, things like this. It just overwhelming and persistent problems surrounding your life could be indications of demonic oppression. And then the end game is actual possession. And demonic possession can either be transient or perfect, as we've discussed. And in transient possession, that is the most common. The demonic entity enters and leaves the body intermittently in order to carry out its desires, whatever that might be.
Father, can I ask an opinion question, and that is, how many people do you think are in various types of asylums who have been adjudged by somebody in a position to do so that they are crazy, they are mentally disturbed, but they're actually they're possessed.
I think it's not unreasonable to say that there is a good portion of people who are in psychiatric facilities who are under some form of demonic attack. That's not to say all of them, because, I mean, there are many things that can masquerade as or be mistaken for demonic activity that are actually psychological or environmental. Things like temporal lobe epilepsy, Geschwin syndrome, bipolar manic depression, etc.
Sure, but a doctor, a psychiatrist, is almost never going to diagnose demonic possession.
Well, true enough, but there are a growing number of psychologists who have recognized the spiritual dimension to some of the approaches to psychotherapy, and that in some cases exorcism has ended what they perceived to have been a purely psychological issue.
I wonder when they write up the final report if they really include the fact that whatever cure or improvement was achieved was because of exorcism.
There have been a couple. I do know of a couple. I can't remember the specific psychiatrist names off the top of my head. I was reading the report the other day. One of the reports is available at my website, and there's also a link there to another website on the right-hand side there that will take you to another article by the other psychiatrist. So they're both there for people who are interested in reading them. They're pretty lengthy, very clinical, but they do explain the role of exorcism in psychotherapy.
Yeah, I would think generally, kind of like, again, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, with the air controller asking the pilot, "Do you want to report a UFO?" And the pilot thought about it for a moment and said, "No, I don't want to report one of those." It's kind of like that. All right. I've got to get this out, so let me get it out. The other day, I interviewed a leader of the Church of Satan.
Mm-hmm.
This woman, articulate, very well spoken, obviously well educated, says that she was some time ago the high priestess of the Church of Satan. She was Anton LaVey's lover. She is the mother of his son, and she presently is the chair mistress of the Council of Nine. Now, when we booked that interview, I thought, oh, God, this is going to be some really scary stuff. I mean, we're talking chains rattling, hellfires burning, that sort of thing. The interview turned out to be anything but that. And, in fact, I asked, I think the first question I asked was, so you worship Satan? She said, no. I paused. I thought about it for a moment. I thought, well, now wait a minute. Here you are, head of the Church of Satan, and you don't worship Satan. Well, okay, so that's, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you hear just a moment of that interview, and then I'll come back and get your impressions of it. This was the most easygoing, attempting to be likable Satanist that you're ever going to hear in your whole life. Well, let me play this and then we'll talk more. But again, I'm going to keep going down this road as far as I can take you. And I will ask, is it possible to use a person's essence, bodily fluids, whatever, essence, in a positive way for them, as well as a negative way for them.
Absolutely. We have 3 basic rituals. We have lust, compassion, and destruction. So the point of going into the ritual chamber in the first place is not primarily to move the universe in the way you want it to. I mean, that's of course good as a side effect, but it's a psychodrama. Let me give you an example.
Sure.
Okay? So someone at work is really working against you. Someone is telling the boss lies about you. They're making you look bad. They're hiding your materials. They're really going out of their way to hurt you.
Yes.
So you go into you're really frustrated. You're thinking about this person all the time. You can't eat. You can't sleep. You're really angry, and you feel impotent. So you go into the ritual chamber. You do a destruction ritual. You concentrate on this person, and you wish them all the bad things to happen to them, and you let it go. You let all of it go. You build up all of that energy, and like a good orgasm, you just flow out. It goes out into the universe, and then you let go of the rope. It's done. As far as you're concerned, it is done. It's a done deal.
As far as you're concerned.
You've spoken to the universe. It's going to happen. Whatever's supposed to happen will happen. So next week, you go into work, and this schmo has been promoted and moved to Hawaii. So did your curse work? Well, you don't have to deal with him anymore, do you? So... And maybe he'll get caught in a wonderful storm in Hawaii, and maybe his life will be.
So maybe you go in next
terrible.
week, and he was hit by a Mack truck, now has about 35 broken bones, and is in traction in the hospital.
There you go. You know, that's the way it goes.
Yes. Well, I love the fact that you can bring up the rosiest metaphor possible when discussing somebody you don't like. So... That's the way the interview went, Father, and it at the end of the interview, people were saying, "Oh my goodness, that really was something. There was nothing scary about that. In fact, sounded kind of good." And I thought, boy, I didn't have a good show, did I? And so the next day, I did something I never do. I listened to my own program again, and it hit me like a brick. About 3/4 of the way through it, that Satan is a trickster, and so it would make sense that the head of the church, the representative of Satan, would be the very same. And boy, that is exactly what she was. And then, as I listened to the show, I really began to get creeped out because she was so well spoken for the bad guy.
Well, as you mentioned, Satan is a trickster, and he will come as an angel of light.
Yeah.
And Scripture says he will do that so that he can deceive the very elect. The fact of the matter is, sin, evil, feels good. Otherwise, nobody would do it. I mean, that's just how it is.
You are dead on the money, and when I was doing the show, I was looking for a scary show. What I got was a scary show. It just didn't hit me until the next day, and I went, "Oh my God, what did I do?" I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are not looking beyond her the fluff in what she had to say.
That's right.
To the philosophy that lies underneath it, which is definitely a malevolent approach to humanity.
Yes.
Just on a purely anthropological level, not even to speak of the spiritual level there. With Satanism, you have 2 distinct schools there. The LaVey type tend to look at it from a sort of psycho-spiritual perspective,
right?
Which is what you had from this woman. And then you have people like Michael Aquino, who recognizes the literal Satan and sets out to worship and embody the character of the literal biblical Satan. And you've just got flip sides of the same coin there. One's just a little bit more honest about what they're worshiping than the other.
Same end person, though, huh? Or
indeed so.
Entity, I guess, is the right word. As an exorcist, I would guess that you have, in effect, encountered Satan.
Not him himself. And that, I would say, is pretty rare. I only know of a few cases where the entity claimed to have been Satan himself. And even in those cases, you have to take that with a grain of salt. Theologically speaking, we tend to think that Satan doesn't personally possess anyone, although there is some speculation that he will in the person of the Antichrist. Rather, what we find in cases of demonic possession are the fallen angels who followed Satan and became demons. They are the ones carrying out this work. And they do so essentially because they envy and hate humanity at the same time. We have things that they don't. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. Let me stop you there, and let's talk about that. Envy and hate. They envy us. Why?
Well, we possess something that angels don't. That is a soul. And we were also created, as Scripture says, in the image and likeness of God. Angels were not. And because we have such an intimate connection like that to the Creator, Satan and these angels who followed him, Scripture says it was a third, they grew angry. They hated us because they felt, because they were so magnificent, that they should be the rulers and they should be the beloved of the Creator. And yet they weren't. Satan himself, Scripture tells us, was created with the essence of music in his being, and that he was an angel of light, and a very beautiful angel. And so this the envy that must just rack his being at the fact that humanity was created in the image and likeness of God, and he wasn't, and he feels that he is more powerful, he is more beautiful, he should be more beloved. But that's not the case. And so that's where you get this envy and hatred of humanity. And that's why the demons attack humans. They want to, in whatever way they can, mar, destroy the image of God in man. That's what that war is about.
Wow. All right. I know this is a really dumb question to ask a priest, but one that I'm going to ask anyway. You are absolutely convinced, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that we have souls?
Yes. Yes. And that's, of course, because I approach this from a place of faith. Although there are some out there in the I guess you would say scientific community who approach the subject of metaphysics and try to prove things scientifically. I don't really need that, because I tend to take a biblical approach, a biblical worldview, and so for me, when Scripture says this is so, then I accept that is so.
I so envy you for that absolute knowledge that you have. I so envy that. I really do. I want to believe. Now, conversely, strangely perhaps, and this will turn into a question, I have cats. People have dogs, cats, various animals. But when I look into their eyes and when I watch their behavior, and I see these cats have love, they have just about every emotion that one can have without the ability to express it vocally. In other words, they have everything that would make me believe that if there are souls, if we have them, that they do too. I'm not going to get you in trouble here, am I? by asking, I mean, do they have souls?
You're asking a question that you could ask a number of theologians and get different answers. Let's be honest.
Okay, that sounds a little like a wiggle, but okay.
Scripture does mention animals being in the eternal kingdom, the kingdom of God, after the final battle, as everybody knows, at Armageddon. It talks about the lion lying down with the lamb. Do they have souls? I can't answer that positively. That's something that I think Scripture is fairly silent on as far as addressing particularly.
It's very clear about human beings, but animals not so much.
Yeah, and just speaking from opinion here, I would say no, but that doesn't preclude them from being in the kingdom. Obviously, they're going to be there. Scripture has that imagery. But you're right, they are capable of a certain degree of emotion.
I see it all. I mean, we could tick through the emotions. We don't need to. I mean, love, envy, just every sadness, happiness, joy. You could just go right on through them, except for the ability to vocalize these things. They've got them all. And, well, I don't know. Being such an animal, I'm a very big animal lover, and when you look into their eyes, it feels like you're looking at as much life as when you're looking at a person. So I don't know.
Well, there are those who would argue that those emotions are the effect of a soul. And
exactly. All right, we're at a break point. It's a good one, too. Father, hold on. Father Ashcraft is my guest. And I knew he was going to be good, and he's good. We haven't even begun to talk about what you do about possession. Of course, I'm talking about exorcism. Stay right where you are, because it's ahead.
December back in 63, what a very special time for me, as I remember what night.
It's not radio, but it is what's next. To cast your ray of light into the darkness, please call 1-952. Call Art. That's 1-952-225-5278.
It's, in some cases, radio, actually. Welcome back. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. Father Jack Ashcraft is my guest, and knew this would be a good show. I just knew it would be, and it is. All right, Father. You mentioned Armageddon, and you mentioned that you thought the influence of Satan was increasing, as did Father Martin. I wonder if that final day that nobody knows when it will be, Armageddon itself, simply occurs when his influence becomes predominant, when it takes over, and then that's it.
Well, certainly a study of eschatology will tell us that society throughout the world will grow increasingly godless, immoral, and whether knowingly or not, every single person in this world is involved in spiritual warfare, whether they know it or not. And so, depending on your position in that war, in that battle, depends on what side you're going to be fighting for, knowingly or unknowingly, and what the end result will be for you personally. But certainly, the Scripture tells us that the culture throughout the world will become increasingly godless, malevolent, and I think we see that today. You know, when you
look at ISIS, look what they're doing. I mean, even within their own stated belief systems, what they're doing is all whacked out and wrong, lopping off heads, doing the very worst things to people you can imagine, lighting them on fire. Oh, God, it's awful. Absolutely awful.
Yeah, and what you have there is you have a people who are calling evil good and good evil.
Yes.
And, they justify everything from rape and murder to theft.
Right.
I mean, pedophilia.
Right.
All of this is somehow in this twisted worldview that they have, somehow a godly thing. And this is what Scripture tells us is going to occur in the world. And, I'm going to be politically incorrect here.
Oh, be my guest.
Coming from the biblical worldview, then I also have to say that the homosexual agenda, which goes far beyond asking for mere rights, to in some cases forced participation in the lifestyle to one degree or another, that is indicative of what Scripture tells us would happen. And conversely, let's point the finger at the church as well. Churches not doing what they should do. In my opinion, no one should go hungry or homeless who lives within 5-10 miles of a church. Now, if you think about how many churches we have in just the United States, we wouldn't need a welfare state if the church would simply fulfill Christ's command to love our neighbor as ourselves, feed them, clothe them.
Well, the church, from the Vatican on down, certainly has plenty of money, don't they?
Well, yeah, the institutional churches certainly do. And, I think that also contributes to the problem. I think this current Pope is indicative of the problem in Western culture in general. He is not, obviously not, a traditional Catholic in any sense of the term. He is not a biblical Christian in any sense of the term. The man is at best a postmodernist.
I know he's been shocking the Catholic world. I mean, really shocking it. My wife, by the way, Father, is Catholic. She's a Filipina. Mm-hmm. And they're very Catholic. Yes. I mean, really Catholic. And several things the Pope has said have, for her, been very shocking, and I guess for a lot of Catholics.
Well, certainly, but
is this? I don't know how to put this. Is it the church itself just becoming, starting to become politically correct? What's going on? Well, what's going on indeed? We lost Father Ashcraft. That's right. He'll be back. Skype is attempting to reconnect. This is really something that has puzzled me. I by no stretch of the imagination am I a Catholic. I sort of looked at it, as you all know. Hi, Father, you're back. I'm certainly not a conservative Catholic, and I'm barely a Catholic, if one at all. My wife is. Now, what is the church doing, Father? Are they becoming politically correct? I mean, what's going on in the church?
Well, again, this goes back to the Second Vatican Council. There was a document released that was published under the title AA 1025, The Memoirs of an Anti-Apostle, and it was the account of a nun who was also a nurse, who was tending a dying priest, and he proceeded to tell her his past and what he had done. And what came out of this, out of his story, was that he was a one of a number of men who were actually Soviet, I guess you could call infiltrators, who their job was to enter the seminaries, become priests, move up through the ranks, and to destroy the social teaching of the church by first attacking the theology of the church. And they were joined in this by a number of Freemasons. As a matter of fact, there were a lot of Freemasonic observers at the Second Vatican Council as well. So, and if you know anything about church history, the Masonic Lodge has historically been a self-avowed enemy of the Catholic faith. And so what emerged from this priest's story was that he, along with a number of other men, had infiltrated seminaries, had arisen through the ranks, and that they were the ones responsible for the destruction wrought at the Second Vatican Council, which is really the root of the rot that we see today. And so really what you see in Bergoglio, otherwise known as Francis I, what you see in Bergoglio is the fruit of that revolution at the Second Vatican Council. And what he is talking is patented social Marxism.
But here's a point of confusion for me. Doesn't the church have values that could be said to be somewhat akin to communist values? We all know communism doesn't work, but in terms of taking care of everybody, right? There are certain values that one could imagine are shared.
Well, certainly. But the problem is that from the purview of Marxism, that means taking from everyone so that everyone essentially is equally poor.
Right.
And eventually, when you enforce that through government, what happens is eventually there's no wealth to share.
That's right. Of course, that's correct. I mean, it doesn't work, but
right. And so the church, Christianity is not against wealth per se, but the love of wealth, the love of money, and there have been some political ideologies to emerge from traditional Catholic teaching to sort of bridge that gap, and one of those is distributism. And I can't speak on that topic. Really, I can't speak to it very well because I don't know it well enough to do so. But it's a fascinating topic, and it essentially says that the best way to help everyone is to place property into the hands of as many people as possible. So it's I guess distributism sort of gets close to socialism.
It does.
But it avoids the extremes of Marxism.
I know the love of money is a problem. And, I'm doing okay. I've got money, but it has never been the driving force. In fact, I really don't care about it. As long as I have enough to live and eat and my family's okay, that's good enough for me. I think there is a difference, isn't there? I mean, if you're doing what you're doing with the sole goal being enriching yourself, then it's the love of money.
Certainly.
If money just comes to you as a side benefit of what you're doing, I hope it's not the same thing.
Right. I mean, as you said, we'll take you as an example.
Yes.
You don't need to be doing this radio program.
Not at all.
No. There's nothing financial in it for you.
No.
I'm sure you have a comfortable life at this point.
I do. You're absolutely right. I'm doing this only for the love of radio. Now, exactly. I hope that's not a sin.
No, not at all. And the thing is that because you do it, because you love it, you enjoy it, that comes through, and the product is is better, I think, than if it was merely done with a view to generating money.
I surely hope that's true. Yes. And it is, I mean, it's true of me. I just hope that it's true. I mean, if money comes to you anyway, I hope it doesn't doom you.
Well, unfortunately, it's not true of many in the ministry. I mean, televangelists are a lot of, I mean, come on. There's all the evidence we need.
Oh, you're right about that. Boy, if I...
You actually had one on your show once that...
I'm sure I have. I've had just about everybody, so...
Yeah, this particular individual's quite... he and I have clashed. I know him on a personal level, and I happen to know the man is... he's driven by money, and it's a shame.
You would think that would be so, well, maybe not so obvious, to the individual named. Let's not name him. All right.
No, I'm not.
Let's move on a little bit. I do want to talk about exorcism. People have an image of exorcism, which most likely, almost certainly, has been formed by movies, I would say, right?
Yes.
Is it like the movies?
Absolutely not.
Thought not.
You're not going to see heads spinning and the pea soup type thing. You can see demonstrative outbursts, and you can sometimes witness objects moving, strange things such as words forming underneath the skin of the possessed.
Have you seen that?
I haven't personally seen that. No, I have heard several different voices emerge at the same time.
At the same time?
Yes.
Oh, my.
Where you would hear 2 or 3 different voices speaking at once, saying different things. And I've witnessed objects move. But I've not witnessed, the skin issue, though there are priests who have. And I do know some of them.
This is going to sound strange to you, but I hope that what you're saying about possession is absolutely true. And the reason I hope it's true is because if it is, and if Satan is real, then God is real. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, I interviewed the Satanist. She just disappointed me terribly by not admitting that she worships Satan, as though he's not real at all. It was, at the time anyway, terribly disappointing for me. I actually want to believe in all of this because it leads inevitably back to God being real. And I guess that's what I'm searching for, Father.
Well, I'm glad you're searching. That's a positive. And, there is much evidence that points to the existence of God. Now, can we prove the existence of God 100% scientifically? No, we cannot. Conversely, science cannot disprove the existence of God.
How about 70%? Listen, we've got a break. Hold that thought. 70%. Settle for 65, actually. We're talking about actual proof. Of course, it's going to be very difficult. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Midnight Matters are best handled by those that understand how to move in the darkness, like Art Bell. To call the show, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Father Jack Ashcraft is my guest. Father, welcome back. You're taking some heat here. Ryan from Wenatchee asks, would you ask Father Ashcraft to tell you his academic credentials? Where did he get his bachelor's degree and his master's in divinity? Why does he care about the current pope if he doesn't believe that it's proper?
I I attended a private sedevacantist seminary program. It was a mentorship program. It is not accredited because we were not seeking to achieve academic credentials. We were looking for any sedevacantist seminary, such as Most Holy Seminary or Most Holy Trinity Seminary in Florida. They're not accredited because you're not looking for some sort of academic standing. The function of a seminary under traditional Catholic teaching is to produce priests for the church.
Sure.
And so, the notion of accreditation and things like that didn't come into the question because we are not academics. We are sacramental priests. Our bishops are sacramental bishops. And we take a traditional Catholic approach to the formation of priests. Mm-hmm. It's a 7-year education. You study philosophy, you study theology, sacramentology, eschatology, etc. Now, beyond that, I am currently working toward my master's degree at a seminary in Cincinnati, Ohio. So,
all right, fine. Thank you for the answer. Now, on to TJ, who hits us up with really not loving the homophobic bigotry. Sigh. Years ago, I said on the air and still maintain today, Father, that, if 2 men or 2 women want to get married, I don't care. I'm not cool with it. I don't, how can I put this? It just doesn't personally affect me. If it makes them happy and they want to get married and head down that road, which is not all joy in every case, then go ahead. Mm-hmm. I take it you take a very conservative approach to it, and I believe in the Bible that is supported, yes?
Yes, certainly. Scripture is very clear about the nature of homosexuality, and it is not homophobia. I am not fearful of homosexuals. I do not hate homosexuals. I care about the homosexual as much as I do about the alcoholic and, anybody else. I also want to point out that homosexuality is just as much a sin as adultery, heterosexual adultery, or heterosexual fornication. Mm-hmm. They're all wrong. I look at them all equally. They're all wrong. I don't hate the fornicator, the heterosexual adulterer, and I don't hate the homosexual. And I think that is one of the problems in the discourse on these topics, is that you have one side who wants to get vitriolic and cast aspersions on the people who hold a biblical worldview.
Sure. If a gay person comes to you for counsel, do you give it?
Certainly. Absolutely, I would. I'd give it to anyone who came to me. I can't address the constitutional issues involved in the recent marriage thing.
Well, you don't have to. The U.S. Supreme Court's doing that for you.
Yeah. I'm not even addressing that. The idea, though, that it doesn't affect me, which it might be true for someone who doesn't have a biblical worldview, or even if you're a moderate Muslim who doesn't have an Islamic worldview, or a Hindu, a traditional Hindu who, also takes the same viewpoint. The point is that it does affect us, and we're seeing that play out in the courts right now, where we're having people who are running marriage chapels who are being forced now, told that they have to perform these ceremonies, despite the fact that they have a religious objection,
right,
which is provided for in the documents of our country. But that's not being respected in the courts. And so it does affect the church. And one of the proponents of gay marriage, I can't remember his name, but there was an interview with him, and he said, he was asked, will this affect the churches? And he said, well, certainly of necessity, it will affect the churches.
Right.
And he said it would probably start on the level of their tax-exempt status. So, will it affect the church? I think it's very possible that it will, and I think we're seeing that play out. But I don't hate homosexuals, and I'm not afraid of them or fearful of them.
I've got it.
I have, and I just find that sort of discourse counterproductive.
I take it, though, that if a pair came to you and wanted you to perform such a ceremony, you would not do that.
I cannot do that.
Cannot do that. All
Correct.
Right. It sounds like there is a lot of trouble ahead then. Or will the church, what do you think the church will officially do?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, personally, the fact that the churches are involved in the tax exemption is a mistake to begin with.
Really?
Yes. I don't think churches should have been involved in that. Part of the reason is that one of the hooks of that tax-exempt status is that churches really cannot legally advocate for any particular political party or candidate.
Right.
And if churches want to be involved in politics, which I'm not a big fan of that either, then tax exemption is a mistake. Beyond that, my personal view is that, and I take a very ante-Nicene view of the church. I go back to, the apostles and the men who knew the apostles and studied directly with them, and I look at what they had to say at of the church, and I take their view.
All right, Father. Hold tight. We'll be right back.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
Father Jack Ashcraft is my guest, and I guess I'm getting him confused with Leo, our news guy. Not surprising, a lot of you did too. Actually, no relation. Several have asked. All right, Father, here we go again. Nathan from Austin, Texas asks, could you please ask the Father, if the Catholic Church is corrupt or rotten, does that not give legitimacy to Protestants? Are there mistakes in the Bible? Women not speaking in church? Death for working on Sunday and so forth?
Okay, I'll try to condense this a bit. The first thing you have to understand is that according to the Sedevacantist position, there is no corruption in the church. The church was infiltrated, the visible institutions were taken over, but the church consists of clergy and laity faithful to the true teachings of the faith. Therefore, Sedevacantists and other traditionalists who reject the changes, who reject the current hierarchy, they are the church.
Right, but he was speaking to the one, the Vatican one.
And, the fact that there's corruption there, for us proves that it's not the church. This doesn't mean there's a defect in Scripture or anything like that, and I think if I understand the question correctly, nor does that mean that such things as women not holding the priesthood, etc., are wrong, nor does that follow. What you have with the visible institution that people think of as the Catholic Church is what we call the Novus Ordo, the New Order Church. Mm-hmm. And that's a term they used for their own liturgy. And so it's a wholly different religion. Does it lend credence to Protestantism? No, not necessarily. When you consider that, sedevacantist believe that the church continues to exist in their midst, in their churches, in their chapels, and with their priests and their laity, then no, it wouldn't lend support to Protestantism at all. Protestantism actually came out of...
Well, okay, but again, Father, he's asking about not your church. Maybe I can put it that way. He's asking about the Vatican's official position on things, and you will come back and say, well, the Vatican is not official because... I understand that.
Yeah, you can't accept what's coming out of the Vatican,
right?
Because the Vatican is occupied by non-Catholics. So,
oh, you're going to get a letter, I'm sure of it. Well, all right. What do you know about the ability of somebody like Blanche or anybody on the other side able to can a curse really be made and work?
Well, certainly. However, the only way they can have an effect is if the target of that curse is not in a state of sanctifying grace. The further they move from Christ and his protection, the more susceptible they are to that sort of an attack.
Well, maybe it's a comment on the current times, but sorry, it's a target-rich environment.
Oh, certainly. Absolutely. And I think there, where there are cases of real curses, you're going to find it, just as you said, that these individuals, these targets, are not in a state of sanctifying grace. They're outside that. And because of that, there's not much that any priest can do to help them until they get their spiritual lives in order. And that sometimes you will even encounter resistance to that from the people who are actually feeling the effects of a curse or feeling the effects of demonic attack. They will still push back on you when you tell them, here's the remedy, because it requires something of them.
Yes.
And let's be honest, the spirit of the age is, I don't want anything required of me. I want to do my own thing.
So coming in and getting in a little wood booth and having a confession just might not do the trick totally.
Well, no, certainly not. It requires that one live what you claim to believe. You have to put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. Mm-hmm. You can't simply, attend a church. You can't simply receive sacraments and go through the motions and expect to be okay. It requires more of you. There has to be substance, the substance of faith, which is demonstrated by actually living the gospel of Christ.
All right. So in other words, you really are saying, look, you may be possessed, or you may be under the influence of a curse or something evil, but unless you change, my showing up as a priest and doing whatever I'm going to do isn't going to do the job.
No, it certainly won't. There's a joint effort there in exorcism, in any type of spiritual warfare intervention. It is a joint effort. The priest and the person coming to the priest for that help, they have to work together. And if that person is not willing to do what it takes to amend their lives, to get their spiritual lives in order, there is nothing any priest can do to help them. It's like with perfect possession, and I'm sure Father Martin told you this. There's nothing you can do to help that person.
Right, they've made their deal.
Yeah, they have willed themselves in the position they're in. And without the active role of their will to reverse that, there's nothing that can be done.
Whew. Yeah, so people are always saying they see times coming of, the end days, Armageddon, as it were. And frankly, looking around the world today, and maybe it's just, we have short lives. We don't live long, but it does seem that even in my lifetime, I have seen so much. I'm now 70, and I've seen so much of a moral and spiritual decline in the world that it does seem like the end days. Oh, I see. We have the little internet thing come up, so he can't answer that just yet. There he is. Father, you heard what I said, right?
Part of it.
Okay. Also, it's cutting out over there, too, a little bit. I said that, I'm 70 years old now. I've seen a big spiritual, moral decline in the world. Even in our own country now. I don't want to talk politics particularly, but I do want to say this. We have this guy now, Trump, and he's just wild man, absolute wild man by any current political standards, and he is way, way ahead. I think that people, a lot of them, thankfully, I guess, are so fed up, and I've said this before and I'm going to say it again, that they're virtually, politically speaking, and I'll hold it there, they're ready to burn it all down. And that's why Trump is as popular as he is right now. So,
well, yeah, I think you're seeing, and it's not just a social condition. I think there's a spiritual condition behind this, and it mirrors that which was in Weimar Germany. The same desperation.
It might be some of the same. You're right.
Yeah, and it's that same desperation that allows for very masterful manipulators like Hitler and Stalin and people like that to come along and really do some damage.
You really think we're at that susceptible point?
I think that we're getting close, if not there. Have you really listened to or viewed some of the things people say on these political message boards?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Mm-hmm.
There's this visceral desperation mixed with a lot of really bad information out there, disinformation, I would say, and people are willing.
Okay, I think he just went away again. We've got a problem with Skype, and this is kind of abnormal because generally with Skype, it just stays connected. That's the way it is. It stays connected. But in this case, Father Ashcraft goes away for a moment. I get a little notice saying, well, there's a problem with this call. Hold on while we try to get the call back, and it will reestablish here in a moment. I've never quite seen this occur with Skype before, but the Internet, of course, is a great connected network, and things can go wrong all over the place. All right, Father, you're back again. I have no idea what's doing that. I was just talking about the interconnected network that we have, and, it just takes one little thing somewhere in that network to go sideways, and there you go. All right, let's quickly get into, while we can, jump to you've had many cases, apparently, because you talk a lot about exorcism. What would you say was your most frightening case?
Oh, good question. The most frightening case, I guess, would be not one that turned to be demonic at all, but one that was brought to me from a television production, and I won't name what the production was.
I don't mind if you want to name it. I don't care.
Well, it came to me from Paranormal State.
Okay.
When that program was on, and they brought me this case that became sort of infamous in their series. It was this young lady who they felt was possessed, and they brought to me some photographs and a synopsis of the case. Mm-hmm. I looked at the photographs, and there were scratches on her body, but they weren't anywhere she couldn't reach. And there was a a message in one of them scratched into her torso. And after reviewing it, I sent it back to them stating I didn't see anything there that was demonic. It looked to me like it was psychological.
Okay.
Okay. They went ahead and ran with it and performed they called it an exorcism. It really wasn't, on their TV show of this young lady. Subsequently, they went back and did it again.
Who did the exorcism?
The first time, I don't recall the gentleman's name. He's deceased now.
Okay.
I do know that. The second time, it was a Novus Ordo priest who admits that he's not an exorcist, but he went up there and tried to do what he could anyway, without really doing any investigation, obviously. And at the end of the day, it turned out that I was correct. This girl was seeing a psychologist. She was on medication, and her involvement with that program apparently caused her family some trouble in the community they live in. And I say that's...
Okay, I'm not quite onto it, and I was about to ask, and I'm sticking with this because I really want to know. I was about to ask if that was the scariest that he's seen. It apparently was, up to the point he was telling us, wasn't real, right? In other words, he had adjudged it to be scratches that she could have put on herself. Okay, Father, welcome back.
So I say that's frightening because...
yes, I was wondering about that. It sounded like it was not a real case.
Right, because you have this paranormal subculture who they think they have a grasp on these things, and they don't. And what they do is they ignore the psychological, they ignore the environmental, and as a result, they cause more damage, like they did in this case. Just think, though, I mean, the best thing we could say about this case was that the girl was suffering from some form of depression, as I understand it.
Okay, let me reword my question. What was the most frightening case that you've dealt with that was real?
Okay. I would have to say the case of a young lady who, this was in Kentucky, who was experiencing objects levitating in her home, words appearing on the wall, and not just witnessed by herself, not just hearsay, but witnessed by several people, including a psychiatrist, who was really at a loss as to how it had been produced.
Sure, if I was a psychiatrist and saw something levitate, I'd be calling you or somebody like you right away.
Well, even with things like that, you'll find that people remain skeptical, because there is the role of parapsychology in there. Is not unknown for women, especially women going through times of severe stress, to be able to manipulate their environments like that to cause objects to move.
Especially young teenage girls, but
yes. But what really moved this case beyond the parapsychological were the words appearing on the wall. That moved it beyond that. So for me, that was scary. And not scary in that, I'm running away, but just frightening in the demonstrative nature of the case.
Did you or anybody else actually witness the words manifesting on the wall?
Yes, I did.
Oh my. That'd do it for me, all right.
Yeah. It'll definitely shake you up.
Can those words be repeated?
No.
Okay. I do have a rule on this show, but I wouldn't like them if I heard them, I take it.
No, and I wouldn't repeat those words anyway.
Good. All right. So, in other words, you've encountered the real thing. There's no question about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know that, I hate to say it again, but I will. That actually gives me a warm and fuzzy feeling, because if the one is true, the other has to be true. That's insufficient to really say, but I really do mean that. And I want to ask you about something else. Ghosts. Can ghosts, in your opinion, be real in the sense that they are residual or entities of people who were once alive human beings?
Well, theologically speaking, you have a variety of different opinions on that. You have some who believe that ghosts are the spirits of those in purgatory who are seeking our prayers, and so they appear in order to solicit those prayers.
Stuck in the middle.
Correct. Some others state that ghosts do not appear, that those are purely demonic entities masquerading as the spirits of the dead or our dead relatives in order to mislead us into believing things that are not true. And so you have both of those viewpoints of the spiritual realm. You find that when you get into these topics theologically, there are all these different schools of thought on this, and one has to simply find what they think fits best.
All right, Father, hold tight. We will open the line shortly, so if you've got a call, if you've got a question or a statement, all I ask is I want you to be polite, all right? Be polite. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert.
Something weird is happening. Something I can't deny. A strange kind of magic. Down on the track, lost a home and a family, and you won't be coming back. Without love, we're supposed to be right now.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
That's it. Father Jack Ashcraft is my guest. And again, I'm going to now give out phone numbers, and I hope you will join us. Actually, you've already joined us. The lines are full. Nevertheless, the public line is area code 952-225-5278. You can get in on Skype ever so easily. If you're in North America or Canada, simply enter MITD 51. That's as in Midnight in the Desert, MITD. It's not case sensitive, 51. If you are outside the U.S., anywhere outside the U.S., in the greater wide world, please enter MITD 55 into Skype. That's MITD 55. And in those ways, you can call us. Now, let me stress this. If you get through and you hear audio, if you hear us doing the show, that means you have made it through. So hold on. Don't hang up. If, on the other hand, you ring and it's never answered, ring some more. We'll eventually get to you. All right, Father Ashcraft, once again, hopefully his Skype holds up. It's kind of coming and going. I don't know why, but it's a web of a world we live in. And again, I ask you to please just, whatever else you do, be polite, because I know you have ignited some tempers out there, Father. So away we go. Let's answer a few calls, and I've got other questions as well. Let's start, I guess, with Matthew, somewhere or another on Skype. Hi, Matthew.
Hello, Art. This is Matthew, the Sunday school teacher, calling from West Virginia.
Okay.
I'm just disappointed that this man denies the authority of the Holy See and the false prophet Pope Francis, but will not accept justification by faith alone. But that's not my question.
Well, let him respond to that, okay. Or at least soothe your disappointment. Or
Yes,
not?
sir.
Or not? Father?
Well, Scripture says I'm getting a little bit of feedback there, Art. Scripture says that we are justified by grace through faith. So I would say that biblically speaking, you're a little off.
Okay. Did you hear that, caller?
Yes, sir. I know where he's coming from. He's familiar, no doubt, with the Epistle of James. But this is a theological difference we won't be able to settle on air. I do have a question, however.
All right. Proceed with your question.
If he denies the authority of the Holy See, where does he receive the sacraments from?
All right. Father?
Well, the sacraments don't have to proceed from the authority of the Holy See. The sacraments are confected through any priest who has valid apostolic succession. And as long as he follows the proper form, has the proper intention and the proper matter, then a sacrament is confected validly. And so any priest who is also validly ordained in apostolic concession can do so as long as he follows those three guidelines.
Okay. Allentown, Pennsylvania on the phone. You're on with Father Ashcraft.
Hi, Art. This is Johnny from PA.
Yes, sir.
And I called in when the Satanist was on the other night, and my views are obviously oppositional to hers. I'm in the Father's corner. I'm not going to be oppositional. Still challenging, I think, but not oppositional. So the first question is in regards to the prophecies of St. Malachi. According to those prophecies, the way most people interpret them, Benedict was Gloria Leve. We should be on Petrus Romanus, Peter the Roman, who seems to be a very good pope according to the prophecies. This pope doesn't seem to be a very good pope, and I'm wondering what his thoughts are.
The supposed prophecies of St. Malachi, there's a lot of contention there as to whether they are legitimately so or not. Some say they're forgeries. So I really don't take a position on those particularly because, anything of doubtful origin shouldn't really be used as evidence. Not to mention, I am somebody who leans towards Scripture more than extra biblical prophecy, and so that's where I will keep my eschatology is with Scripture.
Art, can I ask one more?
Yes.
The other one would be if someone was under demonic oppression. And if I told you my stories, you'd probably start laughing. If someone was under that, what would you suggest they do? And I'll take the answer off the air.
Okay. Fine.
Well, without knowing the specific area of oppression, I can't address it well and adequately. I would, however, encourage you, if you are experiencing what you believe to be oppression, to examine your life, find out where your weakest point is spiritually, and shore that up, because chances are that's where you're being hit. Satan always hits people at their weakest point.
See, that makes sense to me. It really does. Zachary on Skype, you're on the air.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Get close to your microphone, Zachary, or you'll sound like you're in a tunnel.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a question for Jack.
Go ahead.
Why haven't you, if you've experienced these demonic oppressions, recorded them?
Well, he probably has. Father, have you recorded or what's the right word? I guess evidenced in some way what you've been through? Okay, we've lost him, unfortunately, on Skype. Sorry about that. This is a problem that we normally never experience when doing these kinds of shows. I mean, when he is there, this is kind of odd. He's absolutely there, and the audio is absolutely perfect, just like he was in the room, and then suddenly it cuts out, and it automatically reestablishes. Here he is.
To answer that question.
Oh, good, you got it.
Yeah, I want to say first of all that anything that is recorded is only recorded for the bishop, my bishop.
Right.
it would never be made public. And I think those who do make that sort of thing public are really violating what I think to be a very private matter. It causes a lot of problems for families, and as in the case that I mentioned earlier.
Right. Father, you were involved, or not involved necessarily, but the film The Exorcism of Emily Rose, you're suggesting it was a real case, or were you involved in it?
I wasn't involved in the case, no. It was a case in the 1970s in Germany, and the movie is loosely based on that case, and it was a German girl by the name of Annalisa Michael. Uh-huh. And I did converse back and forth, correspond with Dr. Felici.
And there he goes again. Very annoying to have Skype do this, and it may be some expert out there on Skype understands what's going on. But I do get a message indicating that his, and there it is, it disconnect, and it shows, kind of like your cell phone, you have a bunch of bars, right? 5 red bars. And that's exactly what it's showing, 5 red bars, as though there is no internet on his side, which sounds like, frankly, a loose cable or something. Father, are you back?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you. The case was a German girl, and I conversed or corresponded with Dr. Felicitas Goodman, who was an anthropologist who studied the case. And unfortunately, it was one of those cases where I tend to agree with the court that the priests were negligent, because this young lady did suffer from a form of epilepsy, and they did allow her to stop taking her medication during the exorcism. That was a huge error. But it was one of those rare cases where you have mental illness, or in this case, it's actually a physical illness, epilepsy, attendant to a case of demonic possession. She was possessed, but there was negligence involved there as well.
So the actual number of possessions, real possessions, is, in your opinion, low or simply unknown?
I think it's unknown, but I think it's certainly lower than the number of claims. That's for sure. I receive hundreds of claims in a year's time, and there are people that have been trained to investigate those on the temporal level, that is, the psychological, the environmental, etc. And I'll forward those cases to those persons who do so, and 99% of the cases come back as something quite normative for the human experience.
Hamilton, Ontario, I believe you're on the air.
I wondered what Father Ashcroft thought about Fatima, because the reason why I'm asking, I find your program extremely interesting.
Oh, it is.
In the sense that I've never heard of a Catholic priest that didn't endorse the Vatican. But on the other hand, I have friends who are into the Fatima aspect of it. And Fatima, there's a priest in Fort Erie that deals with that. But some of the Catholic people, I live near a cathedral, and they say that what he's doing with Fatima has nothing to do with the Vatican.
All right. So one thing at a time. Caller, I can tell you, trust me.
Okay.
There are other priests that do not endorse what's going on at the Vatican right now, or what has been going on for some time, and that includes that includes Father Malachi Martin, a very great man indeed. So
yes, you mentioned him.
Oh yes. So
I've never. His name is Father Martin?
Yes, he's now passed on, Father Malachi Martin. Yes, so there are many priests like that. The second part of your question, Father?
He had a question about what I thought about Fatima.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, it's an approved apparition of the church, and so the Catholic faithful
endorse it.
Okay, I think he disappeared again. Yes, the answer to your question is yes.
Okay. I believe in it too, but the thing is that, in other words, the signal I'm getting from you is that just because it may not be endorsed by the Vatican really doesn't mean anything when it comes to God.
I would let Father handle that one, thank you. Not me.
Okay.
He's temporarily disconnected, Father. If you can hear me, you might move your wires around a little bit or something. I don't know what's going on.
You understand what I'm saying, though?
I do. I do.
That's what I thought all the way along.
No,
when people tell me.
Yeah, he endorses Fatima as the church does.
Yeah, and as far as traditional or Catholic priests who don't accept what's going on with the Vatican, there are entire societies of priests who don't. The Society of St. Pius V.
I didn't know that.
The Congregation of Mary Immaculate Queen, CMRI. On and on. There are entire sacerdotal societies who are sedevacantists and reject this. There are also the Society of St. Pius X who are not sedevacantists, and they recognize the hierarchy, but they reject their what they rightly see as their heretical teachings. So there are a lot of us out there.
Very interesting. I'm going to have to Google that word, sedevacantists. I've never heard of it, but very interesting is all I can say.
All right. Very good. Well, we did explain it at the beginning of the program. You might want to go back. Bedford, Indiana, I think. Hi.
Hey, what's going on, Nate?
Don't allow full names on the air. We'll just go with Jason. You have a question?
Yes, I do. I am a time traveler.
Okay.
How are you?
Interviewing a Catholic priest. What is your question?
Art Bell?
That would be me, yes.
Glad you are back on the air.
Thank you.
You are a life saver.
No, that would be the Father, not me. Let me see. Let's go here and say, hello, you're on the air.
Oh, I just wanted to find out if Father Jack has a contact phone number to get a hold of, or an email address.
Well, careful, Father.
There's an email address on my website.
There is an email address on his website, which is
what about a physical address as well?
No, we're not going to give that out on the air. Come on.
Okay.
As soon as you cough up your Social Security number, we'll think about it.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Sheesh. Stuff people ask for. Hello there, North Hollywood, California, I think.
Oh, no, actually, this is Larry from Hawaii again.
Okay, you need to correct your caller ID.
Okay, I'll do that. You may remember me. I was the second to last caller with Blanche on.
Okay.
And anyway, my question for the Father is that in regards to this apparent surge and incursion of UFOs and ET abductions, what your view is on that, and could it possibly be the coming deception spoke of in New Testament?
Okay.
Well, in short, I think that you have several things going on with the UFO and alien abduction phenomenon. I think you have governmental projects going on there that are being mistaken for UFOs.
Mm-hmm.
I think you also have, in the alien abduction scenario, there is a sub-rosa level psychological operation going on there.
Wow.
And then finally, I think that there are some cases that I would say are demonic.
All right. I'm going to toss one at you. Okay. Father, I've done a number of, I would call them very, very impressive shows on out-of-body experiences. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with the term OBE, right?
Yes.
So, when that occurs, Father, would it be your view that a person's soul is actually leaving their body, or is something else happening?
Wow. I think that what you're looking at there is the spirit leaving the body. I think it's a dangerous practice.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
I thought the same thing.
Yeah. We have had cases of possession that were caused directly by people experimenting with that.
All right, I'm going to remember this forever because I have a lot of people who talk about OBs. Oh, they're wonderful. They say there is a silver cord attached to you that will always bring you back to your body when anything threatening occurs at all. And generally people, and I had somebody really who was good with OBEs on recently, and he started out by saying, there is absolutely not a thing in the world dangerous about leaving your body, about doing OBEs. And then, a little later in the interview, he proceeded to tell me about 2 or 3 dangerous things that actually did happen to him when he left his body. So, you're saying it is dangerous.
Oh, absolutely. When you leave your body like that,
yes, sir.
You create a space that something can fill. And so the demonic can certainly fill that space.
Okay, let's go to Skype. Jeff, you're on the air with Father Ashcraft. Hi.
Hey, Art. It's good to have you back on the air. It's awesome.
Thank you.
I'll go by the code name Jeff Scepter, Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
And my question is, I have had a close friend in the past who she's Catholic, and I'm not Catholic myself.
Right.
She started getting into watching a lot of television ministry shows that were strictly about prophecy, the end times kind of stuff, strictly focusing on that as far as a religious aspect. And at first it didn't really bother me much, but then she turned in really incredibly violent, and some of my friends and stuff said they literally thought she was possessed by the look in her eyes and whatnot.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, do you have any pointers or anything like that that would stand out as far as, you see the movies like Exorcist and stuff like that, and you see all these crazy movie drama things, but when someone's
in real life
possessed,
yeah.
What do you see on that?
Well, it varies from person to person. There are some typical signs we look for.
What are those?
Well, some of those are speaking a language that they have never studied.
Right.
Especially dead languages. Knowledge of things that they couldn't know normally. Things that are secret or hidden.
Mm-hmm.
And of course the ability to move objects, things like that. There is, and I want to address one of the things he's mentioned here is this, there can be a morbid preoccupation with the end times and with the demonic. And that morbid preoccupation itself can be a doorway to demonic activity. And it's because there's no balance in spiritual life. And there is an entire industry out there in what I call fringe evangelicalism that focuses on this stuff almost entirely. And the substance of these people's faith is in this, the various theories that are proposed and the books that these authors put out, month after month. And when that's the substance of your faith and it's focused on the demonic and the dark,
right.
Inevitably that's going to have an effect on you,
Gotcha.
Even if it's just psychological.
All right, late on a break, so hold on, Father. We'll be right back. I'm Art Bell. Father Ashcraft is my guest. will be just a moment.
I realize the best part of life is the thinnest slice. And it don't count for much, but I'm not letting go. I believe this.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
All right, Father, it's going to be a very short break this time. Let's take a quick call. What should it be? Well, we'll go here. We'll go to the phone. Hello, you're on with Father Jack Ashcraft.
Hey, how you doing, Art?
I'm doing okay, sir. What's up?
Let me start by saying first, great to have you back, and then I got a question for Father Ashcraft.
Proceed.
I do ghost hunting, and I know, am I allowed to say other TV programs on here or not?
Yes, I don't care.
Okay, I do ghost hunting. I know he's been involved with Ghost Adventures, and I'm wondering what his opinion of ghost hunting is.
Father?
I dissuade people from doing so. I told the people at Ghost Adventures the same thing, that they should stop doing this, that they weren't dealing with ghosts, and that it was dangerous. But of course, when you're making a living at that, you're not going to listen to anything I have to say.
Well, how about me? I talk about these kinds of things. As a matter of fact, I have people on the air who do EVPs. In fact, we're about to do a show on EVPs. You know what those are, right, Father?
Yes, of course. Discussion of the topic isn't the problem. It's when you're out.
Okay, it's something, and then you went away.
Guess we lost him again.
Yeah, I guess we did. So I took it from what he said when he was there that he doesn't want to be involved in anything hunting ghosts on TV or otherwise.
Okay, I'm just curious, so then why did he go on the show?
That's a good question. If we had him back, I would ask. What did he do on the show? Do you recall?
He was actually helping them with their investigations and talking with people, so...
Well, maybe after...
Whether people...
Okay, Father, very quickly, you were on the show, right?
Yes, I was.
And
they asked me to help on a case. Yes.
I see. Okay, and how did that work out? Or is it the one we talked about?
No, it was a different thing, completely.
Different thing.
This was just a property, and they asked me to bless the property, which I did, and that includes what's called a minor exorcism. And it got marketed as a big exorcism issue. And
Gotcha. Well, that's television. All right. Father, hold on. I'm sorry the breaks are so close together, but we got them squeezed. We'll be right back. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
We had to get out before the magic got away.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness. This is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. Sorry about the close-in breaks, but I thought there was a emergency situation at the network. Anyway, Father Ashcraft is here, I hope. He's been kind of on and off, but I suspect right now is on. Father?
Yes.
Okay, good. That would indicate.
I wanted to say something, Art.
Fire away.
Just to preface before we go any further, I know that my answers have been very measured, and you can probably see that I am carefully choosing my words and how I answer things.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a reason for that. I have been the target of death threats in the past that have been reported to local police. And when I consider that, and I consider what Father Martin went through as a result of his candor,
sure,
I have to be measured. So please understand that, and don't feel like I'm trying to shortchange you.
You're not shortchanging me. Death threats. Death threats, why, Father? Over what issue?
Several. Mainly my opinion about the Vatican.
Huh. Well, certainly, Father Martin held a very similar opinion, and I guess we can imagine what might have happened to him. So I do understand. Trust me, I do understand. Kurt on Skype, you're on the air with Father. Hello?
Oh, my mute button on again.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
Don't leave it on when you're calling a radio
I
program.
know, my goodness gracious, okay. I should have learned by now. Let me turn your thing down here. Okay, good. Hey, are gay people going to hell?
Huh.
What do you believe?
Okay.
Tell me.
Well, I wish he was here to answer. He has blinked out on us again.
Yeah,
he may be hearing us. Father, the question was, are gay people going to hell?
Are gay people going to hell?
That's the question.
Okay.
I have another one, too, later.
Well, just hold on.
Okay.
Let me preface this by saying that the fall of humanity had an effect on everyone, every single person in existence. That fall did not just have spiritual implications, but physical. We grow old, we get diseases, we die, we get psychological problems, a whole host of things as a result of the fall. I tend to view homosexuality, if there is indeed a genetic component, I tend to view it in light of the fall of humanity. That is an effect of the fall, just like the common cold would be an effect of the fall. Now, having said that, is a homosexual going to go to hell? Mm-hmm. Not necessarily. If the homosexual is not acting on the homosexual desires, they're doing their best to live the gospel of Christ, then they have as much opportunity to achieve salvation as anybody else.
All right. Let me stop you cold, Father, and ask you if science conclusively proves that homosexuality is a genetic matter, that yes, people have desire, but it's driven by a genetic predisposition. If that is proven absolutely, then wouldn't that affect your opinion?
It would just, as I said, I would view that as part of the effects of the fall of man. No different thing.
Yeah, but in other words, if it was a genetic-driven situation, this is the way they were born, this is the way they are, that is that, then surely no fair God would doom them to hell.
Well, the scripture still says that it's sinful.
It does say that
to act on it.
Yeah, well, it was written a long time ago, Father, before genetic science came along by fair margin.
And taking a strict biblical worldview as I do, we can also look at fornication and adultery being results of the fall as well. There's still no less sins just because we're somehow disposed to committing these acts.
Well, that's fair. I mean, you could say a man is driven. Some men, a lot of men. Even me, when I was in my 20s, driven to just about chase anything with a skirt. Yeah.
Correct.
Anyway, caller, you had another question.
I don't. He's no Father Malachi. I'm just going to end the call now. Goodbye. Good night.
Good night. All right. So he is no Father Malachi. He doesn't say he is Father Malachi.
Nope.
And what you're getting is an honest opinion, whether you like it or not. And I do understand that, look, we live in a different world these days. I do disagree with you on gays, Father, and that's okay. I have to live with that disagreement, I guess. But you do understand that in this day and age, you're going to take, and you're gone, so this isn't fair. I was going to say in this day and age, and I'll say it anyway, you're going to take an awful lot of heat for taking that position. But I also understand that position is, I guess, backed up by what is written in the Bible. So when you do come back, I think I'm going to ask if everything written in the Bible is to be taken literally. And so I'm going to ask that. Did you hear my question, Father?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so is everything written in the Bible to be taken absolutely literally in your view, or is it possible that over thousands of years some things that were written just might have been a view of somebody at that time and not the Word of God?
Well, that's not an option left to a Catholic or any other Christian. To say that would be to undermine the inerrancy and inspiration of sacred Scripture. And if we say that about one portion of Scripture, then we have to call into question the entirety of it.
But man has fallacies, right?
Man does, certainly.
Okay, well, these words, I don't know that they all came directly from God. They were written and possibly interpreted by man. Yes? Aw, what a poor time to have it blink out. I really hate that. In other words, some of what was written in the Bible certainly was not the direct Word of God. Not all of it was the direct Word of God. Surely some of it has been interpreted, transcribed by man, and we know that man is not perfect. So you would take every word in the Bible as literal, Father, right?
I think to use the term literal is a mistake. We take the viewpoint of Scripture, as the Church always has, that it is divinely inspired in its original autographs, and that God guided the authors to write what it was in His will for man to know about His will, His person, and His plan. And that while He allowed man to use the language that was common to man at that time, that the information contained therein is inerrant and infallible. And that is Orthodox Christian teaching across the board. That's not just me. That is Christianity across the world, Orthodox Christianity.
I guess. That is where I will differ with you as well. I just can't believe that it could be that infallible. And I can't have faith that it is that infallible. And that is my sin, I guess. Guthrie, Oklahoma, you're on the air with Father Ashcraft. Hi. Hello,
Mr. Bell.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Bell, I just wanted to say it's an honor. I used to listen to you when I was very young. In 1997 through 1999, I heard your interview with Father Malachi, and I was barely graduating from high school. I am now 34 years old, and you are a legend. My mother's been listening to you for
Okay, sir,
years.
Please, I appreciate the greetings, but we have little time, and if you have a question for the Father, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Father Ashcroft, what I have to ask is this one simple situation. God gave us the ability to have free will. He gave us the ability to think for ourselves and do what we want to do and have the ability to be as good as we want to be or as sinful as we want to be. And from what I was told by one very intelligent minister that I ran across in my lifetime, I was told that the only way that he can truly do that was to remove himself and remove all evidence of himself from of his existence, to be able to give us the ability to have free will. Because if we were to look up in the sky, it would be like a police officer looking down and us saying, yes, you got to do what you have to do because I'm watching you. If he had the ability to do that, and if he truly removed himself from our lives so that we had the ability to have free will, then why are the Satanists and the very religious people trying to use the basis of a book and everything, trying to scare us into doing the right thing, when he alone gave us the ability to create our own decisions as we see fit, and
all right,
to leave it up to us to be a good person or not?
All right. Thank you. Father?
Okay, first thing is that, yes, we were given free will. However, from the very first, man abused that ability to use that free will wisely, prudently. by violating God's commandments in the garden. To suggest that he hid himself, though, is not biblical. And you won't find that in Scripture, and you won't find that in the teachings of the church anywhere. As a matter of fact, the Apostle Paul tells us that he has made himself known in the things he created. And as Paul says there, he says, so, speaking of those who don't believe, he says, so they are without excuse in their disbelief. God has made a witness of himself in a multitude of ways. And the primary way is in the created world. And we can know God exists by the things he created. Of course, that gets us into a whole new topic on creation and
it does.
Evolution, etc.
One I should have started on much earlier.
Yeah, we don't really even have the time to get into that adequately.
Well, this is why God creates more radio time. And, we'll do another show.
Suffice it to say,
sure.
On that issue of evolution, just really quickly,
sure.
is that macroevolution.
Oh, that's where he got cut off. Macroevolution. I really do want to hear what he has to say on that subject. So I will sit here and wait until the very tricky internet allows the Father back on. Macroevolution. All right, Father, you're back. The last words I heard were macroevolution.
Oh, I'm sorry. The macroevolution violates some scientific laws in itself. One of those being the law of biogenesis. The law of
There it goes again. I think that other church is at work here. Something's going on, that's for sure. This is very unusual. Not sure exactly what in the internet could possibly be doing this unless his provider is going on and off. Or perhaps his cable at the back of the a laptop or whatever he's using is a little bit whacked out. And it's too bad because we're right at the end of the show. Father?
Yes.
Okay. We've got time. I heard macroevolution.
Okay.
The last thing I heard.
I apologize for these drops. I don't know what's going on with this. Macroevolution violates scientific laws. The very first one that it violates is the law of biogenesis. And the law of biogenesis tells us that life comes from life. Science has no evidence of life coming from nothing. Essentially, evolution must be taken on faith because it cannot prove its beginning point whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Evolution is essentially a religion that relies on scientific language for its substance, but it has no real substance in and of itself.
All right, that is going to take another show to properly digest. We could talk a great deal about this. Do you believe, Father, just sort of at the end of the program here, that God, and I'm sure you do, created the world as suggested in Genesis in a matter of days?
I do. I take a very literal approach to the Genesis account of creation. I believe that God created everything that exists just as it says in Genesis. I am in complete agreement with the work of an organization called Answers in Genesis, mm-hmm. which you might be familiar with. Ken Ham would be an excellent person to talk to sometime if you have the opportunity.
And so all the evidence of evolution is what?
Well, there is no evidence of macroevolution. I would not argue microevolution, nor would any other creationist. But there is no evidence of macroevolution. That's where we have a contention.
Well, despite that lack of evidence, if I concede that point, that still doesn't mean that the larger evolution that science talks of is not real.
Well, if you remove macroevolution,
then you take it all away?
Then you remove the evolution of man.
Oh, boy, do we need more time. Father, I'm sorry, we're out of time. We are going to look into your computer problems, or you are, or he will, and then we'll do this again, I guarantee. Father, thank you.
God bless. Good night.
Good night. Not enough time. Absolutely fascinating topics, no question about that. From the high desert and the great American Southwest. Sorry we don't have more time, and across all the time zones of the world, good night. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's plentiful time zones. Welcome to Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Well, this should be an interesting show. I don't know how much you know about Bigfoot, but we're about to teach you a lot more. In a moment, rules of the show. No bad language. And only one call per show. That's fairly standard stuff. Thank yous for the show. Also pretty standard, actually. Telos, great sound. Joe Talbot, right here in Pahrump. And Telos, amazing stuff. Keith Rowland, my webmaster. My producer, Heather Wade. BellGab website. People who love Art Bell. MID. That's midnightindesert.com. Stream Guys, LV.net. Peter Everhard up in Anchorage, who does the advertising. If you're interested in advertising, that's the guy to get hold of. And advertising on here is very productive because we don't have much of it. So because we don't have much, what you do have obviously gets heard. All right, so last night's show, I got one response of thousands that I really love, this particular one. I mean, some loved it, some hated it. It really went the whole gauntlet. This one I enjoyed, though, Art. I enjoyed the debate last night. I do have a suggestion for the Flat Earth expedition to the sun. That expedition, she says, where he says they prove irrefutably the sun is 3,000 miles above the flat Earth. He says they should go at night so no one gets hurt. Oh, boy. All right, from the Anomalist, iwatchthemdaily.com, the complete Patterson-Gimlin film footage. Now, we've got some hot stuff up there tonight, reference Bigfoot. And Anomalist says, be sure not to miss it, because this is an absolute must-see. As Bigfoot evidence explains, very few people have ever watched the entire film, the Patterson film, ever before. Already some people are seeing some inconsistencies or anomalies, most notably the presence of another person at 53 seconds into the footage to the far left. The film jumps a bit, and the figure changes position, which rules out it being a tree stump, obviously. Patterson and Gimlin have always insisted they were alone on the trip, so if that is a third person, who is it? That's kind of an obvious duh, I would say. We definitely have the right man to be talking about this with tonight. His name is Michael Rugg. That's R-U-G-G. He is co-founder of the Bigfoot Discovery Project, curator of the Bigfoot Discovery Museum, located in the Santa Cruz Mountains of California. The purpose of this museum is to educate the public at large about the probability of Bigfoot and the current best guesses as to its inhabitants and its place in the natural world. He's been collecting information and artifacts while studying known bipedal primates since the early 1950s. So he's been at this a while. When the first photos of unknown tracks on Mount Everest appeared in Western newspapers, since 2003 he's dedicated his full-time attention to the mystery primate phenomenon via the Bigfoot Discovery Museum that he runs. And I think we've got him on the line with us on the phone. Hello there, Mike.
Hey, how you doing, Art?
Really well, Mike, and really glad to have you on the program.
Oh, well, I am honored to be on your program.
Thank you.
I listened to you years ago, and always loved your work.
Thank you. So, Bigfoot, I guess I would like to ask you, because I've never met you, I don't think we've ever talked, have we?
Nope.
Yeah, nope, haven't. All right, Mike, how did you come to get started in Bigfoot research? I mean, there has to be a precipitating event of some kind, like seeing this creature or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, the beginning of that is really hard to nail down, but I think it probably has to do with having a sighting as a child. I found that throughout my childhood, I had a particular fascination with apes of all kinds. I read every Tarzan novel cover to cover. I used to want to go to the zoo all the time and hang out with the chimps and the gorillas and so on and so forth. And then, not too many years ago, I was reading an excerpt in, I think, one of John Green's books, and a lady was describing a sighting she had up in Northern California, and it made me have this flashback memory. And the memory that flashed into my head was that I actually saw a Bigfoot. And the way the story goes is it was in probably 1950, and I was with my parents, my mom and my dad. My dad was a fisherman. My mom was a driftwood collector.
Mike, may I ask your age?
69.
69. Okay, I got a year on you, buddy.
All right.
Kid.
Yeah.
So in 1950, you were still pretty young.
Yeah, I was between 4 and 5 years old.
Right. Okay.
And so the sighting happened because I strayed away from the camping. My parents and I were camped on a beach on the Eel River up in Northern California. Now, we were there because my dad once had a sawmill up in that area, and so he knew the best fishing holes and swimming holes. And even though our family had moved to the East Bay, down in the Bay Area, we would still go up to the Eel River to fish and hunt driftwood.
Mm-hmm.
So it was one of those trips, and they were making breakfast on the camp stove, and I went wandering off by myself. Should have announced to them, of course, I was leaving, but I didn't. And I was following a trail that kind of hugged the river edge, but the road was blocked by brush and so forth. There was brush on both sides of the path. I pushed my way through the brush, stepped out into an open sandbar, and then I just, kind of was scanning the horizon, looking around to see what I could see. And as I turned back towards the forest, I realized that somebody else had stepped off the path, probably 10 yards ahead of me, and was standing there looking at me. And this fellow was extremely tall. I remember noting that, thinking if you stacked my mom and dad up, they would not measure up to this man. And he was covered in long reddish-brown hair.
Mm.
And I had a very good look at him. It was about 5:36 in the morning. And the sun was up. There was no brush between us. There he was. And as I was making eye contact for a couple of seconds, I hear my mother screaming, "Mikey, where are you?" So being a good son, I dropped everything and I ran back to the campsite, notified my mom that I was all right, and then said, "Why don't you guys come and see the big hairy man?"
Does your mom recall this?
I asked her. She came to live with me about the same time that I started the Bigfoot Museum.
Okay.
She was 96 at that point.
Oh.
And was in need of help. So I took care of her until she died at 102. And
not bad.
When she first moved in, she was still pretty lucid. And so I asked her, when was the last time we went up to Humboldt, and went fishing and so forth? And she said, "Oh, well, that would have been prior to 1952.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I had my flashback, I was kind of reticent to admit it to anybody. I kept it to myself because I had my own doubts. And I have found now, interviewing hundreds and hundreds of Bigfoot witnesses, it's quite common for people to doubt themselves because the nature of this phenomena. So I didn't really mention it, and so I asked my mother, do you recall, me telling you of seeing a hairy man on the beach up there? And she said, no, I don't remember that. But what she did was she established that the timing would have been around 1950 or 51, and so it makes sense that I would have forgotten such a thing, because my original thought was, I must have been 10 years old after my father's heart attack when I saw that thing. And that didn't make sense. How could I have forgotten such a thing? And when I was 10 years old, that would be 1956. By then, people were talking about the abominable snowman, so it wouldn't have been something that I had no reference for. But when I saw this thing, I didn't have a name for it. I didn't have any way of knowing what it was, because it wasn't something within my sphere. And it wasn't until a couple of years later when the announcement of the abominable snowman footprints went around the world and started the whole mystery primate thing.
All right. So you've been studying Bigfoot then almost, I guess, all your adult life?
Well, I've been studying it all my adult life for sure, and most of my childhood as well. Because 52 is when that the picture was taken by Eric Shipton on Mount Everest of the footprints.
Right.
And those hit the news in late 51, early 52. Life magazine, of course, did a big article about it. It was all the news, the abominable snowman. And I didn't, when I heard about that, I didn't make a connection with my memory. Oh, because I forgot to mention when I asked my parents to come and see the Bigfoot that I had observed.
Yes.
They went with me, and when we got there, of course, it wasn't there, and so they proceeded to tell me, "Don't worry, don't be afraid, forget about it. It was probably just a tramp." And I said, "What's a tramp?" And they said, "Well, a homeless person. They probably don't have great hygiene. They don't shave every day. They're out in the woods. Yeah, you probably saw a homeless person, a tramp." So I learned that a tramp is a 10-foot tall hairy man.
All right. Can you establish credentials other than your own experience for your study of Bigfoot?
To be a, you hear the term all the time, self-proclaimed expert.
You do.
And you do hear that thrown around a lot, especially by skeptics. And my question is, how does one become an expert in anything? They do so by studying it, and they study it in lots of different ways. And so it started with me by getting a scrapbook and collecting every article on the abominable snowman I could find, newspapers, magazines, etc.
Well, there's a Bigfoot Northwest University. You could have credentialed there, right?
That would have been good if I had known about that. Yeah. So, and then I started, of course, purchasing any Bigfoot toy or article that came out. And then, in 1961, there was a book written by Ivan Sanderson called Abominable Snowman, Legend Come to Life. And that was right at the time that I was starting high school. So during my scholarly years in both high school and college, I attempted to make this a major study. Every chance I got to bring it up and to make it a part of the curriculum that I was undergoing, I would do so. But I got a lot of flack back from the professors.
Oh, I bet you have. In your view, is the abominable snowman and Bigfoot the same thing?
I don't believe so.
You don't think so? All right, no. Hold that thought. Okay. We have to take a break, and I better take it too. Not the same thing. Why couldn't it be the same thing? Same fur, same height, same look. One's cold, one's not. Seems to me it could be the same thing. When we get back, we'll ask about that. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
Listen to the wind blow, watch the sun rise, run in the shadows, damn your love, damn your life. And if you don't love me now, will never love me again. I can still say it would never break the chain. First, when there's nothing but a slow glowing dream that your fear seems to hide deep inside your mind. All alone I have cried, silent tears full of pride, in a world made of steel, made of stone.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
My guest is Mike Rugg, co-founder of the Bigfoot Discovery Project, curator of the Bigfoot Museum, actually, in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and that's probably where Bigfoot would be. Question was, the abominable snowman and Bigfoot, they do seem, you know, on the face of them, sorry about that, like the same creatures. One in a cold place, one, I don't know, maybe in the Santa Cruz Mountains.
Mm-hmm. Well, they certainly are both mystery primates, animals that are seen by indigenous peoples and described and denied by science. So they have that in common. Also, the descriptions are similar. And one of the misconceptions, of course, about the abominable snowman is that they're white. They're always depicted looking like a white ape. And most of the individuals who have seen them and described them, the great majority of them, have described them as black or brown or reddish, you know, similar colors to the Bigfoot and to other apes.
I mean, if a Bigfoot was snowed on and in the ice, he'd probably be fairly white.
Yeah. And then, of course, there are some individuals that are born white, you know, have pink eyes and so forth. I suppose be one of those. But I think that what the Yeti or the abominable snowman is an ape that lives in high altitude mountains below the snow line. Most apes and other primates do not live in the snow. Mm-hmm. There's only one monkey I know that does, and the rest pretty much stay out of the snow. And so I think it's an ape that has developed the ability to cross mountain passes through the snow by walking upright. And I picture a Yeti as putting his hands up as soon as he gets in the snow, walking upright until he's to the next valley on the other side of the ridge, and then as soon as he enters the forest again, he gets back down on all fours. And the reason for that is because the footprints. The archetypal footprint of the abominable snowman has a big toe that sticks off to the side of the foot, accompanied by another semi-large toe, and then three normal-looking toes, kind of three side by side. Whereas Sasquatch tracks look like more like giant flat-footed human tracks.
All right. How about this? You said that at times he's on 2 feet and then back on all fours. Yes.
That's what I believe, yes.
Okay, so a lot of people believe that man slowly came up in our evolution from, frankly, at one point, all fours, and then we stood up straight and walked. Does that make Bigfoot or the abominable snowman, does that make them, what's the right word? Some sort of ancestral relationship to us, maybe one that I don't know, stopped or slowed down, and while we kept going, I don't know.
Well, there's a whole bunch of different possibilities. Think about this Bigfoot thing and the Yeti thing. It is indeed a global phenomenon. People have been reporting these things from all over the world ever since the beginning of oral history. It's something that's always been there, and I think it's because in the history of the evolution of humans, we have had ancestors that coexisted alongside us. In other words, when we evolved from one animal into a new one through a mutation,
yes,
the original progenitor animal doesn't just suddenly disappear. They continue to exist, and now there's a new one coexisting. Now, if those two, as they evolve and develop, if the new one somehow goes into competition with the original progenitor species, then they may supplant them.
Yes.
Through what's called the survival of the fittest.
Yes. And while we're here, is Bigfoot an endangered species?
Well, I don't believe so. But I think that with the current condition and with as many people now involved in Bigfoot hunting, so we call it, I think that they may become endangered. As more people are willing to believe that they exist, there, I think, are going to be more people who want to go out and shoot one.
There'll be a dentist somewhere.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure. So, in fact, I'm sure there are people like that. And you know, we talked in recent days about people putting on Bigfoot costumes, or we had some other creatures that we depicted on the website, those kind of costumes. And frankly, putting on a costume like that and walking around, say in your Santa Cruz mountains there, I know those mountains, it seems to me that would be really, really dangerous.
Yes, I would say so. You know, 9 out of 10 people, normal people, wouldn't think, wouldn't even cross their mind to take a shot at one of those. But there are people who that's exactly what they want to do. They want to shoot first and ask questions later. And there are people who claim to have done so.
Hey, let us. I know. I interviewed one of them. You remember that interview?
I remember Bugs.
Bugs, yes, he shot 2. I had the map. It got lost in a move. And forever lost, I'm sorry to say. Bugs, of course, is welcome to get hold of me and refresh our memory on all of this.
That never was resolved?
He was afraid. He was afraid, Mike, that he murdered a couple of people.
All right. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the common reason why people don't report their Bigfoot kills.
That's right.
They usually do it thinking it's a bear.
Well, yeah, but that if you actually killed a Bigfoot, you would probably, if you were like the dentist, you'd be screaming to the media. You'd be saying, "Look what I did." You'd be standing over it like a trophy, and then allowing the scientists in. You'd make the most of your 15 minutes or more of fame. There's no doubt about it. So I'm thinking nobody has done it yet, except maybe the fellow I interviewed, Bugs. Bugs, if you're out there, get a hold of me, buddy.
Well, there's a man out there right now who claims he killed 2 of them just recently.
Oh, and did not report it because?
Because he was afraid of prosecution because it looked too much like a human.
Well, there you are. So once they walk up to their kills...
Yeah. I heard another story from a local man who had his father had a friend who was a mountain man. His name was Elmer Briner. Mm-hmm. And he hunted grizzly bear for a living. And he, around 1900, was at the mouth of the Pitt River where it met the Sacramento. That's before Lake Shasta was put there.
Right.
And he took aim and shot a grizzly bear in the back of the head. And as he watched it fall down, he had a good kill. He started working his way down the canyon wall to harvest this bear. He had an Indian companion with him named Cannonball, who was on the other side of the river. He went across in a little cable contraption and got to the side. And the 2 of them got to this kill about the same time. And the man who told me the story was a former Navy SEAL. He lives here locally in the valley. And he said that... he couldn't help but kind of choke up and get a little tear in his eye when he was telling me this, because Elmer Briner cried like a baby, because he said that when they rolled that grizzly over, it had a human face and human hands and feet, and he realized he'd killed a wild man.
Oh, my God.
And not a grizzly, and he did not feel good about that.
All right. That begs an obvious question then. Are there other wild men out there that might run into the same problem for the same reason? I mean, virtually feral humans, I guess.
Well, I think there are feral humans out there. I think that's part of the problem. You see, the phenomena, as I mentioned earlier, being a global thing that's been going on for years, forever, so to speak. It's not going to be defined by any one particular species of animal, I don't think. I think that there are, because what we're dealing with here are sighting reports. The Bigfoot phenomena is largely anecdotal. We have the Patterson film, we have some footprints and things like that, but mostly what we have are eyewitness testimony. And that you can take and use as a database, and that tells us a lot of stuff about these animals.
All right. May I ask you a really personal question?
Mm-hmm.
If you were somewhere outside your museum, had a gun in your hand, a good high-powered rifle, mm-hmm. and Bigfoot was standing, 50 yards away from you, would you raise your rifle and fire, or would you, cradle your rifle and make little cooing sounds or something, trying to get Bigfoot to come your way? Now, don't answer that yet. That's why we have breaks. But people will hang around to find out what the answer is. Even I have no idea what he's going to say. This is a classic question. Would you shoot or would you hold your fire? Midnight in the desert.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. A feisty debate tonight. Donald Trump was the only one of 10 Republican presidential candidates debating tonight in Cleveland who won't pledge to support the eventual GOP nominee. Trump says he intends to win. Trump also said he had no time for political correctness when asked if he was concerned that some of his remarks in the past might be offensive to women. He also joked that the remarks were directed at actor Rosie O'Donnell. Unlike the feisty primetime debate between the top polling tier of the GOP candidates at a debate in Cleveland, the 7 other candidates considered at the bottom of the polls faced off before a largely empty arena. The forum was less hostile. Most of the criticism was directed at the Democrats. A man who claimed to be Tarzan has been arrested after he allegedly climbed a tree and tried to get into the monkey exhibit at a Southern California zoo. A zookeeper called 911 Tuesday morning to report that a shirtless man plastered in mud had climbed about 20 feet into a tree at the bird exhibit at the Santa Ana Zoo. He had left by the time the police arrived, but was taken into custody a short time later. On a previous Dark Matter News report, we'd reported about a Jeep that hackers were able to take over. Now Tesla Motors appears to be a victim of such attacks as well. On Thursday, it has sent a software patch to address security flaws in the Tesla Model S sedan that could allow hackers to take control of the vehicle. Cybersecurity researchers said they had taken control of a Model S and turned it off at a low speed, one of 6 significant flaws they found that could allow hackers to take control of the vehicle. Art Bell had a special guest last night who believes that the earth is flat. And our roving reporter, John G., is out in the field with a special report for Dark Matter News.
Hello, this is John G. with Dark Matter News. I am here on assignment waiting on aerospace engineer, Pulitzer Prize winner. He is an anonymous flatlander. We are trying to prove that the earth is flat. And we're waiting here today on assignment to talk to a airline pilot that goes by the handle Skip Trace. He is a confirmed flat planet believer. He is anti-earthball, and he has set his sights on setting sail against this giant flat landscape he calls Flirth, equipping Skip's plane with new flat lens cameras that were developed specially by Mr. Anonymous Bob, the leader of the anti-earthballers. Anonymous Bob stated that we are subject to one of the world's greatest and most advanced conspiracy theories ever, that we've all been duped into believing that the earth, not round, but it is flat indeed. We would like to issue a challenge to Mr. Anonymous Bob. We'd like for you to prove that the earth is flat. Anonymous Bob, the gentleman that says that the earth is flat, has been tracked down and was found to be working for U.S. Globe. He felt that it was the best place to start making a difference from the inside. Anonymous John about earth he said it doesn't take anything to believe that the earth is round. It might take just a little bit more than facts, maybe even some faith, to believe that it's flat. Anonymous Bob says that we have been duped to believe that we are living on a planet that is not round. That's not what he said, but that's what he meant. He was about as confusing as the last 10 seconds of this first cast here. But I do know one thing. I'm hungry. And when I get hungry, I reach out for some flatbread. It seems that facts are not important, or physics, or even the basics of science, to prove that the earth is not round, but indeed flat, according to Anonymous John, a guest last night on Art Bell. But I'd like to ask him this one question. We don't need science. We don't need math. Just give us some hard proof. Find someone who will fly a plane, who will gas that plane and fly it all the way across this flat earth with a flat camera. Something that will take flat panoramic pictures. Just give us some proof. That's all we ask.
Thanks, John G., for that report. Such that it was. I'm Leo Ashcraft, and this is Dark Matter News.
Shout out to Leo Ashcraft for that newscast. Absolutely incredible.
Take a ride from the high desert and the great American Southwest. This is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Yeah. I'm going to set this up even better. Because if you think about Mike Rugg, the curator of the Bigfoot Discovery Museum of the mountains there in Santa Cruz, and you think about his position, then this question gets a lot harder. If you think about Mike Rugg, again, who owns a museum, the question I'm posing, and Mike, you can picture him now, he just maybe went out for a smoke, or maybe he's quit, I don't know. But he's outside the museum when it's closed and late. He's got a 30-06 with him, at least. And oh my God, it couldn't be 50 yards away. Got to be like 10 feet tall, covered in brown fur. Meanest looking thing you ever saw. Now, he can either raise that 06, or he can cradle it and try to talk to Bigfoot and communicate with it like a civilized person. But then on the other hand, you got to think, well, Mike owns the biggest museum of its sort probably in the world. And if he had a stuffed Bigfoot in the museum, they'd be coming from miles round. Actually, there'd be Japanese tourists traipsing through your museum at whatever the charge is to traipse currently. So there you got him in your sights, Mike. What would you do? Truth be told.
Well, I would have to go along with what Gimlin did. And Gimlin held the rifle and watched as Patterson did the filming. Now, he told me if that thing had gone after Roger, I could have taken an eye out with one shot. I was that good. And that's what I would have done. But it didn't go after Roger, so we agreed not to shoot unless we were in danger. And that's the way I would handle it. And I would, when we go out and hunt Bigfoot, go out in the woods and try and...
and you do that, right?
We do, yes. I do with several volunteer helpers.
Uh-huh.
And we did that for a number of years, 3 or 4 nights a week. And we had experiences. I found out that you can actually put yourself in a position to have a Bigfoot experience. It's not as difficult as I had imagined.
Well, wait a minute now. If you're going to say that, then I'm going to begin to ask you about its paranormal characteristics.
Yeah, well, I have certainly talked to a number of individuals who have described characteristics that would be considered paranormal. That certainly is one type of Bigfoot. There's another type of Bigfoot. That's the mythical Bigfoot.
Yes.
That's the one that has no parents and is thousands of years old.
Okay.
There's only one of. People think there's only one Bigfoot. The mythical Bigfoot. The mythical Bigfoot also includes, of course, hoaxes. But there's the biological Bigfoot as well. Now, the big question is the biological Bigfoot completely 100% biological, or does it sometimes fade over into the paranormal realm? Some witnesses would tell you so, and some of my peers would immediately shun those witnesses, would tell them to be quiet and go away, and that they don't want to hear about it. I don't do that. We try to take in every bit of data that comes our way because anecdotes are anecdotes.
Sure.
And if you start picking and choosing which ones you want to listen to and which ones you don't, then I don't think you're doing science.
Right.
And we're trying to do the right thing and do it the right way and come up with some truths. So paranormal is considered as well as everything else. But I'll have to say that right now I'm concentrating on the biological Bigfoot, and I will continue to do so until I feel that there's something haywire.
Yeah, before we get too far into the show,
mm-hmm.
You've got some photographs for us that you put up on or is linked to artbell.com. So if they go to artbell.com right now, you can see what I guess Mike refers to as or thinks of as a Bigfoot tooth. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, we like to think that this could very well be a Bigfoot tooth.
I'm going there.
If it's not a Bigfoot tooth, then it's a giant human tooth.
Well, oh God, I feel so sorry for that human if that's what it is.
Yeah, well, I showed it to 7 dentists, and all 7 of them said, this looks like a human upper molar, but it's way too big. So what I have there is a picture of a human molar next to a human mandible. Now, that mandible is a cast made from an actual human skull that I got from a museum supply house. The molar tooth, however, and then next to it is the tooth that was discovered in the mountains here, just 3 miles from the museum. And next to it, I have the Meganthropus jaw, which is a reconstruction done by Grover Krantz of Meganthropus. Meganthropus, the big man, was discovered on the island of Java. It's known from just a few bones. 2 of them you can see there, the dark teeth are the actual fossil.
All right, let me only stop long enough, please, so everybody can catch up with this. When you go to artbell.com, at the very top, when you get on the page, folks, you'll see a picture of Mike, who kind of looks like. Do you play Santa? At Christmas.
I was offered a job as a professional Santa.
There you have it. He kind of looks like Santa. Click on that, and then you'll get to the pictures I'm talking about. It's all at artbell.com. Okay, so first picture up, Bigfoot tooth images. Now, they've got a part of a tooth there next to a penny.
Yeah.
That
is the putative Bigfoot tooth.
That can't be a human tooth. There's no way. No way.
Right. It's way too big. But it certainly could be a Bigfoot tooth because it happens to be in an area where we have contemporary sighting reports.
Mike, when I look at that, I've got to ask a question. When I look at that, it's like I almost see what almost looks like, I don't know, guts of a tooth. I mean, more than just enamel. It almost looks like there's a biological material in there.
Well, yeah, that's because the crown is worn off that tooth. You're seeing what is a huge cavity.
Exactly, but my point here is that something with that much biological whatever that gook is would have some sort of DNA in it, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, that would be expected.
Have you had that DNA looked at?
Well, it's a very long story, but I'll just tell you that I have tried. Part of my tooth is now still in a lab in Texas with Melba Ketchum.
Okay.
Part of my tooth is in Oxford, England with Brian Sykes.
Yeah, they like to cut these samples up like crazy.
Yeah, and the last third of the tooth was once in a little jar here in the museum, but last week it turned up missing.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid somebody took it.
Oh, no. You mean like somebody just... Oh, that's horrible. You mean somebody was coming through the museum, lifted what was left of your tooth?
Yeah.
Thank God you've got the photograph.
We have the photographs, and there are parts of the tooth, like I said, still in existence, in 2 different DNA labs, both of which supposedly we're going to test them.
Okay.
When Brian Sykes did his study, he opted to use only hairs, even though they asked for other things.
Okay, let's go up now to the mandibles up above.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Those are awfully big. I mean, what did the scientists say about these?
Well, that mandible, like I said, comes from an animal that's been labeled Meganthropus by scientists. Other scientists will say, well, that's an unnecessary name. That's actually a Homo erectus, but it happens to be an especially large one.
Well, could they from the size of the mandible project the size of the creature?
Well, yes, they have done that, and if I didn't put the picture up, but there is a cranium that's been reconstructed that goes with it. The whole skull has been reconstructed by Grover Krantz. And they had a complete occipital bone, so that means they had a very good indication of the cranium size. The cranium is nearly as big as a human cranium. It has the beginnings of a sagittal crest, a little bit of a bump down the center of the forehead, and that bony ridge around the eyes that you see on the Patterson creature.
Right.
That you'll find on the Meganthropus skull, and you'll find this gigantic, twice the normal size jaw.
To me, it looks like it belongs to that guy in the 007 movie with the teeth. Remember him?
Right. Yeah.
Or something much bigger even. So it's gigantic, absolutely gigantic. I hope people are following along with us here. It's at artbell.com. And then there are other comparisons to teeth, a little down lower, also up against pennies to give you a concept of size. That one on the bottom, what am I looking at?
That's all one tooth you're seeing from the different angles. And so what you're seeing there is the fact that the crown has worn off the top. You can see that in the side view that shows the tooth interior. And you can see the dental material down both sides. Crown is worn off. And then you look down at the roots and you see those are broken off. And then if you look at that top view, you can see that also almost a half the tooth is missing. So that tooth, the way it is right now, when you look at it compared to the human tooth up there in that other photo with the mandibles, it looks pretty big. But if you were to restore that to its full size, it would be then obviously twice the size of that human tooth.
Yes, sir. All right, so we're talking about an obviously really large, probably very scary creature here. And, I've got to go back to this question just one last time. I mean, really, Mike, if you had the chance to have a stuffed, real McCoy, full, no question about it, Bigfoot in your museum, you could really turn that down in the name of...
Well, in the name of humanity. I mean, I think that eventually, unless these things turn out to be paranormal, we're going to eventually have a Bureau of Bigfoot Affairs. We're going to have to set up agencies. There'll be some forests and things that will be set aside for them. And they'll have their rights to the pursuit of happiness like the rest of us. Because if they are 99.9 human...
A Bureau of Bigfoot Affairs. More government, Mike. More government.
Oh, yes, but with people like myself running it.
Oh, you really think so? I'll bet that's what the Apaches thought, too. We'll be running things.
That's my fantasy anyway.
Yes, okay. Well, all right, so on to a million other questions. You say they're all around the world. Bigfoot is, in one form or another, can be seen in almost all parts of the world, yes?
Yes. What's really interesting is the most recent find, which is on the island of Flores in Indonesia.
Wow.
The people there, the Nage people. I've been telling scientists for quite some time about the little hairy people that live in the forest. They're described as being, 3 feet in height, completely grown, running around on 2 legs, and having no apparent signs of culture of any kind. And they call them the Abugogo. So this is another typical Bigfoot myth, because the Bigfoot around the world come in different sizes. Not only are they described as being particularly large and robust, but there are also gracile varieties, little ones, littlefoots. And those are spotted in Africa, Central America, North America, and most particularly on islands. And so here's an island, and some scientists went there from Australia, and of course they ignored the tales of the little wild men in the forest. They didn't go looking for living beings, but they did find a big cave that interested them, so they dug down in this cave, and lo and behold, here's 13 little skeletons of 3-foot-tall diminutive people. And these people have skulls that look like miniature Homo erectus people. And some of the bones are 90,000 years old. Some of the bones are only 13,000 or 12,000 years
old. Do Bigfoot creatures die?
Do they die?
Do they die?
Of course they die. If
they
are
die.
Biological, they die.
Where are the bones?
Well, that's another interesting question. That's the one that people always bring up. And I have a pretty simple explanation for it. The bones are in the fossil record, and they are in universities and other collections around the world. and they are considered to be members of our family tree. They are described in various ways as Australopithecus, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Homo ergaster, Homo adultu, Homo heidelbergensis, Homo neanderthalensis. In other words, if one of those wild men from our past, Lucy, the little one from Africa that was 4 million years old, walking on two legs.
Yes.
If you saw one of those in the forest today, you would probably report a Bigfoot event. So what I'm saying is,
at my age, I might just, keel over. But yes.
So in other words, there's plenty of bones in the fossil record indicating the existence of large bipedal primates. And other than the fact that a lot of these giant skeletons have been hidden away on purpose, we would have more examples of giants.
Why would somebody hide them away on purpose? Unless you felt you had, as a hunter, killed a human by mistake, or something that would be regarded as perhaps human. Nobody wants to face murder charges. So, yeah, sure, then you hide them. Otherwise, if you really think you got a Bigfoot, you start screaming and yelling and maybe even open a museum in competition with Mike.
Yeah, well, we have plenty of effigies of Bigfoot here at our museum. We have one carved of redwood, a couple.
Yeah, but they're effigies.
We also have some hollow ones made of papier-mâché and wax.
Yeah.
They're 9 feet tall.
Well, impressive, but again...
They give you a good idea of how Bigfoot
they do
looks and how it stands next to you.
Right.
But a real one would be good. So that's our next plan.
Oh.
It's called habituation.
Well, break that down for the rest of us. Habituation.
You habitually create a scenario in which you're inviting a Bigfoot to come in to join you.
Okay.
You have a campsite dedicated to that, and you provide meats and sweets for the Bigfoot.
Meats and sweets. How do you... Meats and sweets. Other than that, what is it you do? I mean, there's lots of meats and sweets at most, campgrounds. People go out camping. They generally are cooking something that must smell pretty good to a Bigfoot, at a mile away, 2 miles away.
Sure. Yeah. Well, that's why they come and visit people's camps in the middle of the night. They're looking for some of those sweets and meats. Otherwise, they stay away. I think the Bigfoot figured out about 300 years ago here in North America that the only way they were going to survive as a species would be by hiding.
Well, we were about to get to that. So, we don't see many Bigfoot. There is an occasional report, even an occasional photograph. But otherwise, we don't see them, which means they must be smart, at least smart enough to hide.
Yeah.
Or we'd see them, right?
When we opened the museum here in Santa Cruz 10 years ago, I didn't think of this as a Bigfoot area. I knew that the Bigfoot would have been here in the past because it's a beautiful place to be. And I was quite sure there had been Bigfoot here, and I'd heard a couple of random stories. But I figured that they would be long gone from Santa Cruz because once the university came in and the college was built and so on, we had a lot more people coming and staying, and Silicon Valley put together. We became a bedroom community for Silicon Valley. There's tourists, there's lumberjacks and all this stuff.
Right.
Bigfoot would have exited this place a long time ago. And then, as soon as the word hit the street that the Bigfoot Museum was here, the locals started coming in and telling me they're seeing them in their backyards right now.
Isn't that interesting? You think just the power of suggestion, or is it possible that the thing you talked about earlier, the sort of invitation, is what produces the experience?
Well, there's a lot of ways of looking at this. Yes, some would say that, it's mass hysteria caused by the existence of your museum. But I would also say, well, the museum is immediately recognized as a safe harbor for people who have had experiences like this who normally get ridiculed by everyone they try to share that with. And almost to the person, people who come in this museum and tell me their Bigfoot event and their encounter, they preface it by saying, I don't talk about this much because when I do, I get ridiculed.
I totally get it, Mike. Of course they do. Of course they get ridiculed. And that keeps people, Mike, from not just not talking about Bigfoot, but not talking about all kinds of paranormal experiences that they have. They're afraid they're going to, whether it's a business problem, or they're worried about people coming to gently put on a little restraining white thing and take them away. One way or the other, they don't talk about it. All right, Mike, hold tight. We'll be right back. Mike Rugg is my guest, co-founder of Bigfoot Discovery Project, curator of the Bigfoot Museum in the Santa Cruz Mountains, where I hear tell that Bigfoot's been seen. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, rocking the night away.
Lead me this way.
Want to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Mike Rugg is my guest. He is co-founder of the Bigfoot Discovery Project, curator of the Bigfoot Discovery Museum up in the Santa Cruz Mountains. It is a pleasure to have you on, Mike. And my next question, I guess, is going to be, is there any record, known record, of Bigfoot having harmed a human being?
Mm-hmm. Well, I have found a couple of reliable stories, but in most cases, I feel that the harm was done in self-defense. I don't know of any stories.
Tell me what you know.
Well, there was a mining company in Chetco, Oregon.
Yes.
They had a problem with bears coming into camp. This was in 1890.
Right.
And because of that, they would have a sentry stay up all night to wake everyone up should a bear come into camp. Mm-hmm. And one night a Bigfoot came into camp, and they sounded the alarm. Everybody woke up. Two of the miners grabbed lanterns and rifles and ran into the woods after the Bigfoot. A short time later, there was gunfire. They heard, and they figured they must have got it. But they waited, and the men did not return. So they
the men. So how many men were out?
Two men at least with rifles,
right,
and lanterns. Went out, and they didn't return. So they sent a posse out, several people, to look for them.
Right.
And they were found, and they had been dismembered, and their rifles were kind of bent in a circle.
Their rifles in a circle.
They were bent, and the bodies were pulled apart.
Pulled apart.
But I believe that was self-defense.
So, in other words, one of them or both of them took a shot at a Bigfoot.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
A Bigfoot took umbrage and, well, as you point out, ripped them apart, bent their rifles into U shapes.
Yeah.
Really? That's a horrible story. Well, all right.
Yes,
Mike,
but that's not a typical Bigfoot.
Okay, I understand. He's a gentle, beautiful creature. This will serve a dual purpose, Mike. This is reported by a person close to me that many of you in the audience know to be the sound of a Bigfoot. It will also help you to understand whether you think Bigfoot is gentle or not. This comes to me via Linda Moulton Howe, and it also serves to check and see that all of you are still awake out there. This is the actual recorded sound of a real Bigfoot. All right, so if you were asleep, welcome back. Glad to have you back. What woke you up was the sound of a Bigfoot. And if in real life that woke you up, and you're still alive, then fine. So, Mike, have you heard that sound before?
Yes, I have. We had occasion to record something very similar to that, where after a while the sound didn't even seem organic. Because what we recorded was a Bigfoot that was howling in siren-like fashion, long drawn-out siren.
There you've got it.
And coyotes and dogs from all around joined it and started screaming along with it.
Really?
Pretty soon you had the various vocal harmonics clashing and the echoing, and the whole thing took on a metallic sound, just as the one you just played did. It has a kind of metallic echo to it.
There was a terrified lady that held a recorder in her hand recording this. I mean, there's quite a story to go along with it. It's quite a credible report. We've had this sound for years. It's pretty horrible, in my opinion.
Well, it certainly is loud and disruptive.
But I guess, an animal like, well, I don't know, any big animal, part of staying alive is scaring everything else around the heck away.
Well, yeah. And the Bigfoot it does what other apes do and what people would do. If you decided that you had a disagreement with the person that moved in next door,
yes,
you would have options as to how to deal with that. One of the way would be you could start hassling that person, throw rocks at him, and have your dog poop in his yard, or do all these negative things. Or you could just kind of be quiet and held back and try not to disrupt and try to introduce yourself and be friendly.
I'm more of a fan of 1,000-watt amplifiers with great big speakers, Mike, and then the recording you just heard, do it like 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a woman come in and she said she was awakened by a scream very much like that. And the cat on the foot of her bed went up to the ceiling and then under the bed.
Oh, yes.
And she said what's particularly unusual was that she has a barky dog, one of those nuisance-type dogs.
Yes.
And it's kept outside, and the dog was decidedly quiet. And I have heard this so many times, I can guarantee that dogs know when the Bigfoot's around, when they can smell it, they are quiet. 99% of dogs.
Okay. The Patterson
instinctive.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No. I was just going to say the Patterson film is pretty much regarded as Bigfoot Gold, as the best. Would you say that's true?
100%.
All right. Did you hear me read the story at the beginning of the program about the observation of a third person in the Patterson film?
Yeah. I've heard stories like this over the years. There have been stories put up where they show a bunch of men at the films, in the mountains prior to Patterson being there, and they claim that there was a mass murder, and all these people buried the Sasquatch. There's been all kinds of wild and crazy stories told about that thing, but I can tell you this. If you get a book written by Bill Munns, which was just put out at the end of last year, it's the result of many years of work that he's done on the Patterson film. And Bill Munns has 30 years experience in Hollywood as an artist, a makeup artist, and what have you. And he has designed and built costumes for movies, monsters.
Okay.
The Swamp Thing being one of his more notables. And he's the man who made the giant depiction of Gigantopithecus that you see online everywhere.
Right.
Bill Munns. Well, he got a little bit of money and a grant to go ahead and take his skill set and apply it to the Patterson film. And he had no iron in the fire. He didn't care one way or another if the Patterson film was real or not, and whether Bigfoot was real or not, but he knew he had the right credentials to figure that out. So he got more than one copy of the Patterson film, a total of 3 copies, scanned them into high-definition video, put them in his computer, and started analyzing the film. And he has now put this book out, which has many, many pages of drawings, diagrams, photographs of body parts from the Patterson film and why it's not a costume. And he has proven in that book, in my opinion, unequivocally, that the Patterson film is not a costume. Now, he doesn't say it's a Bigfoot. That's not the point. All he's saying is that is not a costume. That is a being that you're seeing that looks just like what you see. And he has proven that in writing with many diagrams, many models, many proofs, mathematical equations, and all the stuff they call science. And so that is officially a statement that's been put out for peer review now. So if someone wants to say the Patterson film is fake, then they have to do it in writing, and they have to respond to his work and prove that he's wrong.
Okay.
That's called the scientific method.
It is. It is. So you don't give this story much credibility about a third person that was seen moving.
No, because I've heard so many stories like that.
Oh, okay.
And it turns out to be, it really has nothing to do with it. What people do is they reach for things that they can bring up about the film that will cause you to have doubts about the credibility of the two witnesses, Patterson and Gimlin. Well, the thing is that the two witnesses, Patterson and Gimlin, their story has never changed. And even though they have contradicted each other a couple of ways here and there, it's only human nature, because no two people see anything the same way.
That's right.
And you have an event, and if you have two people that describe it exactly the same way, they've rehearsed it. I expect to hear people with little differences like that.
It's a very good point. I mean, even the police tell you, eyewitnesses are absolutely pretty much unreliable. They report different colors of cars. They report different clothing, different everything.
That's why science ignores all the witnesses of the paranormal. It's decided a priori ahead of time that those people are all liars and fools.
Yeah, thank you. That's right. That's exactly what they do. Okay. Is Patterson the best evidence for Bigfoot?
Yes, by far, hands down, in my opinion.
Hands down, huh?
And that's because I have met Bob Gimlin and spent time with him and asked him all the toughest questions. And, I was asking him things he didn't even remember. I probably know more about the film than he does because I've studied it. Gimlin wasn't really a Bigfooter. Gimlin was a cowboy who met Patterson on the rodeo scene. Patterson, though, would come to Gimlin time and again and try to evangelize Gimlin to join him in searching for Bigfoot. Because Patterson was always looking for volunteers to go out in the woods with him and people who might help him with funding. And Gimlin was one of those people. And Bob Gimlin told me, I had 3 or 4 jobs I was working all at the same time. I was raising cattle, I was training horses for other people, and I was tending bar to pay for my child support and alimony. I didn't have time to go with Roger in the woods and look for Bigfoot. I didn't even believe in it. But I did believe that if there was such a thing, Roger was the guy who would be able to prove it.
Right. Can I ask you about a rumor?
Sure.
A rumor that there had been, by Patterson's wife, I guess, or at least knowledge of it, a deathbed confession by somebody that the Sasquatch in that film was actually his wife in a gorilla costume.
Yeah, this is an urban myth that I have to work with almost every week in the museum. I have to tell people about this because of the way the news media handled it. A man named Ray Wallace died around the beginning of the current century. He died, and his family went into his stuff, the boxes in the basement,
right? And
they found all this Bigfoot paraphernalia. And they knew that Ray liked to tell Bigfoot stories, and that he was considered the irascible, lovable Bigfoot guy, Ray Wallace, who always had a Bigfoot story to tell. And everybody pretty much knew that he kind of made it up as he went along. And he went and carved fake wooden tracks, and then he made molds from them and made plaster casts, which he sold to tourists, claiming they were genuine Bigfoot tracks. He filmed his wife in a gorilla suit and sold stills from the film to people, saying these are actual photographs of a Bigfoot. And I've seen a few of those pictures actually still on the internet, and some people still think they're real. And Wallace was a faker, okay? But he was known to be a faker and only fooled a few of the researchers at the beginning. And then they caught on, and nobody was fooled anymore by Wallace. But when his family saw all his stuff, they decided to give the news media a call, and they announced that Bigfoot was dead because their dad had created the entire Bigfoot myth single-handedly in 1958 in Northern California, Ray Wallace. Now, when ABC News told that story on the evening news I was watching, And as they were telling the story about Ray Wallace and the deathbed confession that he filmed his wife in a costume, they put the Patterson-Gimlin film up on the screen.
God.
Not related at all to the Wallace story, had nothing to do with it, and taught everyone that there was a deathbed confession.
So typical.
Ray Wallace did not on his deathbed say he made up Bigfoot.
So
his
typical.
Family.
Yeah, so typical. The media does this kind of stuff. Anytime it comes to the paranormal, any way they can figure out to crush it, they do it.
Oh, my God, yes. I've been battling this for years now.
It's just the way they work. A quick word. I get these computer messages, the wormhole, it's called. Wisteria says, I have a friend who was chased by one in Tennessee, said he came upon the tallest pile of bones, just absolutely huge, standing there, all of a sudden, by the bones, I guess, a Bigfoot came up on him and lunged at him. He was on a quad. Needless to say, he got out of there really, really quickly. So he came upon a pile of bones, and there was a real Bigfoot there. Would a Bigfoot, as a human does, mourn one who has passed? Is that what he could have come upon? I mean, maybe, one of a mate or something died, or if I don't know. I'm just reading this.
Well, there are people who claim to have witnessed Bigfoot burials, and who claim that the Bigfoot do indeed bury their dead. And should they have a stillborn child, they'll bury the child. But of course, a great many people in the research community, anytime a person claims to have habituated a Bigfoot and got to know it and spoke to it or spent time with it in any way, shape, or form, they immediately poo-poo that stuff. That's considered bogus. So your Bigfoot believers, most of them don't even want to talk about UFOs and other paranormal
Oh, I understand. Although the paranormal part, you almost have to do that a little bit. But here's something I want to... I mean, people come to you, obviously, with Bigfoot stories, right?
Absolutely, from all over the world.
All right, so how do you cut through the BS? How do you separate the wheat and chaff? How do you know when it's a credible story you're hearing versus the other?
Yeah. Well, of course, you can never be 100% sure. But being now 70 years old, having been, for 50-some years a hobbyist with this, in other words, Bigfoot was my main interest when I wasn't busy.
Sure.
Always back to Bigfoot, reading and whatever. And then the last 10 years now, all I have been doing is Bigfoot. So I think about this when I go to bed. I'm still thinking about it when I get up in the morning. I go to my computer. I check in and see what everybody else is doing. Then we have people come in here from 11 to 6 all day long. Mm-hmm. They come in here and they want an education. They want to know facts. And they come in here wanting to share experiences. Quite often those people will come in and they won't even talk to me until everybody leaves. Then they'll come over and they say, I've been wanting to talk to you about this, but I was afraid I couldn't do it with other people around. And then they'll spill their guts some kind of outrageous story that would make most people just, roll their eyes and invoke woo.
Right.
Woo.
So
I hear all kinds of things, including stories about little gray men with large eyes, abduction scenarios, ghost stories, and stories of other strange creatures. I've heard it all. And from 1980 till 1994, I read every UFO book that I could get my hands on, and I went to every conference I could go to. I met eyewitnesses. I talked to authors. And I realized that I've got to get into this UFO thing, too, because there's an overlap with the Bigfoot thing. And then in 1994, I decided, you know what? This is too dark, because the UFO thing is about night skies. Night skies is about military. And there's all these shenanigans going on. It's like the X-Files when you get into UFO stuff. It gets more dangerous.
Speaking of the X-Files, by the way, the X-Files are coming back. Mike, hold on. What a great interview. My guest is Mike Rugg, and he's a Bigfoot investigator. We're going to get around to phone calls, so relax. It's coming. And perhaps so is Bigfoot. Do you really want an encounter? If Mike can tell you to have an encounter, would you like to give it a try? This is Midnight in the Desert. Donnie and everybody, listen to me. I've been asked about this a million times. I believe what my friend told me is the truth. I did receive a map to the burial site of the Bigfoot, 2 of them. My official story is that I lost it in a move. But I will say this. My official story in mind, if I still had the Bigfoot map, I would still tell the official story. It is my position, always has been and always will be, that it is for bugs to say, not me. It's too serious a matter. It could be human beings of some sort that the man killed. It's too serious a matter. So you have my official story, and that remains my official story. Do you understand, Mike, what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. You know, I had heard through rumor mill that some radio DJ who was kind of in competition with you had set this up and did it as a prank to the best of you or something. This is what I was told.
No.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
No, there was nothing like that involved in this.
You see
at all.
How these rumors go? Man.
Oh, yeah, I do. And I'm sure that some of that stuff is going on, but this man was on more than just one show with me. I can absolutely, and plus I absolutely had the map. We had legal consultations that went on behind the scenes. This was no prank, I guarantee you.
Mm-hmm.
But, however, even today, Mike, if I had that map, I would still tell my official story, because I will protect him until the day he decides what he's going to do about this. That can't be on me, Mike. It can't.
No. Well, you're a man of your word.
It's too serious a matter.
Yeah.
For someone else to decide. So, no. Anyway, no prank. That I absolutely guarantee. So, boy, this show's rushing by. Just not enough time to do anything. We don't even have many commercials. So, where do you go from here in Bigfoot research?
Well, of course, I will continue to take in the reports and document those. We have a map on our wall that has pins in it. So when we have a local person come in and tell us about a sighting,
right,
we'd hand them a pin and they'd put it in the map.
Right.
And you were asking earlier, how do you discern between...
good story and a bad story, sure.
Yeah. And, it just really... the only thing I say about that is, when you've done this long enough and we've heard enough stories, and when you've been on the planet long enough so that you learn about how people operate and how stories are, it's not real difficult. And I'll tell you what, I've had, 3 or 4 different occasions where people tried to pull the wool over my eyes, where they tried to pull a hoax on me. And I think one of them was hoping that I would make a big deal out of it, and then he could step forward and discredit me by proving that he had hoaxed me. I think this is done sometimes. I think this is what happened to Tom Biscardi.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, so you get discredited.
In all of these fields, whether it's a baby that looks like an alien, or it's a sighting, or it's a creature, or it's this occurs all the time to exactly do that, to crush somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know Linda Moulton Howe ran into that when she was working on an HBO special, and Richard Doty told her he was going to give her a movie, and then when the time came, said, "Oh, who are you? I don't know what you're talking about." Yeah. And I know that she had some problems for a while because of that incident. I was at Stanford at the same time as Linda.
She is so serious about her work, as you know.
Oh, I know.
Very, very serious.
She was a few years ahead of me, but we did meet there.
All right, I have one serious question for you before we begin taking calls, and it's going to come up after the break. And we kind of touched on it earlier, but didn't do it real service, and that is, if you want to have a Bigfoot encounter, if you actually want to see one of these things close up, what do you have to do to do it? Now, I guess whether it's paranormal or not paranormal will bear on your answer. Anyway, what I'd like you to do is think about it during the break, and when you come back, we'll describe.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Malaysia's Transport Ministry said Thursday that more plane parts have washed up on the same island as a wing part believed, with varying degrees of certainty, to be from missing Malaysia Airlines Flight 370. Those new items, which the Malaysians described as pieces of windows, seat cushions, and aluminum, will be tested by the same international team of experts that is examining a piece of wing that Malaysia said Wednesday is definitely from MH370. Though the Malaysian Prime Minister announced that the wing part, called a flaperon, is certainly from MH370, other officials have expressed more caution and say that more testing is needed. The Boeing 777, carrying 239 people, disappeared on a flight from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, to Beijing on March 8, 2014. Scientists have just found the biggest thing in the universe, a vast, mysterious ring 5 billion light years across. It's so big that the researchers have no idea why it exists, and it contradicts all current models of the universe. The vast, mysterious object is reminiscent of the halo rings in the hit science fiction game series. The ring of 9 vast, cataclysmic explosions is about 7 billion light years from Earth and covers an area of sky more than 70 times the diameter of the full moon. Each of the gamma ray bursts releases as much energy in a few seconds as the sun will do over its 10 billion year lifetime. Gamma ray bursts, the most luminous events in the universe, are thought to be the result of massive stars collapsing into black holes. It challenges current theories about the makeup of the universe, which sets a theoretical limit of 1.2 billion light years for the largest structures. The team now wants to establish whether known processes of galaxy formation and large-scale structure could have led to the ring's creation. If this proves not to be the case, astronomers will radically have to revise their theories about the evolution of the universe. Got news tips, questions, or comments? Visit darknewsmatters.com. Crime sentencing has long been based on the present crime and sometimes the defendant's past criminal record. In Pennsylvania, judges could soon consider a new dimension, the future. Pennsylvania is on the verge of becoming one of the first states in the country to base criminal sentences not only on what crimes people have committed and been convicted of, but also on whether they are deemed likely to commit additional crimes. As early as next year, judges there could receive statistically derived tools known as risk assessments to help them decide how much prison time, if any, to assign. Centuries after raging millions, the plague has come to modern-day Colorado, leaving a devastated family behind after their loved ones succumbed to the disease. The Pueblo City County Health Department announced Wednesday that an adult had died from the plague, a disease that has a long and sordid history, albeit not one typically associated with modern times or developed countries like the United States. The agency said in a press release that the individual may have contracted the disease from fleas from a dead rodent or animal. It's the first such case of someone in Pueblo County contracting the plague since 2004. A dead prairie dog in the western part of Pueblo County is the only animal thus far confirmed to have the plague in the immediate area. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention found in a report released April 30th that a pit bull was at the heart of a plague outbreak that sickened 4 people last year. That report was especially significant in that it suggested that there might be a human-to-human transmission. That hasn't happened in the United States since 1924. The dog-to-human transmission was unexpected, according to Colorado's Tri-County Health Department. The team that investigated the case said they could only find one other case of dog-to-human transmission in the medical literature. That was a 2009 case in China. The CDC says about 7 people get the plague every year in the United States, over 80% of which has been in the bubonic form. While it can be life-threatening, with modern medicine such as antibiotics and antimicrobials, it is usually not deadly, as it was in the Middle Ages when millions died. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
Want to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Well, all right. Mike Rugg is here. He's as close to an expert on Bigfoot as anybody can be. He runs a Bigfoot museum up in the mountains in Santa Cruz. He's the co-founder of the Bigfoot Discovery Project. And so he knows as much as a person is likely to know, and we're opening the line. So here is the deal. Public line, area code 952-225-5278. Our Skype lines are as follows. In North America, and Canada, it would be MITD 51. MITD 51. Outside of North America, rest of the world, anywhere, it's MITD 55. MITD 55. And back to Mike for one question just before we get going, and that is, if you were to, sit down and write a manual or maybe just a PDF on how to have a Bigfoot encounter, what would it sound like? How would you advise me if I wanted to have an encounter, and I really don't, Mike, but if I did, yes, how would you advise me?
Well, I would tell you, first of all, that you have to do your homework, and that entails finding an area that's close to where you are, because the farther away, of course, the less chance you got to go there. Find an area as close as you can that has a history of Bigfoot sightings. Now, for me, that's easy because I have a museum with a map on the wall, and I have people coming in here all the time and telling me they saw one in their backyard. And so when that happens, I go to their backyard, and I hang out there and see if something happens.
Okay.
And I've done that numerous times, and I've had things happen. And so if they came to the Santa Cruz area, for example, and they came in here, I could show them on the map where these sightings have happened in the past, and over and over and over again. And when they're seen many times in one place, it kind of gives you a clue as to the fact they might be there.
All right. What about the paranormal aspect, Mike?
Well, the paranormal aspect, what I would do about that is I would say that when you go out and you're trying to contact Bigfoot, then what you would preferably do, rather than cocking and cleaning your gun or shining a bright light into the forest,
yes,
is that you would sit there quietly in the dark and either meditate or play a musical instrument or do something to try and get into something like an alpha state and be thinking kind thoughts about the Bigfoot.
All right. And that final, I promise, last question before I give you to the audience, and that is, do you think that these creatures can sense, I'm going to have one more question, darn it, can sense whether you have goodwill or bad intent?
I think that if such a thing is possible, then these guys would be able to do that. I think that these people still have, I'm calling them people, I like to think of them as forest people. I think that they have all the powers, that the animal powers that we lost. When we invented technology at all, our other senses started atrophying.
Sure.
That's why animals can hear, see, smell. All of their senses are spirit doors.
We have a little bit of it left, actually. If there's somebody coming to do you harm, in general, most people can feel that before they know it for sure.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, you get vibes. And so, yeah, I mean, if a human being is capable of getting feelings like that and having warnings, and you can be sure the Sasquatch can do it.
Hear, hear.
They're more in touch with the natural side of things.
All right, I think that I demonstrated probably very abruptly and a little scarily to most people how they sound. What I don't know, Mike, is how do they? This is my last question. How do they smell? Can you describe the smell?
Well, the smell. What I would say is this. A Sasquatch, normal circumstances, alone in the woods, is going to smell kind of like a barnyard animal. You're going to be able to smell his sweat. You're going to be able to smell other things that are clinging to his hair. And he would have a musky animal-like smell. But this stench that takes away your breath and can cause you to be a little lightheaded and confused, that is a function of the fight or flight scenario. So when the Bigfoot is stressed, afraid, to put it in simple terms, and he's got to either pull your arms off or run away, he has this odor that comes out. Now, Diane Fossey reported this with the mountain gorillas. 2 mountain gorillas have a musky smell, but when 2 of them are fighting over a harem, they both put out a putrid odor. And that odor, I would say, would be like the worst human BO you've ever smelt, combined with a touch of skunkiness that had rolled in a dead animal and crawled around in a sewer. It's a very strong smell, and it has a quality to, like I say, take your breath away. And
all right,
I think that they also indulge in a little infrasound. They hit you with a low frequency sound that causes a wave of fear to go over your body.
I'm not sure they'd need that for that to pass over my body. All right, off we go to Skype and Will. Somebody named Will. Hello.
Hey, Art. Roswell's to you, and it's great to hear you on the air.
Thank you.
The technology that you're using and the quality of the signal is just amazing.
It is amazing. You're right about that, Will. It is astounding. Anyway, do you have a question?
I was listening to a replay a few weeks ago of your interview with Bugs, and I will say that is the most convincing story I've ever heard of anyone out. Any Bigfoot story I've ever heard.
Oh yeah.
I did a little bit. I was just had piqued my curiosity so much that I did some online research. And similar to what Ed was saying earlier, there was this radio personality in West Texas named Ed Hale, who after he was on the radio and people noticed his voice sounded very similar to Bugs.
Oh, I see.
Outed him, and he did. I don't know if you may know if he really is Bugs, but he admitted to it.
No.
But he says that the feds came to his house, took him out, made him dig up the bodies, and he no longer has any evidence.
That's all nonsense. It was not a hoax. I can tell you that because of everything that happened behind the scenes. We were talking to lawyers. We were doing all kinds of things with Bugs. No. This was not any hoax.
Well, Ed Hale may be a con job then, but listening to your show, it is the most convincing story, and his knowledge about hunting and his story, it just made a lot of sense. Very credible guy.
Yeah, well, people also thought that Whitley was Victor and on and on and on. They think they recognize voices. Trust me, Will, I'm telling you, from behind-the-scenes stuff, and there was a lot of it, was no hoax.
Well, thank you very much, Art, and I just can't say how much I enjoy your show, so thank you for taking my call.
You're very welcome. Thank you for making it. And let's go, gosh, I don't know. Let's take a chance and go to Amarillo, Texas on the phone. Hi.
Hi, this is Guy in Amarillo. I wonder if you all might talk about the work of Melba Ketchum and some of the DNA tests that she's been conducting recently.
I think that Mike might just know something about that. Mike, do you?
Of course, yes.
Okay, tell us what you can.
Well, Melba Ketchum was had a little business where she did animal identification from DNA samples.
Right.
She was first approached by Josh Gates, Destination Truth television show.
Mm-hmm.
He gave her some hairs purported to be from a Yeti. She tested them and said that they were definitely anomalous and seemed to react positive with human markers.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't expect that, so she suddenly became interested in the Bigfoot stuff for the first time.
Right.
So then David Paulides went to her and gave her another sample, which she found to be strange and seemed to be in the human category, but not not a human. And she thought, well, we should really start to look into this. So she put out the word, and I, amongst many other people across North America and Canada, provided her with sample material that we had gathered. I sent her, through a long process, part of the tooth that we have on the website there. She got some of the center of the pulp out of the tooth in a sealed sterile envelope, turned over to her. She never did use it, though, in her tests, but she did get over 110 samples. She vetted those down to about the best 30 or so, I don't know exactly, and then gave the samples to 3 different forensics labs on 3 different campuses and asked them to pull full genome sequences.
Right.
And luckily a man named Wally Herson was willing to pay the bill to get this done. This costs thousands of dollars.
Sure.
That's why it's never been done before. And so They pulled full genomes, according to the paper that she wrote on it and published for peer review. And they came up, all of them, with the same results. It was a blind study. They didn't know what they were looking for. And they asked her, what is the stuff you gave us? It seems to be half human and half something we can't identify.
Oh, boy.
And so, as it turned out, the X chromosomes appeared to be 100% Homo sapiens, but the Y chromosome was off the charts. Didn't match
meaning
up
off the human charts.
Didn't match up with humans, didn't match Neanderthals, didn't match Denisovans.
Wow.
Didn't match apes, gorillas, chimps, none of the above.
And so is that where it stops, or can they...
But it's about 60,000 years old. So what she says in essence is, Bigfoot is a hybrid cross between a human and apparently a leftover Ice Age caveman.
But that's kind of what I thought he was in the first place.
There you go.
Incredible. And incredible that this creature could still be walking the earth. That's just amazing.
Well, that's because they were smart enough to hide.
Apparently.
Instead of the Neanderthals didn't hide, they're gone. The Native Americans, they fought us, they're on reservations.
Yeah.
The Bigfoot hid, and he's still free.
All right. Brian, your turn with Mike. Hi.
Hi, Art. Wow, this is an honor to be speaking with you. I'm a long-time listener since '97, first-time caller.
Thank you.
And I'm a trucker.
You're in a truck?
Oh, yes, I'm a trucker in Texas.
You know what? I hear it, brother. I hear it. You know what? I think you're my first trucker on this program.
Gotcha. Well, nice.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm in Texas, and I usually listen on 1200 WOAI, but that other show with Snorri is on, so hopefully you'll make a strong comeback and replace his... Sorry, a keister.
Well, listen.
It'd be great.
Yeah. Listen. How are you listening? You're like on 4G or LTE or something?
4G.
4G. Okay. Well, you know, we're everywhere. We're everywhere. So all we've got to do is get the word out.
Yes.
Anyway,
and,
you've got Mike here. You've got Mike.
I was calling tonight because it's an interesting show.
Oh, yes.
I'm enjoying it. And I wanted to say that George Lucas actually believed in Yeti and Sasquatch, Bigfoot. In episode 5, he had a Yeti dragging Luke off into a cave. And Sasquatch made an appearance in every one of his shows. You would know him as Chewbacca. You know? So George Lucas really believed in this himself. And there's a lot of famous people out there that believe in it, as well as a lot of people that, you know, like myself and yourself. I enjoy the show, and I just want to make a shout-out to my brother Billy. I'm on the show, bro. This is great, Art. It was awesome being on with you. Thank you for taking my call, and good luck, buddy.
My first trucker. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I want to note that not only is the quality of the audio that we get, no matter who it would be, even a trucker, as you just heard, going down the highway, but the intellectual quality of the callers is also really off the charts. So thank you all. Let's go to Everett, Washington, Northwest Country. You're on the air with Mike Rugg. Hi. Everett, Washington. Whoops. You're on. No, you are on the air. Hello. Going once. Going twice.
Hello.
Yes. Oh boy, that was close.
Sorry, I'm getting you and.
Well, you should be turning off your device. Yes, turn off your device.
It's off.
Okay. Proceed.
What I'm getting is you double. I'm getting part of the show from about 10 minutes ago, and now you live.
I don't know how you. Oh well, it's delayed. Anyway, do you have a question about Bigfoot?
Now I'm on.
Yeah, please turn it off. Again, do you have a question about Bigfoot for Mike?
Yes, I do.
Okay, fire away. Stop listening to that. Ask your question. I fear he's got him. Go ahead. You've got to go. We're waiting. You're on the air. Go ahead. 3, 2, 1.
Let me try this with 2 or 3. Let me try this with 2 or 3 conversations going on.
Well, that's hard. Do you have a question, sir? No, you don't. He's just not going to make it. Here's the deal, folks. Let me lay it out for you. When we're here talking here in my studio, every word we say is going to come out about a minute later on your device, whether it be a phone, a computer, some sort of pad, whatever it is you're listening on. God knows you can listen on about anything. So the moment you actually connect with the show, you have got to turn that off. And if you don't, you're going to be hopelessly confused and sound like that man, and you don't want to do that. He was obviously a bright guy. He just couldn't take the fact that, he was being delayed like that. Let's go to Flagstaff, Arizona, and hope for the best. Hello.
Hey, Art. First and foremost, I want to welcome you back, the godfather of talk radio.
Thank you.
You are the man. You are the Don Corleone. To Mike, I don't know if you're familiar or not with the Falcon Project out of Idaho State University, and if he thinks that the way that we're going to find or identify Bigfoot, not through use of weapons or use of stalking, but through drones or this 48-foot long blimp that they're using with night vision scopes, everything. Are we going to find it through technology in this modern world that we're living in?
Good question.
Well, of course, that remains to be seen. I personally think that flying over a forest is not necessarily going to be that productive. We have all kinds of downed planes that are lost in the mountains, and they have search groups out and rescue people looking for these planes. They're flying around, and they can't find these planes.
True.
That's because the tops of the trees provide an awful lot of cover, and so you're going to have to be looking down at areas that are open and uncovered. And, of course, you could go over an area and with a thermal imager or something in the middle of the night and a stealthy blimp catch a glimpse of a Sasquatch under the trees. But I just don't think it's all...
There's so many drones that are out there nowadays, especially using FLIR, forward-looking infrared. I mean, you can pick up a heat signature of a missing child.
You can, but when they're in dense forests, I understand even with FLIR, they have a lot of difficulty.
Yeah, I'm not saying you couldn't do that. I'm saying that with a blimp, I just don't think that's the answer. I think drones are a more reasonable answer, but we're already having trouble with these drones getting into flying space and so forth.
Right.
I think it's crazy out there with drones everywhere, but a drone has been used by the BFRO. They've tried that, and the concept of putting a thermal on a drone and sending it out, as long as the drone isn't making a lot of noise, you could probably do some... It
reminds me of that YouTube footage of those human tribes that are over there in the Amazon, where they're holding those spears, getting ready to chuck it at those airplanes, those feral human beings in the Amazon. So there might be a possibility that, with the use of drones or with this Idaho State University blimp, 48-foot blimp, that we might be able to capture these images and be able to give this to the world, this evidence, this empirical evidence that we need to prove that this creature exists.
All right, hold it right there. Thank you very much, caller. My guest is Michael Rugg, co-founder of the Bigfoot Discovery Project, and he knows a lot about this creature. He's our guy. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
I never can say goodbye. No, no, no. I never can say goodbye. Every time I think I've had enough of sun.
I used to be a rolling stone, If a chord's right, I need to find an answer on the road. I used to be a heart beating for someone, but the times change. The less I say, the more my work gets done. 'Cause I live and breathe this Philadelphia freedom.
Midnight Matters are best handled by those that understand how to move in the darkness, like Art Bell. To call the show, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Yes, indeed. And even, I guess, if you're rolling in a truck, it can be done. We just heard. Amazing. Skype is in North America, MITD51. That's the way to call us. Just put in MITD51. You can search it. You'll find it. Put it on your list. Call us when you want. Outside North America, the rest of the world, it's MITD55. MITD55. And here comes Mike again. So, Mike, here comes a caller for you. I'm not sure who it is. I think it's Arnie B is what it says. Hello.
Hey, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Where are you, sir?
I'm in over the hump from Pahrump.
Oh, you're in Las Vegas?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area. I'm 63 years old, and I used to go fishing every Friday afternoon. We used to have a great time, and I was up in Northern California, and I got to say, I never seen other than just regular critters for 15, 20 years.
So you called to say you've never seen Bigfoot?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and good luck in the future if you want to see Bigfoot. I'm not sure why you would call to say you've never seen Bigfoot, because that would comprise, I would think, a high percentage of the population. So while I appreciate your call, I'm not sure about it. Let's go to Fargo, North Dakota, and on the phone and say hi. You're on the air.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. My question is for Mike regarding Sasquatch using not only spoken language but also written language. And when I say written language, I mean by like small stick arrangements. In spoken language, I mean by their own language, which may be the Sierra recordings that some are familiar with, but also there's many people that say, including myself, that they speak in our languages. So I know that Mike thinks that they are an archaic human, which I believe as such, and humans, well, they speak and they write. And so I want to hear Mike's thoughts on that.
A really good question, actually. What do we know about their forms of communication, Mike, either written or vocal?
Well, both the things you mentioned I'm familiar with. There's a man named Scott Nelson, who is a linguist by trade. He teaches 5 languages at a small college in Missouri, among them ancient Persian. He was a cryptolinguist in the Navy, where he was given special software that he used to listen to recordings of people speaking in any language, and his job was to analyze those recordings of those conversations and try and figure out if there was any code in there, any secret messages being try to be put across. So what we have here is a linguist with a very deep set of skills, deeper than the average linguist. And he heard some of the Sierra sounds, what they call the samurai sounds, where the Sasquatch is talking, and it sounds like John Belushi playing the samurai guy.
Right.
And so when he heard that, he was immediately piqued. He had to hear more. So he went to the 2 men who had the recordings, Ron Moorhead and Al Berry, and said, can I have the original tapes so I can feed it through my Navy software and then analyze it? They said, oh, my God, yes, you're just exactly the kind of person we've been looking for.
Wow.
Now, these tapes have been around for almost 50 years. And so he took on the project, started listening to these tapes, and then he published a couple of papers for peer review stating that the Bigfoot have language. And so we heard about this, and I mentioned it to a few of my science friends, and they, of course, made their inimitable remark about, well, just because the guy teaches language doesn't mean he's not a flake. So I said, okay, well, then let's invite him out here in person so we can see if he's a flake or not.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a conference, and I invited Scott Nelson here, and he struck me as anything but a flake. He's a very nice man, easy to get to know. He's very open about his work, very skilled as a linguist, and he said that the Sasquatch tapes that he has been studying indicate that the Sasquatch speak with a basic of Native American combined with a bit of Spanish, a little bit of Pidgin English, a very small amount of just a dab of Chinese, and a lot of animal mimicry.
I guess that would actually make sense. They don't mingle really, and so they would pick up only little bits and pieces of different things, which is just what you said. All right, Claire on Skype, you're on the air with Mike.
Oh my God, Art, I love you, Art.
Thank you.
I've been listening to you for so long. Oh, okay. I'm so excited right now. I love you. I'm so happy you're back.
Thank you.
And good luck with the show. I just had a question. There was a recent discovery of some supposed bones that they believe Bigfoot may have been actually chewing on, and I forget the name of the person who discovered them, but they have the bones and the actual marks on the bones or from an extremely large Homo sapien type creature. I was just wondering if you knew about that and if you had anything to say about it.
Well, I think Mike will have a lot to say about it. Did you go to artbell.com and take a look at some of the mandibles and the things he's got up there? If not, go to artbell.com. He's got teeth up there. He's got mandibles. You're really going to want to look. So,
I'll definitely look. It's a little bit hard because I'm on the iPad and I've got TuneIn on and Skype, but I will definitely take a look at that.
I know.
Thank you so much, Art, for answering my question. I love you.
Well, I haven't really answered it yet, but we're going to try.
Talking to me.
Okay, take care. So, Mike, I haven't heard anything about that. She was talking about somebody who actually has bones that they believe were chewed on by Bigfoot.
Yeah. You know, I have to admit this is a story that I'm not up to date on. I just recently heard something about this, and I can't speak from any knowledge of whether it's a credible story or not.
Right.
But I'll tell you what I've learned is anything on the Internet, you can go ahead and flip a coin, and it's 50-50 if it's worth its weight at all, as far as the Bigfoot stuff.
Okay, but this is not something you've heard about. Big story.
I haven't no particular information about this particular story. No, so I can't comment on that intelligently.
All right. Let's go to Danville, Virginia, I think, on the phone. Hi.
Yes. I want to say thank God you're back on air, first of all. You know what I mean by that.
Thank you.
But I lived in Southern Virginia in 1974 to 76, and I wish I could do a whole show with you guests. We were a bunch of teenage boys, and we had dirt bikes and trail bikes, and we stayed in the woods more than we stayed at home.
Yes, sir.
And there was one of these things that migrated through Danville, Virginia, and we've seen it so many times, and we tried to tell our parents about it, and they said it's just somebody in a big coat trying to scare you, that type thing.
So you would describe this as a Bigfoot?
The Patterson film, I seen that exact thing standing 15 feet from it, except it did not have the breasts.
Wow.
15 feet, I've seen it.
Well, okay, Mike, you hear people with stories like this. What questions would you ask him?
Well, I would just try to find out what time of day it was, and where the spot, and then just to see how it might come about. He said he's having multiple sightings. Did you see it more than once?
Yes, we've seen it over a period of about 2 years. The thing migrated through that area.
You said we. How many people are we talking about?
5 to 6. It was just local neighborhood boys. We all had dirt bikes and trail bikes. We spent a lot of time in the woods.
And so when you saw it, what sort? Go ahead and tell us what it was doing.
Mainly, it looked like it was observing us. It was looking at us and watching what we were doing. And it was never violent, except one time, if you could call it violent, it started throwing rocks at us down on the creek. We were having a little cookout, little party type deal. And rocks started sailing through the top of the trees.
Were you playing loud music or anything?
No, just a bunch of boys sitting around laughing and talking, roasting the weenies on the fire. You know how that is.
That's kind of like loud music.
Well, this is one of the things that...
Mike,
started having rocks.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I hear you. Mike, have there been other reports of these creatures throwing rocks?
Yeah, rock throwing is quite common. And what that generally means is the Bigfoot is
annoyed,
letting you know that you're not wanted here, that you're bothering him in some way, shape, or form. Maybe he didn't like the sound of what you guys were talking about, or the smell of your jib. I don't know. He, for some reason, was trying to make you think about maybe moving on down the road.
Mm-hmm.
That's generally what it's about. And they will throw a pretty good... Go ahead.
The only emotion that we ever got out of this thing was sheer terror. And the rocks it was throwing were half the size of basketballs.
Oh.
Yeah, but did they hit you?
No.
What?
They did not.
No, they never hit you.
They did not.
They probably came close, but they didn't hit you. And that's the way it always is.
Yes.
They'll throw rocks.
Go ahead.
Both of you cannot speak at the same time. So
yeah.
You go ahead and say what you want, caller, and then Michael's
talking.
Okay?
Okay. The night that I observed it, it was late night, and I was right in the edge of the woods there. And this thing, it was an old abandoned tobacco road. So you know how a growed up dirt road looks, how wide it is?
Oh, yes.
I had a flashlight going from side to side because I was scared to death we was going to run into it. And this thing took one step sideways, and it was in the middle of that road. And it was about 15 feet from me. And
oh, that's close.
It terrified me. It stood there and looked down at me. It didn't move. It didn't act hostile. It just stood there and looked at me. And I turned and ran in sheer terror. And I was 16 years old then. And I've never been back down in that area since then, to be honest with you. Not at night, not by myself.
Don't blame you. That sounds like a real story, Mike.
Yeah, sounds real to me.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Me?
No, Mike.
Oh, was the area where this was happening a fairly remote area? Were there any homes nearby?
No, this place down in Virginia.
Now you're breaking up a little bit. Okay, so no, it was way out in the middle of nowhere. Very interesting story, and the guy sounded legit to me. So there you go. I think once it opens up, once one person starts to tell a story, it'll usually bring others who suddenly get brave. It just works that way. Nick on Skype, you're on the air with Mike.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
I've never seen a Sasquatch myself, but I just wondered if Mike has ever heard of reports of them around glowing orbs and UFOs.
You mean associated with UFOs or glowing orbs?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's actually a good question. Mike, how often do you hear, thank you, Nick, how often do you hear of a mixture going on? You know,
that's one of the rare things, but I do hear them. Of course, there was a story out of Ohio, Rome, Ohio, that involved glowing orbs and Bigfoot tracks that glowed in the dark. And then when some investigators went there, one of them was rolling on the ground and speaking in tongues as if it had been possessed. There was a whole series of strangeness associated with it. And there were several people, investigators, who went out and studied it, and it was written up in a little pamphlet. And I have had people come in here who claim they have been in the Santa Cruz Mountains. A woman claimed she saw an orange orb and saw 30 individuals come out of the orb dressed in hoods. And then the hoods were shed, and they were suddenly little aliens with large black eyes. This little alien did a little dance for her and kind of went in and out of reality for her.
Are we sure she wasn't going in and out of reality?
Yes. Well, I asked for sure what drugs she may have been experiencing. She said, no, this all happened while she was completely sober.
Wow.
Another man told me he saw a Bigfoot that was, he said, I don't know how to describe it except that my headlights went right through it, but I could see its outline. And I picture the Predator movie, the creature while it's close.
Oh, yes.
So, and he had a witness with him in the car, and she claimed that she saw the Bigfoot kneeling at the side of the road before it went in front of the headlights, and she could see it, and it just looked like a normal flesh and blood Bigfoot.
All right. Hold it right there. We're gonna.
The car, it was invisible.
All right, we've got a break here, Mike. So hold tight. Bigfoot is the subject. Michael Rugg is my guest. This, of course, is Midnight in the Desert, in the night.
Piano rings like a bell through the night, and wouldn't you love her? Take to the sky like a bird is gliding, who will be her lover? Why alive you've never seen, woman, taken by the wind. Would you say she promised you heaven? Will you ever win? She is like a cat in the darkness. She is the darkness. She was alive by the sunset laws, and when the sky saw.
Midnight in the Desert is a wild trip across the Days Divisor. Get your ticket to ride by calling 1-952. Call Art. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Michael Rugg is my guest. He's co-founder of the Bigfoot Discovery Project and curator of the museum up in the Santa Cruz Mountains, Bigfoot Museum. He's got a number of items on display there. You can see some of them up on artbell.com right now. So welcome back, Mike. It's really good to have you. And I guess you're hoping, Mike, that in your lifetime, what remains of your lifetime, you get to see an actual Bigfoot, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's, we talk about the bullet list. For me, the bullet list, number one, is to see this thing established.
You said bullet. Actually, it's bucket list.
Excuse that. Yeah.
Bullet list, see, that makes me think you've got bullets and guns on your mind.
No.
As a bucket list. Yeah.
That definitely was a faux pas there, wasn't it?
So anyway, it's on your bucket list.
My bucket list, yes.
All right. Ben, no idea where you are, but you're on the air with Mike. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Art. This is Ben in Tucson.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Just by the way, excellent shows, incredible shows. Dave Twinkle Toes is shaking in his boots. I got to tell you right now.
Thank you thank you.
Yeah. So my question is, there are literally millions of trail cameras out there everywhere, put by hunters, conservationists, game wardens, U.S. Forest Service. Why haven't they caught something conclusive on trail cams?
Oh, that's good. Very good, actually. Mike, what do you think?
Well, I think because they don't attempt to hide them. They put the trail cam up on the tree just like they would for a deer or a cougar. The deer comes walking along, walks right up to the trail cam, looks right at it, no big deal. They don't have the intelligence to be able to consider that it might be, because it's a man-made device, some kind of a threat. The Sasquatch, whether they're human or primate, either way, I think they can recognize a game camera as being man-made and not, properly in the wooded environment, and it sticks out like a sore thumb, and so they don't go near it.
Yes, sir. All right. Up to Everett, Washington. You're on the air with Mike. Hi.
Hello. Good evening. It's a pleasure to speak with you, Art.
Thank you, and you.
Quick question for Mike. You were asked earlier by Art about the nature of Sasquatch, whether they were docile or not, and you provided us with a story from quite a while ago. A few moments later, you mentioned David Pilates' name, and of course, Dave has made a career, I don't know him, Mr. Pilates has made a career out of documenting disappearances, which he attributes to Bigfoot. And I'm wondering if you think his work is bogus, or do you put any credence in it whatsoever?
Well, I do know Dave Pilates personally. I've had some business with him, and we have had some agreements and disagreements about Sasquatch. And he wrote a book about missing people. But in all the interviews that I've heard, when the interviewer tries to back him up against the wall and get him to say it's Bigfoot, my impression is that he says, no, I don't really think it's necessarily Bigfoot. As a matter of fact, I think it has more to do with things like cattle mutilations. And I don't think that he is saying in his books that Bigfoot is stealing all these people. I think the Bigfoot are smart enough to know that if they pick us off one by one of these days we're going to get a wind on it, and then that's over for them.
Sure.
I think they're smart enough to leave us alone. That's what they've decided to do, and that's what they continue to do. Now, that's not to say there might be a rogue Bigfoot who's got a thorn up his rear end, or he has sexual desires for a particular person or something, and goes nuts. I mean, if people can do it, so could a Bigfoot. So I can't say it's never going to happen, but I just don't think.
All right, we're going to have him on the show. We'll ask about that. Yeah. I promise. On Skype, somewhere or another, Alistair. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Yes, hello. Get good and close to the microphone on your computer, please.
Can you hear me now?
Well, you sound like you're in a tunnel, so you got to get close to that mic. But I can hear you. Where are you located?
I'm in South Africa.
Oh. Well, you're our first South African caller. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Art.
And go ahead. If you have a question about Bigfoot, are there any stories in South Africa about creatures of this sort?
Yes, there is. Not by Bigfoot as such, but there's another creature called a tokolosh, which is pretty cool. But I just wanted to ask a question.
Yes.
Do you still have that sound clip that Linda Moulton Howe played about the Bigfoot?
Oh, yes, I played it earlier. I hate to subject people to that twice. It's pretty awful.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, I missed the beginning of the show.
Well, you can always catch the podcast later, and it'll be in there. And it's a frightening sound, and we've got pretty good fidelity on this program, so it's awful to hear. Anyway, how did you hear about us, if I can ask, in South Africa? How did you even learn about us?
Well, I've been listening to you since just before you left Coast to Coast, and my friends have been listening to your classic shows, and I first heard about you because of Whitley Strieber. I loved his books and heard you. And, that's how.
What am I hearing in the background?
Oh, sorry about that. It's my cat.
That was your cat?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very, very much for the call. That was a cat, really. South Africa. Sorry, Mike. That was the first call I've had from South Africa. Let's go to, where am I going? Let's see. I think we've got somebody else on Skype, and I think I just succeeded in putting them on. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I put somebody on hold by mistake. Hello there. Whoever you are, you're on the air on Skype. Well, I thought you were anyway. Skinny Bob, I think, is the one on the air. Skinny Bob, are you there? No, Skinny Bob is not there. Too bad. Michael, I bet, though, is there. Hello, Michael. You're on with Michael.
Hi, Art. Greetings from Nacogdoches, Texas. A longtime listener, and glad you're back on the air.
Thank you.
I just wondered about the probability or possibility, as the case may be, of using Google Earth or satellite imaging, some sort of photographic evidence from that perspective.
Sure.
To sort of isolate or identify instances of Bigfoot. And
well, of course, before you go, Google Earth takes pictures of the Earth, right? But they're just sort of taken whenever they're taken. Usually they're old pictures, or a few months old at least. And so you mean searching those? I don't think there's enough definition in Google Earth presently to find them. Certainly the military would be able to see them, no question of that. But you're talking about whatever kind of modern technology we could apply to it.
Right, totally agree. I mean, if we could somehow isolate specific regions, which I think that we probably have, and I don't know, you're talking about vast quantities of land area, of course, but I just wondered if there wouldn't be a more scientific way to sort of verify the existence of these creatures.
All right. Very, very good question. So new science, Mike, what do you think?
Well, the man earlier brought up the drones.
Yes.
And it's been my opinion for quite some time that if you do the research, you find an area where you believe there is a Bigfoot presence, that if you could somehow fly over that area quietly in the middle of the night with a thermal imaging device, you could probably or possibly pick up, the heat signature of these animals. Then what I think you would have to have would be a platoon full of paratroopers with nets. And you could then drop them down there and lasso one. And I suspect the military has done that already.
Okay. Well, the drone is pretty easy. I've got a drone, though I wouldn't risk it in a forest. Looking down with heat. Anyway, we'll be right back. We've got a break. This is Midnight.
Down around the corner, half a mile from here, see them both been running and bought some liquor beer. I love, where would you be now? No, I promise you.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. On this day in 1945 at 8:16 a.m. Japanese time, an American B-29 bomber, the Enola Gay, drops the world's first atom bomb over the city of Hiroshima. Approximately 80,000 people are killed as a direct result of the blast, and another 35,000 are injured. At least another 60,000 would be dead by the end of the year from the effects of the fallout. U.S. President Harry S. Truman, discouraged by the Japanese response to the Potsdam Conference's demand for unconditional surrender, made the decision to use the atom bomb to end the war in order to prevent what he predicted would be a much greater loss of life were the United States to invade the Japanese mainland. And so on August 5th, while a conventional bombing of Japan was underway, Little Boy, the nickname of one of the 2 atom bombs available for use against Japan, was loaded onto Lieutenant Colonel Paul W. Tibbetts' plane on the Tinian Island in the Marianas. Tibbetts' B-29, named the Enola Gay after his mother, left the island at 2:45 a.m. on August 6th. 5.5 hours later, Little Boy was dropped, exploding 1,900 feet over a hospital and unleashing the equivalent of 12,500 tons of TNT. The bomb had several inscriptions scribbled on its shell, one of which reads, "Greetings to the Emperor from the men of Indianapolis," the ship that transported the bomb to the Marianas. There were 90,000 buildings in Hiroshima before the bomb was dropped. Only 28,000 remained after the bombing. Of the city's 200 doctors before the explosion, only 20 were left alive or capable of working. There were 1,780 nurses before. Only 150 remained, left to tend to the sick and dying. You're listening to Dark Matter News on Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Got paranormal news tips, strange news? Take a look at past and future programs at darkmatternews.com. Less than 2 months after SoftBanker's Pepper robot went on sale in Japan, another intelligent humanoid is posed to make its way into Asia. That's because Boston-based Jibo just closed an $11 million strategic investment round to eventually bring its social robot to households in Taiwan, Japan, Korea, and China. Jibo started out as an Indiegogo project for a robotic smart assistant that can help families. After pulling in a whopping $3.7 million from its crowdfunding campaign, massively exceeding its $100,000 target, the company went on to land a $25.3 million funding round led by RRE Ventures in January of this year to kick things up a notch. Jibo said the fully fledged version will provide a range of different interactions, such as handling reminders, ordering food, taking photos and videos, and other everyday assistant tasks like sending email, connecting with the internet, or facilitating communication. Like Pepper, it could provide a friendly and easy-to-use interface for seniors looking to keep in touch with family or keep their routine organized using the internet. Earth may have a hairy mane of dark matter flowing around it. Well, that's quite an image to imagine. Nearly 85% of the matter in the universe is thought to be so-called dark matter, stuff that has not yet been detected directly because it only interacts with normal matter via gravity, rather than being distributed smoothly through galaxies. Simulations show that dark matter particles should clump into features like halos, disks, and streams. Gary Prezu at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California wondered what would happen if a stream of dark matter pierced a planet like Earth. He calculated that the planet's gravity would bend the particles' trajectories and focus them to a point. This lensing effect would concentrate dark matter along an axis passing through Earth's core, reaching densities about 1 billion times more than average at the focal point. Prezu calls these features hairs. The focus or root of one such hair would be about 1 million kilometers above Earth, just beyond the moon. If you find where these hairs are, you can put a detector right in front of one of them, he says. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
Well, I think it's time to get ready to realize just what I have found. I have been on the path of what I am. It's all clear to me now.
Come on, men and women. Skype up. Call Midnight in the Desert at MITD 51. That's MITD 51.
That's right. Skype up out there. I love the way he puts that. What a voice. Mike Rugg is my guest, and he's here right now. Back to Mike and questions from all over the place, including from, looks like Steve somewhere. Steve, hello.
Yeah, hi, Roswell's again. Calling from Germany again. We talked yesterday.
We did, Germany.
Mike, I had a few small questions. My first question would be, have there been any reportings of Bigfoot in Germany? Second question would be for Mike, whatever happened to this Bigfoot I thought they caught? I was following for a while, but her name was supposed to be Daisy. Some guys have caught her. And the last question, I'll make it real quick. There's been people who said they can speak the language from Bigfoot. They study this, and one guy actually says he's been living with Bigfoot, and they bury their dead. That's why we never find bodies. Those are my questions. I'll take the answers off the air.
All right. Well, let's deal with them one at a time here. Anything about, Mike, about Germany? Any Bigfoot reportings in Germany?
No, nothing worth talking about that I've heard of, but that's not my area of concentration.
All right. Daisy. Anything named Daisy that you know about?
But Daisy, that doesn't ring a bell. There must be some other name that he's not getting, because I can't think of anything with the name Daisy. What was the context again of the question about Daisy?
Well, something about living with Daisy.
He talked about people claiming to live with them or spend time with them, talk to them, and all this stuff. And yes, there are people who have made those claims, and those claims are largely ignored by most. Even people in the Bigfoot community who are convinced Bigfoot is real, they don't want to go so far as to suggest that it might be able to think and talk and all of these other things.
All right.
And they think that stuff is being made up by people.
I see. All right. Deckers, Colorado, you're on with Mike.
Hi.
Hi.
So for Michael, my question has to do with some of the alternatives to the Bigfoots being biological entities. Like earlier, he was talking about aliens in costume. So I would just be interested in hearing about some of the best alternatives he's heard to Bigfoot being a biological entity, like an ancestral spirit or something like that. I'll my answer off it.
All right, here it comes. A lot of people think perhaps even dimensional, right, Mike?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's a common school of thought. And, of course, this comes from the fact that people have seen, or believe they've seen Bigfoots in association with UFOs in various contexts. So then, of course, they believe that the star people are involved. And there are people who claim that they have spoken with both star people and Bigfoot people. And let's see. So everything you have in the UFO phenomenon, the abductee, the contactee, all those different sort of side categories, they all exist within the Bigfoot phenomena as well. And so, people make up stories. Things do happen that people try to report, and it can certainly be a miasma at times.
I know. I've got a million messages. Through the wormhole, Zaki says, why does everybody want to prove they exist? They don't need to be protected, tagged, or studied. People know they exist. Just enjoy them and leave them alone. I have no desire to prove to the skeptics what I know. That person is very sure, and they don't care about proving to anybody anything. How about that?
Well, that's fine. This is something that I've toiled with. I've had sleepless nights about it over the course of the last 10 years, especially since I started going for this in a big way and came out of the closet with my research. And then I start to think, well, these seem to be mild-mannered forest people. If we expose them, then what's going to happen to them? And then I realized here recently that, too late, the cat's out of the bag. If I drop my Bigfoot research and stop working towards this end, that doesn't mean there isn't going to be somebody or 20 more people trying to do it.
Sure.
And I want to be sure that I'm involved in it, so maybe I can have some say in all this. Maybe I'll get a vote at some point because of the amount of time I've spent on it and the dollars spent.
A lot of money, I bet, yes.
And then make sure that these things are treated properly when the time comes. Because it's too late to hide it. The people know they're there, like he said. So kick back and enjoy it. That would be just fine.
Okay, one more wormhole message. Troy says, I was curious what the average lifespan of a Bigfoot might be. I would assume it is shorter than our own. I'm not sure why he would assume that, but maybe.
Well, he'd probably assume it because of Western medicine and the various medicines that we have at our disposal.
Oh, I see.
That we can make our life long. Like, I would be dead now if it wasn't for Western medicine. If a man hadn't put a thing up my artery and put a stent in my heart, I'd be a dead man. So I have a place for that. Yeah, I think that's what he's referring to.
I do too. Any indication of lifespan of a Bigfoot?
Some people claim, there's a woman in Tennessee who claims she spent the better part of 50 years watching a Bigfoot grow up. He was kind of a next-door neighbor. He lived there for that time. She used to teach him words, English words. He used to teach her Bigfoot words. And it's a pretty elaborate claim. She backs it up with recordings, a dictionary of words, and a whole schmagiggy.
Boy, I would sure love to interview somebody with a claim like that. I really would. By the way, folks, any Bigfoot real stuff, contact me at artbell@artbell.com. That's artbell@artbell.com. And of course, if you know who is out there, contact me as well. You know who I'm referring to. Skinny Bob. That's a name for you. Skinny Bob, you're on the air.
Roswell, I was curious if there were any protocols for interaction. I'll take my answer off the air.
Any protocols for, well, that's a good question, actually. Any protocols for interaction with a Bigfoot?
Oh, you mean what will you do if you bump into one in the woods?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you step back and show it that you don't have any weapons. You would probably want to avert your eyes rather than look it right in the eyes because most animals are intimidated by that. So you'd want to be careful with that.
Good point.
I think that if you showed it that you respect it, it's the boss immediately, that then you might have a chance to have some kind of contact.
Okay. These phone lines are just burning up. I'm never going to get to everybody. It looks like Gerald's. Is that correct?
How about go with Duke?
Duke it is. And, all these things show up on the phone. I have no idea. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, Duke from Dayton. I'd like to ask Mike a question. Mike, you talked earlier about you had talked to a special effects expert or a Hollywood-type guy about I think it was the Patterson film. Okay, that's fine. But I remember 20-plus years ago, there was a alien autopsy video. Oh, yeah. And there were dozens of these Hollywood types that came out and said there's no way this could be faked. They talked to the guys that did the Star Wars and all these other things, and they all said it couldn't be done. Similarly, they talked to a lot of these photo experts who said there was no way you could fake these films. And one of those guys was on with Art. So how do you compare the two?
Well, Kohler, I think we're way past the time when you can even talk about that. I mean, they can do anything they want with CGI now. It's just impossible. It's too good.
No, Art, no. But remember, that film was made.
Yes.
40 years ago. I'm talking about based on the events that occurred when the Patterson film was made.
Okay, all right. So can the Patterson film be nailed down as absolutely authentic is the question because of its age?
No, Art, I wouldn't put it that way. Let me try again.
All right.
If Mike is saying he talked to a Hollywood special effects guy who told him there was no way in 1960 whatever that capability existed to make that suit or whatever he thought it was.
Yes.
How does he compare that to 30 years later in 1990 when the technology was much further along, when you had people saying not only can you not make that suit or that special effect, you can't even fake the film. And you and I both know that has, at least the alien stuff, the alien autopsy stuff, has all been shown to be it was all fake.
Well, in the first place, you're talking about alien autopsy movies, and I'm talking about the Patterson-Gimlin film. So I really can't speak to the alien thing. I never believed that. That's beside the point.
No, but Mike, what I'm saying is
the Patterson film.
No, Mike, but what I'm saying is that you're using an expert.
No. Just because some men said that this is that and that's that doesn't prove anything.
You're right. In fact, exactly. You just proved my point. That's what I'm telling you. You've got a guy who you say is an expert who came out, and you're quoting him and citing him as the expert who says this could not have been done. And I'm telling you that 20 years later, 30 years later, the exact same thing happened, and they were proven wrong. So
but hold on, caller. I think all he's done is say that Patterson film is the best evidence. That's all he said.
No. Or what he said earlier.
You keep saying no.
He had interviewed or talked to a world-class special effects guy.
Yes.
And I'm just saying that if that happened, if that happened with the alien autopsy thing.
Oh, you keep confusing them. Caller.
You're misrepresenting what I said.
Yeah, let's stick with the Patterson film. Forget the alien autopsy for a minute. Just stick with Patterson. Now he's gone.
I'm sticking.
Oh, you are? Good. All right. The Patterson film. It is being called by Mike the best evidence.
He said a special effects guy I talked to.
Yeah.
I said a man named Bill Munns spent years using his skill set with a grant to do so to analyze the film with no preconception one way or the other as to the outcome of his examination, and he found that it was not a costume, and he wrote that down in a book and published it for peer review. It's called The Scientific Method, and he was a man that was perfectly suited and with the skill set to do such an operation. So if you want to have an argument about the Patterson film, if you want to have an argument about the Patterson film, to do that scientifically, you have to put that in writing and prove he's wrong.
No. Listen, Mike.
You're talking about what somebody said in a minute or so.
Caller, you got one more shot.
I don't care if the alien autopsy was fake and somebody said it wasn't.
Right.
That proves nothing.
Mike, I'm on your side. I have no dog in this fight. What I'm asking you is the man that you quoted as being as writing this report. Obviously, he had experience in the area of special effects and costuming. True?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then based on his review of a film, he came back and said there's no way that could have been faked. And I'm telling you, the exact same thing happened 30 years later. True or false?
Okay, well, you've got so many dogs in this fight.
30 years later with what? The autopsy film? That has nothing to do with this.
Right. When he made that
all
circle.
Over the map here.
Yeah, I know.
The Patterson film was in '67. If you're going to duplicate it, you have to use the methods available then, not what's available 30 years from now. I don't know what you're saying.
All right. Let's go over and talk to Wayne, maybe. Not with that kind of audio. Wayne, I appreciate the try, but your audio was awful. We'll try instead Kurt. Hello, Kurt.
Hey, Art, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Doing great. Why? Let me turn this thing down.
Down.
Down. Okay, there we go.
There you are.
Why, with all today's technology, with everybody being able to videotape everybody with their cameras and things, why are the Bigfoot photos always so blurry and far away and not showing the face and not getting anything like today on TV? You see everybody getting things.
Yeah, well, you know what? We will get better things. I mean, now with the latest cameras, Android or, the iPhone cameras, you can get good video. Now, that doesn't mean the person holding the camera, especially if you're trying to take God, can you imagine trying to hold a camera steady to take a picture of a Bigfoot?
Well, I just think that the whole time that everybody's been talking about that, and that original guy admitted it was fake, and there were droves of people coming out after
What original guy admitted what was fake?
Who?
Well, that his footprints with you talked about it, that original guy.
Ray Wallace?
Yeah, whatever his name was. But anyway, I'm just saying that every I mean, by now, even in the 90s and early 2000s, there should have been one better right up close in the face. You have all kind of cameras you could zoom in on, and they're all blurry, and you can't see nothing. I think it's all phony. I think it's hogwash.
Well, if you happen to see something like that, caller, yes, you do your best to hold it steady.
I will.
While you're scared out of your wits, and see how you do.
Yeah, it's as fake as Jamie Summers in the Sasquatch on Bionic Woman. Fake. There's a man underneath that suit.
Now, how do you know that?
Oh, I just instinct, gut.
Instinct.
I know my Lord, and he would have some maniac running out in the woods. He would not allow that.
The Lord would not let.
The Lord had something to do with this.
They could get a clear picture with all the camera. You could zoom in.
The Lord would
news
let that
cameras. News stations have cameras.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. They shoulda, woulda, coulda. They sure shoulda, woulda,
bunch
coulda.
of bullcrap, blurry mess.
Yeah, the Lord wouldn't let that happen.
Bye.
Not the Lord.
Goodbye.
Oh my.
Oh. God, I love this show. All right.
Well, the Bigfoot subject brings out this.
Yeah, but the Lord, really? Danny, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. Thanks for taking my, I guess, Skype call or whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about, I'm calling from Oklahoma, and there's a place in Oklahoma called the Sacred Heart Mission, which was supposedly like the first Catholic mission in Indian Territory.
Yes.
And it exists. It's real. You can look it up online if you want to. But so I used to go there, and there's an area you can go where there's like a graveyard and all this crazy stuff from a long time ago. There are legends about like werewolves that came and killed people there. Well, I went there with some friends. I went there legitimately one time to do like a video piece on it, and all of my batteries would die every time I would go there. It was a really kind of mystical, crazy place.
Well, see, that answers the last caller's question.
What was the last caller's question?
He wanted pictures, and it was all fake to him. Well, see, batteries die, so what are you going to do?
Yeah, well, there you go. So
real quick, because we're about out of time.
Okay, so what happened was I went there one night, and there were several of us there, and there was something we couldn't see, but we felt like we were being watched, and there was the most blood-curdling scream any of us had ever heard, and so we bolted and got out of that place and never went back. So I guess, do you want me to end your show with what I would think may be a Bigfoot scream that I heard out there in the woods in southeast Oklahoma?
I wouldn't miss it for the world, man. Go ahead.
Okay, now, I may wake up my wife doing this, so if you hear what sounds like a baseball bat,
I'm not responsible.
Skull,
I'm not responsible for what happens to you. Go.
Okay, here goes.
Well, at the very least, she woke everybody up. He woke everybody up. For Richard C. Hoagland coming up next. Hey, listen, Mike, thank you so very much for being on the program. It has been an absolute pleasure. And you obviously know as much as can be known about Bigfoot today. So we'll have you back sometime. Just thanks for being here, buddy.
All right. Very, very good to be here. Thank you, Art.
All right. Good night,
Mike. Welcome
back. Thank you. And take care. What a blast. What an absolute blast. Quality of audio, quality of callers. From the high desert and the great American Southwest. Good night, everybody.